Oh, oh no, it's not up. Oh shit, hold on. Oh no, it's not up yet. Hold on. That was supposed to be dramatic. Oh no, I had a whole dramatic thing planned. Hold on. Firefox, please. No, that's the wrong one. Oh, biscuits. Hold on. There we go. We did it. We did it. We have accomplished things that you thought that we might not be able to accomplish. Why did you think that? Because I didn't think that. Ladies and gentlemen of the Imperium, welcome back to the most scuffed show on the internet. My name is Fail the Mimic, and today we are delving deep into the wars for Armageddon. Oh my god. In other news, my sinuses have found me in a dark alley and beaten me within an inch of my life. So I'm gonna try not to be super fucking gross today. Hey, C-Man, how's it going? Thanks for clocking in. Ornix, how you doing, buddy? Pure Gamer, what's going on, brother? Due to a lot of things, but it made, bro, you know what? I hope everything's good, Pure Gamer. I hope everything's chill for you. And if it's not right now, I hope it gets better pretty soon. Doc Slayer, hey, how's it going, buddy? I can only count to 4. Samesies. You're not too late. You're never too late. The VODs are always available. Chat. Oh my god. Dio! What's up, brother? How you doing? Chat, I'm dying. Genuinely. I thought I'm good. Just got a dog on my chest. You're having a good ass time. I had a smoking dream last night. I hate it here. No! You gotta love it here though. Chat. Originally I had this plan where I was like, man, we're gonna watch this video and then we're gonna watch this video. And then I discovered the Wars for Armageddon mega video. This shit is 3 hours long, but I'm here for it. Oh, I'm gonna try not to be gross, but I'm here for it. Chat, this is by KrakDuk. Please go out and support KrakDuk if you're a Warhammer fan and you don't know who they are. Shocking. Genuinely shocking. But I've seen a couple of his videos before. Very good. Very funny guy. Very fun animations. I'm excited. Chat, I'm very excited. Lock the fuck in, samurai. Let's go. Oh, by the way, I will be snacking. Oh, hold on before my ADHD forgets. Chat. Oh, baby. Today we're sipping on yet again a Celsius Live Fit sparkling mango lemonade. Low key, incredible.
Hi friends, today we're doing another mega video. And
Big
this
thick
is the
mega video.
most mega video yet, which is fitting for some of the biggest, if not the biggest, conflicts in 40k, the wars.
See, this is exactly why you should snack on these nuts. What kind of nuts you got, bro? You trying to do some praline? Listen, this is why we picked this big ass video. I glanced at, oh, you know what? Now that I'm thinking about it, I definitely said the Apocalypse Wars on my going live post. Oops. But this is why we picked the big ass mega video, because number one, I didn't know what the fuck the Wars for Armageddon was, but when I looked into it just like as a cursory glance, big ass deal, and as a Warhammer newbie, this feels like something good that I should find out about.
For Armageddon. In this comprehensive video, I'll talk about the wars themselves, along with some of the most important factions and characters.
We might skip some of the faction stuff since we know. We'll see.
Checked out the original videos. Some of them are older, so newer fans may not have seen them yet. But anyways, without further ado, let's go back.
Not only am I a man, but I'm a mimic. I got all the genders.
Hi, friends. Of all the horrible,
I got all the pronouns.
Armageddon might be one of the horriblest. Much like Usain Bolt, Armageddon's name became prophetic as it experienced 3 major apocalypses.
Bro, not Usain.
I only say present time period because before Armageddon, it was called Olenor, and it was obviously
I like Armageddon better.
Involved in the Olenor Crusade. This was one of the biggest Imperial victories during the Great Crusade and the last major battle that the Emperor personally commanded. After their victory against the Orcs, the Emperor made Horus Warmaster and began working on his Webway project. But
bro, dude, thank goodness we went through so much Warhammer lore before, because the way he just shot that shit rapid fire, I had to reach into my fucking, I can't think of a name of anything of the brain. I had to reach into my, oh god, Oh God, dude, I used to be good at science. I reached into my gray matter. There you go. That's something in the brain. To grab all this information. I was like, wait. I know most of this, right? Right?
We aren't talking about 30K today. Let's jump 10,000 years in the future and get back to
Damn.
40K. Armageddon is a large piece of garbage planet that falls into that magic zone of the worst place ever, but it's just too darn important to delete.
Oh, it's
Just
like
how we
Earth.
can't nuke the Crackhead Legions and Gator Swords of Florida because, well, Disney World is an important fortress. The
Oh,
Imperium
thanks,
can't
Dark Slayer.
not as the Chaos Legions
Gives
and
off the
Orc Hordes of
same
Armageddon
as a
because
War
it's
in
a
Heaven.
significant industrial
There's a
hub, and
theatrical
it's also
play.
a very important defensive position in the galaxy. So with that little preamble out of the way, let's get right into the first war for Armageddon.
Yeah.
This war was primarily carried.
My boy got the emoji. My boy got the emoji hand. Gray matter like the Ben 10 alien. Absolutely. That's because I'm a super genius.
Carried out by the Force of Chaos, notably including the World Eaters. The Chaos
Hey,
Eaters
Limited.
are,
How's it going,
as their
buddy?
name suggests, chaotic.
Synapse
So
firing.
they often fight each other just as much as they fight other factions. However, on one very special day, Chaos Christmas came early. Space Hulk, Devourer of Stars, appeared on a demon world.
Holy
Much like
shit.
a Fortnite battle bus.
Oh,
Hulk was
no!
running up to transport all the boys into an epic battle.
Bro, these, oh my God, dude, the quick memes are frying me. Holy shit.
So, since their sweet,
I'm not even
pulled up,
catching half of
significant
them.
Chaos Force decided to halt their infighting and beat the shit out of the Imperium instead. A huge Chaos Force mobilized and prepared for a huge scrap. No, stop. The
No.
orcs are for later.
Oh,
Oh, and
Oh,
I also
poor
forgot
orcs.
to mention, but this force was led by a little guy you might know, Demon Primarch Angron. If that doesn't ring a screaming bell.
yeah, hold on. Really quick pause. I'm sure you're about to tell me. Who the fuck is that? Whose man's is this? Honestly, like very cartoony art, but also like surprisingly detailed. This shit looks good. This shit looks pretty good. Bro, the Necrons can't sit through shit. Dude, the 40K orcs on the battle bus.
You might know him by his legal name, Angronius of Nucaria, Lord of the Red Sands.
I
If
don't
you're
know
not
him.
familiar with Mr. Angronius,
Sorry.
he is an absolute total beast. Primarch's already bad news, so a mega-roided Demon Prince Primarch.
Fortnite battle
is even worse
bars.
news. And so back to the Space Hulk, the Chaos Force kind of took a hippie approach and kind of just let the waves take them wherever they needed to be. And they just so happened to land in a system with the name
Got that
Perfectly
Imperium
Defeated
pack.
Apocalyptic Invasion. A big round of applause to the Warp for keeping things thematic. As the chaotic forces were on their road trip, the Imperials were already having a bad time in Armageddon. In the giant hive cities of the planet, the Planetary Defense Force were facing a number of revolts and general civil unrest. Luckily for the PDF, these revolts were mostly made up of malnourished, crackhead hive dwellers who probably haven't even seen the sun. So the PDF was able to deal with it without any outside reinforcements. Unfortunately for the PDF, they were able to deal with it without any outside reinforcements. Since they didn't call for any reinforcements, they would be very, very ill prepared for the incoming chaos invasion. Hey, nice.
Yeah, I'm muted
Well,
so you guys don't hear my gross mouth
another
sounds.
day, another PDF victory.
Whoa, no!
What's that? That, my dear
The PDF files cannot win. Absolutely not. Oh God. I need a worse mic. Oh God, that's so gross. Angron, Traitor Primarch, now Demon Primarch, who serves corn. Angron is the Primarch of the World Eaters. He was one of the sons of the Emperor that turned into a demon? Yo, holy shit, that's crazy. That's crazy. Yeah, no, I was muted to cover up the mouth sounds, but maybe I just lean back. Primarch of the 12th Legion, the War Eaters.
document format would be
World
the Space Hulk,
Eaters.
Devourer of Stars. Angron made planetfall and led his legions of Marines, cultists, demons, and assorted freaks against the region of Armageddon Prime.
Gross mouth
The
sounds,
PDF
bonus
proceeds to have
content.
The worst day
It's an
ever as
ASMR stream,
Angron's
too.
armies wreaked havoc across the lands,
Damn!
killing millions of Imperials shortly.
Listen, this is my least favorite file type. If you see a PDF file out there and you got a chain axe, just go for it, bro. Just go for it. It's legally and morally acceptable.
Upon arrival. After some desperate fighting, the survivors fell back through the jungles into a secondary region, creatively named Armageddon Secondus, since it was second to Armageddon Prime, which was the first.
Very
And luckily
creative.
for the Imperials,
Insanely
Angron was
so.
too busy emoting after his victory at Armageddon Prime, and he wasted valuable time erecting monuments to his victory and celebrating. In this time, the Imperials were able to
Chat, do we have a Warhammer Battle Royale game? Is that a thing yet? If not, Games Workshop is missing out on free money.
regroup, and the Space Wolf reinforcements finally arrived. Led by the legendary Logan Gribnar, the PDF Steel Legion and
Whoa!
Space Wolves prepared their defenses for
Total
Angron's approaching
badass.
armies. It was said that the Wolves were outnumbered 1,000 to 1, but luckily for them, they're fighting the World Eaters, not the Wolf Eaters.
Yeah, the redeems should be fixed now.
Even the odds, Grimnar
Should be
led a
good to go.
daring assault on the World Eaters and lured them into a jungle trap in which the Wolves and Steel Legion killed a bunch of Marines. Afterwards,
Use
the
your
Wolves returned
eyes.
to their weakened Chaos Force in an epic berserker
Damn, I
on
look
berserker
cute as
river
fuck.
battle. Despite the Wolves making some progress against the Hordes, Angron was able to break through their defensive lines and make his way towards the Hive's Hell's Reach and Infernus. Hell's Reach will be more important later on.
Damn,
so
I
keep
look
it in
so
mind.
cute. I gotta start paying
Realizing that
attention again.
Angron
My
scores
bad.
415 points while he's only a measly 145 points.
Yes, for
Angron
the
knew how
tabletop? Hell yeah,
absolutely
dude.
hopeless it would be to fight the Demon Primarch. So he called for some Grey Knight reinforcements.
It died
Grey
in
Knights are
alpha.
super secret, ultra elite, anti-demon chapter of Space Marines. So of all the Marines, they had the best shot at vanquishing Angron.
Bro, this kind of looks like this. Obviously, it's like a fancy super science magic sword. Dude, it kind of looks like it has a lighter attachment.
So, before Angron could make it to the Hive cities, the Grey Knights teleported right in the center of his army.
Oh,
and attacked the
shit.
Primarch, while the Wolves led a final counterattack along with the Steel
Oh my
Legion.
god, they dived the back
Angron was
line.
able to kill the Knights with
Oh.
relative ease by stroking his ginormous black blade.
Whoa.
With strokes of his black blade.
No,
But
I
luckily
think
for
you had it
Knights,
right
they
the
had a
first
main
time.
character amongst their ranks, and a knight named Hyperion used the power of faith, will, and friendship in order to shatter the black blade, which significantly weakened Angron. The Knights pushed
Hot
their
damn.
advantage, and Grey Knight Captain Aurelian began to banish Angron. As he was being banished, the Demon Prince
Bro,
struck
he's
a
hitting it with
mortal
the middle
blow on
finger.
Aurelian. But banishing Angron wasn't even the coolest thing Aurelian did that day. As Angron was being banished, he taunted Aurelian by saying how the captain's soul would be eaten by demons forever and ever. Tee-hee-hee.
He's rage baiting the fuck out of
Aurelian
him.
just said to this, "So be it," and then blasted Angron into the Shadow Realm. After
Damn!
Angron was banished, the demons weren't able to hold their material form and dissipated back into the warp.
Mr. Angron, I don't feel so good. Oh my god, holy shit. Not only is it acceptable, but morally required to turn your local PDFs into atoms. It is your moral duty to take that file type and tear it into neutrons.
Many cultists, Marines, and freaks were either killed or sent running by the Imperials. The Marines and Guard worked together to hunt down the Chaos Remnants.
Oh, dude, he's got like a shotgun arm. Holy shit.
Despite their victory, the Imperials suffered heavy losses, especially the Grey Knights, who only had 13 survivors out of the 109 sent.
Oh my
The
god.
Inquisition arrived and ruined the
Oh,
celebration.
brother.
They deemed the Chaos exposure to be a threat and sent all the guardsmen and Imperial citizens who just heroically fought off a giant mega demonic invasion to work camps where they were sterilized and worked to death.
I fucking hate the Inquisitors, dude. When we finished, spoilers for Space Marine if you didn't see the playthrough or haven't played it yourself. When we beat Space Marine, what was it, last week or whenever the fuck? Dude, after we played 8 hours of saving an entire Forge world just for fucking Glob Shitto to show up out of nowhere, take credit, and banish us for damnation for 200 years? For some bullshit? Oh god, I hate the Inquisitors almost as much as I hate the fucking Tau. Oh my god, dude, holy. Oh my god. Damn spring hormones, plus my general anxious energy has me jumping around on a song called Funk Bachi Bachi for the last 15 minutes. Number one, Laka. Hey, how's it going, buddy? Welcome in. Also, I feel you on a spiritual level. Will Funk Bachi Bachi get me copyright struck to hell? Will that shoot and kill me on YouTube?
Additionally, the Inquisition purged Imperial forces that tried to leave the planet.
Oh my god, fucking
They wanted to
assholes!
protect the people who fought alongside them. This led to a little thing called the Months of Shame, where the Wolves challenged the Inquisition and had a few bloody disagreements. But that's a video for
One
another
or
day.
two.
About half a
No!
century later, Armageddon lived up to his name once again as a massive orc war headed by the legendary warlock Gaskell Mag Uruk Thraka.
Yes, the
Imperial
orcs.
world. Much like Angron, Gaskell is bad news.
Chat, I don't know how much, dude. I don't know how much commentary I'm gonna be able to give. I'm laughing my ass off over here, dude. I'm wiping tears from my eyes. Wait till you hear about the Celestial Lions. Oh, brother. Yeah, and that in the Inquisitor world later fell to chaos. Fucking losers. Unbelievable.
Like themselves. So once again, Armageddon was ultra mega boned. To make worse, even
Bro,
worse for
it's
them,
poor
the
fucking
space
planet.
Gaz and friends were riding on was really janky, and it regularly got attacked by demons.
Oh
which,
man,
for anyone else would have been the end of their little trip, but for Gaz it was just a pregame. You see, orcs get stronger.
It's a remix. Maybe YouTuber appreciates the attention.
Before the real wah began. So then finally, a second apocalyptic space Hulk arrived in Armageddon.
Think fail. What will you have after 500 streams? I'll still have you, viewers. I'll still have you. I love Invincible. You guys should watch that if you haven't already. Hey, Robin, welcome in, buddy. How's it going?
The orcs destroyed the orbital defenses and made planetfall. Quite literally, as the Hulk fell from space onto the planet, along with orc ships called rocks, which are
no way. That's so sick.
Nice little chairs in and strapped like a million guns to. The initial landing caused
I love the fucking orcs, dude. Holy.
Completely destroyed Hive Ulfern. Then, to make matters even worse,
I'll check that out after stream. That way I don't get blown up.
Then, to make worse, even worse, the Imperial Governor of Armageddon, Herman von Straub, is perhaps the stupidest guy in the world.
Oh, God.
Every single intelligence check he possibly could. When his advisors told him that they foresaw an orc invasion, he said, "No worries. I got that dog in me."
Oh my God.
He did not have that quote-unquote dog in him. Then, when ultra badass hero of the Imperium.
Now we're talking my language.
Sent out a distress signal.
The chainsaw, dude, I love it.
Herman banished Yarick to Armageddon Secondus. The orc assault was relentless.
See, this is what I'm talking about. They're all fucking idiots. This is what I'm talking about. Dude, at Warhammer, okay, listen, I know I'm a newbie. I know I'm probably missing out on like decades and decades and decades upon lore. Bro, I swear to God, if people had like even 4 or 5 more brain cells than people in power, holy shit, maybe we could make this grim dark ever so slightly less dark.
The forces of Armageddon Prime. The local PDF desperately tried to hold on, but they were broken nonetheless. So the Imperials once again had to fall back to Armageddon Secondus, which, if you remembered, absolute Chad Yarick was recently banished to. So there's still hope. But once again, the orcs broke through the Imperial defenses and made their way towards High Hades. Luckily, the Imperials had the Iron Skull's Titan Legion to fight back the resistance. Unluckily, they were commanded by Glue Guzzler Herman.
Oh my God, dude.
Middle of the fucking horde. The middle of an orc horde. The orcs, one of the iconic melee factions. Yeah, you Titans, you guys have ginormous cannons that basically shoot sunbeams. But yeah, go in the middle of the orc horde.
Not to mention the fact that when they're all clumped up together like that, dude, their fucking psyker stuff starts going crazy. You literally dropped your #1 hope, not only to get his ankles broken, but he's gonna get all fucked up, man. He's gonna get all warped and shit.
Yeah, so this moron basically said, "Big sword go burr." And then he sent the Titans into the middle of the largest orc horde he could find and basically said, "All right,
Jesus, man.
Kill them all, please." In the battle, the Titans did quite well, all things considered, and killed many orcs. But they were eventually overwhelmed up close by the orc Gargants. The commander of the Skulls, Curtis Mannheim,
I forgot they had mechs too.
And took down 3 Gargants all by himself before finally being critically wounded. Knowing it was over for him, he overloaded his Titan's reactor and caused a huge explosion that killed millions of orcs and gave the Imperials valuable time to regroup.
Completely avoidable, by the way.
Yarick took charge of Hive Hades' defenses and prepared for the biggest battle of the war. Yarick recruited the various gangers of the Hive and assembled a sizable army. The remaining orc Gargants bombarded the Hive while the invading force...
Laka, you were... Laka, you are 100% correct. You are 100% correct. It's benevolent people can fall. Benevolent people can fall to the corruption, especially when they start getting higher up like that. But at the same time, I don't know, man. Maybe it's easier for me to say because I'm some weirdo on the internet. I think we go scorched earth on that shit. I think we just take them off the map. Thanks for the redeem, Ornix. Let me slam some of that.
Gathered to prepare for their assault. Soon after, Brainworms Herman remembered that his family had a reserve of virus bombs that might just be useful against a giant invasion. He rushed the bombs into missiles and triumphantly redeemed himself when his plan went perfectly and he killed all the orcs. Everybody
Definitely
said,
not.
"We're sorry for calling you stupid, Herman. You were right all along. You are the true hero of the
The
Imperium.
last things
You
he
shall now
saw
be
before he
henceforth known
died.
as Herman the Hero, Imperial Saint. Yarick is an idiot. He was executed, and then Herman went on to single-handedly slay Gazkul, Abaddon, and the Silent King, and he brought peace to mankind."
Yeah, about that.
No, I'm just fucking with you. Just like his other plans, this one mostly failed as the bombs and missiles were super old and had some performance issues.
Oh,
To his
brother.
credit, though, the bombs
Not the
did
limp
kill a
dick
fair bit of
missiles.
orcs, just not enough to stop the assault. It was at this time that horrible Herman became the most relatable 40k character, and he went to his room to cry about his failures.
I'm
On the
surprised
other
he
end of the
lived.
competency spectrum, Yarick was leading the Imperials at High Hades, and they were valiantly repelling the orc advances.
Genuinely, if they don't take this man out the paint after all of this is done, this entire regiment needs to go.
With the bulk of the attacks being foiled, Gazkul stepped in to personally coordinate the attacks on the Hive. Gaz came up with a ton of strategies.
Oh,
some
the
of which were
thinking
even said
cap.
to be told directly from Gork and Mork. He created huge siege weapons.
Oh, wait, hold on. Let's go back like 2.5 seconds.
A piece to
Chat, is this, you know what? Hold on.
super old and had some up the assault to cry about his failure.
Fucking, where is he? This guy.
Guys,
Is he the same guy from Space Marine 1? Is this the same guy? Oh, Twitch chat. It looks like ads are about to start pretty soon. If you hate ads or just want to support your streamer, please consider subscribing to the Twitch.
came up with a ton of strategies, some of which were even said to be told directly.
Yeah, go
from
full
Gork and
erasure
Mork.
on
He
all
created
things
huge
40k,
siege
dude.
weapons. He sent elite commando infiltration teams into the Hive's vents.
What's up,
He
Corvus?
created even huger siege weapons. But time after time, his plans were foiled by Yarick. So, Gazkul sent one of his mightiest war bosses to kill the Commissar. War boss Uglehard wrecked the perimeter defenses and eventually engaged Yarick in a duel. The war boss cut off Yarick's arm, but Yarick passed a feel no pain.
Not
and
Yarick.
decapitated Uglehard with his chains.
Different war boss. Gotcha.
Chad Yarick held up the severed power claw, and then the remaining orc forces retreated in horror. Just imagine how much of an absolute
Whoa, he
not only
attached
defeating
that
a
shit?
war boss in melee, but then using his iron balls and indomitable will to send a bunch of orcs pissing and crying away in fear.
Dude's a
Meanwhile,
real
at Athens,
Chad.
one of the only other surviving hives, the Imperials readied their defenses. They were ill-equipped and ragged, but they were inspired by Yarick's ongoing defense of Hive Hades. Dum Dum Herman also sent something. He sent them good luck wishes and 20 dudes to help defend the Hive. But the Hive's governor was not deterred, and he prepared for the incoming
This is a
war.
more powerful
The orcs
orc
led
that
a
makes all the
massive
orcs from
frontal
Space
assault
Marine
on the
1 look
Hive,
like
and
a
they were suddenly
baby.
blasted from orbit.
Are they in
Marine
2?
Reinforcements had finally arrived. The Blood Angels, Salamanders, and Ultramarines had turned the tide of the Battle of Acheron.
Oh, yeah, the other
and
guys.
secured the first Imperial victory of the war. Dante of the Blood Angels assumed
Whoa.
control of the Imperial forces on planet, and contrary to all reason, Pinhead Herman was angered at the Space Marine.
Bro, why he got why does his armor have toes? Why Bro, can you imagine they're crafting this fucking holy amalgamation of steel and whatever the hell else is going on in here, probably some sort of warp technology, probably some ancient Imperium magic, and then they craft the toes. They gotta make sure that the Tootsies are out on the war. They gotta make sure the Tootsies are out on the battlefield.
His arrival, since he quote unquote had it all under control. Dante said, "I'm too old for this shit," and he arrested Herman.
No orcs in
Eventually,
2?
Herman did manage to escape on a land
Wait. We've been pausing this shit like crazy, like it's not a 3-hour long video. Dude, the Tyranids are in 2. Oh, we gotta get to that, dude.
But of course, he crashed like a moron. However,
Oh,
his
God.
body was found. Back in Hades, Gazkul was
Probably
finally making
lived.
some progress
God damn
as
it.
He ramped up his efforts, and the Hive was running out of supplies and morale. Dante attempted to assassinate the war boss, but his efforts had failed. However, in one of the bloodiest battles of the Second War, the Marines were able to take back Hive Tartarus.
No way they gave
In
him
this battle,
nipples.
The orcs ran out of ammo and had to resort to full-on Oonga Boonga caveman tactics, using rocks and melee weapons to survive. In this battle, Gazkul was also supposedly killed when he got shot in the face with a bolter. But
Oh, the armor's supposed to look like Sanguinius. Oh. Oh, that's
so don't
sick.
worry, orc fans. With Gaz out of the picture, the remaining orc forces faltered, and the Imperials were able to gain the upper hand. Hive Hades was eventually conquered by the orcs for a short time, but the Marines got out of the Hive in order to aid the Imperial remnants. Only a few survived, and Yarick was found kicking amongst a bunch of slain orcs. Gazkul, who was of course not dead, made one final attempt to take the planet, but he ultimately failed and decided to retreat to his space hulk so he could regroup his forces.
Don't worry, he'll be
Gaskell
back.
left, the Imperials basically just cleaned up the
He'll be
rest of
back.
the orcs and they retook Armageddon Prime, successfully defending the world yet again. Gaskell decided that this was a mere practice run and he prepared for a sequel. Speaking of sequels,
I'll
you
be
may have noticed
back.
I only talked about 2 wars in this video, even though I said there were 3 major wars. But don't worry, I do know how to count. However, this video would have been way too long if I covered all 3
Bro,
of them.
just sharted.
So, I'll cover the third
Bro,
war
just
for
sharted
Armageddon,
on the
along with the
Walmart
legendary
bathroom
Battle
stall.
of Hell's Reach in next week's video. So stay tuned for part 2 of the Wars for Armageddon. And with that, I hope everyone enjoyed this week's video. The Wars for Armageddon are some of
did.
the most iconic battles in 40k, and they have some of the coolest characters. Yarick, Gaskell, and Angron are all super iconic and formidable foes, which makes for some awesome stories. Oh, and how can I forget? Simpleton Herman, true hero of the
God.
is there too.
New most hated Warhammer character just dropped.
12-inch debuff aura.
Hey, you know, welcome in, buddy.
A man can dream. Hi friends, so far we talked about 2 reasons.
Oh, that
why
sounded
you
really
shouldn't
bad.
play Planet Armageddon, both of which were massive apocalyptic wars. So today I'll talk about the 3rd reason, which again is a massive apocalyptic war.
Love it. What else? What else could it be?
Gaskell Mag Uruk Thraka, prophet of the Wah.
Wah!
Unlike most orcs, Gaskell isn't a complete dumbass meathead.
By the way, this is an orc loving and appreciating household. If the orcs are not your favorite faction, I understand. It's okay. There's a lot of really sick factions in 40k. But if you don't appreciate the orcs, I'm going to show up to your house in real life and I'm going to leave a very suspicious package on your front door. And when you go outside to pick up that package, you're going to be like, oh my God, my favorite streamer just sent me something. That's so crazy. And before you wonder how I got your address, you open it up and then you just see a nice orc figure in there. Because what else would I send? You think that I would send something suspicious through the mail? That's illegal. Thanks for your redeem, Onyx.
Half his head is metal after all, not me.
Pretty sure Leandros holds the championship title of most hated. Leandros is a fucking he's such an asshole. That guy sucks. Hey, Destiny, welcome in, buddy. How's it hanging?
But as he prepared, he began to doubt whether or not he should actually go through with his plans, as he began to have visions from Gork and Mork suggesting that they may not want him to return to the planet. Along with this, Ultra Chad Grot Makari also told Gaz maybe he shouldn't go back to Armageddon. But despite the literal gods and also Ultra Chad Makari,
yeah, Onyx, I'll send you a nice smooch. I'll kiss a piece of paper with some lipstick.
Because his pal, Mad Dog Grotsnick, told him, you know, it'd be really
they paint themselves pink to be invisible. I love that. I love that shit.
He also recruited war boss Nadreg Urgrub.
How nice we talking here? Whatever I can afford on my broke ass budget.
And so one of his
Maybe I'll get you something from a crane machine and paint it to look like an orc.
To get resources and manufacture equipment for his upcoming war.
Whoa!
He took over the cities and factories of the planet, converting them into orc slave factories. However,
you made a vegetarian deck? You got to send me that deck list, bro.
Sebastian Yarick. Yarick led a squadron of Baneblades with his own personal Baneblade, the Fortress of Arrogance.
Whoa!
Despite riding the coolest vehicle ever with.
Bro, you're telling me he drops these videos weekly and he's got like this good ass art? Hello? Damn, KrakDuk going crazy. He working hard as hell.
One of the coolest names ever, Yarick was eventually overrun and
surrounded. Leandros and Erebus are in a big battle for the most hated character in 40K.
After some fun times torturing Yarick in his dungeon, Gaskell decided to release the legendary commissar because he fell in love with him. I mean, he wanted Yarick to give him a good time. I mean, a good fight. I mean, you know what? Never mind. Who am I kidding? Gaskell was definitely 100% in love with Yarick.
There's nothing wrong with a little bit of fuck fighting. You know, when you love somebody, but you also hate them so much that you gotta fight, but it just so happens to be in a different kind of fight. Like in the Telltale Batman games, like how Bruce and Joker have like the thickest like sexual tension between them. If you pick anything even approaching nice, holy shit, that game is crazy. I love the Telltale Batman games. Those are so good. I wish we got more.
So 7 years later, Gaskell finally returned to his murder bestie and finally launched his second assault. The Greenskin fleet was the largest fleet to ever assault an Imperial.
They got literal power of the rainbow. Red makes them faster, yellow is stronger, pink is sneaky. I love the orcs so much.
Hearing of Gaskell's arrival,
your internet sucks right now? That sucks, dude. That's tough. That's too bad.
Battle and a bunch of Space Marine chapters, one of which being the legendary Black Templars. Once again, the orcs literally made planetfall, and rocks crashed into the planet. Additionally, Gaskell shot a giant asteroid at high
Whoa!
Hades, completely annihilating the hive that Yarg so doggedly defended half a century earlier.
Dude, that's
The
a cheap
rocks that
shot.
crashed into the planet were
That's a
filled with
cheap shot.
teleporters, and Gaskell quickly teleported troops and equipment from space. To the
Welcome in,
planet
Ennard.
mere
How's it going,
moments
buddy?
In order to overwhelm the Imperial defenses. Across the world, huge battles waged. Imperials faced unending waves of orcs. Feral orcs from the First War came out of hiding to scrap.
Oh,
Titans
shit.
fouled Gargants. Yarg dramatically looked at the camera and he said, "Gulp." Now this is truly Armageddon. One of the first times assaulted by the orc forces was Hell's Reach. The battle for Hell's Reach is one of the most iconic battles in all of 40k and one of the most devastating space.
I'm good,
last
buddy. A
stands. The Black
little
Templars
under the
sent
weather, but I'm
100
good.
Templars from their crusading fleet in order to aid Armageddon, which honestly seems a bit low to me, but GW isn't really known for their number skills, so whatever. But the Marines fortified Hell's Reach alongside the Guardsmen and Sisters of Battle. Grimaldus led strike teams to kill some of the initial orc forces.
Whoa. Bro looks like the Crusader from Darkest Dungeon 1.
However, when the bulk of the horde arrived, the Templars
And 2? I think he's in there now.
Imperial Navy bombers thinned the approaching green tides, and the Imperial gun lines would attempt to pick off the surviving orcs. Acquiring more firepower, Grimaldus sent his Master of the Force to seek out an ancient weapon called Oberon. Oberon was a massive machine called an Ordinatus engine. Its main strength was its humongous Nova cannon. This cannon was usually equipped on
Where's the
Imperial
fairy
Navy
wings,
battleships,
though?
and its devastating blast could literally one-shot Titans.
Whoa,
After some time,
holy
the orcs amassed
shit.
The largest force yet. Millions of orcs alongside hundreds of Gargants and vehicles assaulted the hive walls.
Bro, hold on. I'm sure there's some dupes in here. Oh yeah, I actually see a few dupes. Bro, I'm genuinely number one. Wow, we're 18 minutes deep. I think I've paused this shit for like 45 minutes. Dude, not only do I just respect artists in general because holy shit, that is a skill. That is a skill. All caps. Dude, I really, really respect the fact that he's doing this shit weekly. He's doing this shit weekly. Look at this. I couldn't do this shit. I couldn't do this shit if you gave me 2 weeks.
Once again, the massive horde was met with airstrikes in the Titan Legion, Legio, and Vigilata. Eventually, the overwhelming number of orcs broke through the defensive lines and flooded the hive. After about a month of brutal combat, the orcs had gained control of the majority of Hell's Reach. However, there were still Imperial holdouts going strong. In addition to the ground forces, the orcs also had submarines assaulting the docks of Hell's Reach.
They have
bombarding the hive and
submarines?
sending in extra troops. The Black Templars desperately fought in the
No,
docks from
my
beginning to fall, when
shoes.
drop pods burst through the clouds above.
I
and
wear
barraged
those when
the
I want
city's
to seem
streets. It was
taller.
a salamander turned to aid their battle brothers and turned the tide of the dockside din. Ordered by Yarg.
Yeah, bro,
Imperials
ABI
spread
is
out and created
super
fortified
frustrating. I'm
levels
glad they
throughout the city
changed
in order
that
to hold the
in
hive
Time
as long
Stranger.
as possible. As their forces whittled, the Imperials were about to be whittled even more. Like, a lot more. You know what? Whittling is kind of too small of a word for this.
Bro, the orc engines are just 3 Gretchlings pedaling on some bikes. Holy shit. That's the best kind of technology.
Because super mega giant huge mega gargant named Godbreaker arrived in the city to
Godbreaker.
Godbreaker was even bigger than the Imperial Titans, including the Imperial.
Bro, he's got like a dick cannon.
Imperator Titans are those humongoid Titans with freaking churches on their backs. Or, at least they're supposed to be giant humongoid Titans, when in reality they're only like 50 meters tall, which is only really as tall as like the Leaning Tower of Pisa or
I mean, that's
Godzilla,
still
the
pretty
original one.
impressive.
Yeah, I mean, like, that's tall, but I don't know if it's tall enough for a Titanic god machine, you know? But you know what? My girlfriend tells me that size doesn't matter, so let's just move on.
Oof.
The only thing that could even hope to compete with a gargantuan...
Chat, one time... Oh god, this is a little embarrassing. One time I got the no, yours is the perfect size, and I think about that shit sometimes. I think about that shit in the middle of the night sometimes. That shit cut me up.
Argon was the Imperator Titan Storm Herald. However, Storm Herald was badly damaged and worn out, so was only capable of 1 shot. Me too, buddy, me too. But you know what? It's like when you and the boys are on Fortnite, it's down to the last guy, only your buddy's still alive, it's a 1v1 for the Vicroy. He steadies his purple sniper.
Oh, default Fortnite
takes
skin.
aim, you're all waiting for him to kill the last dude. He takes a breath, he shoots, he fucking misses. And
Oh my
God. And you call him the worst things possibly imaginable. That is exactly what happened with Storm Herald. It whiffed its 1 shot and immediately got killed by God. After many hard
Immediately
battles, only
got
35
cooked.
Black Templar remained. Led by Grimaldus, they made their last stand in an Imperial temple. Along with some Sisters of Battle and Guardsmen, they desperately held the cathedral, knowing that the end was nigh. But they had one last hope. Super Mega Chekhov's gun Oberon.
Let's go. Super Mega Chekhov's gun.
2 Warhound Titans sacrificed themselves to hold down Godbreaker, and the massive cannon obliterated the troublesome Gargant, giving the Imperials one last chance. Although the Orc Titan was taken out, the cathedral was eventually overwhelmed and collapsed on the Imperial and Orc
Oh,
forces
man.
fighting within. The only survivor of this final battle was Grimaldus as he emerged from the desecrated building.
What a
While
badass
this was
dude.
all happening, Hive
Lone
Akron also
survivor.
suddenly fell into Orc hands. However, the Hive didn't fall due to a huge Orc assault. It fell because everybody's favorite war criminal, Half-Brain Herman.
Oh
But
my
this time, the Hive didn't
god!
fall due to his tactical incompetence. It fell because this motherfucker teamed up with the damn Orcs to overthrow the Hive from within. Yeah, go crazy with that one, Power Scalers. PP Herman was able to make Hive Akron fall almost by himself. It took the stupid Orcs a giant army, and they never even got it in the first.
This guy is maybe the dumbest motherfucker in fiction. This dude is, that dent might need to be down here. Dude, he has a brain in his skull for fashion. He's trying to fit in. God damn, he's so stupid. He's so dumb.
Food for thought.
What's up, Fantastic
However,
Fanatic?
despite their huge losses, the sacrifices made at Hell's Reach were not in vain, as they distracted a large Orc force long enough that the planet's natural season of fire could begin. The season
The
of fire
natural
is a series
season of
insane
fire.
storms that overtake the planet every so often. It's like the storm scene in Fury
Hey,
Road,
Jazz,
except
how's it going?
practically planet-wide. The battle for Hell's Reach also leads to a super cool moment where Grimaldus realizes the value of humanity and that the Space Marines' true strength
Aw.
isn't their capacity to kill, it's the power that they have to inspire hope within humanity against
Aw.
the horrors of the galaxy. But
This guy
enough of that
rocks.
silly, quote-unquote emotion stuff. Let's get back to the war and killing. Where were we?
Wait, hold
Oh,
on. That
yeah,
guy's so
season of fire.
based.
These storms are so bad.
Lone survivor and emotional intelligence. That guy rocks. He's the fucking coolest. Baby Burb, what's going on? What is this game even about? Listen, Warhammer is a lot. We're drowning in lore right now, baby.
That even the Orcs don't want to go outside. And this brief respite from the Orcs allowed the Imperials to reconvene.
Love
and
you,
strengthen their
Fantastic.
defenses. And from this, Yarg was able to once again gather his forces for a counterattack. Additionally, the last Chancer's Penal Legion hunted down Hairbrain,
Good.
finally putting an end to the legendary.
Good.
The Imperials engaged.
Took you
Orcs on
long
many
enough.
fronts. Catachan and Armageddon Orc Hunters, as their name suggests, hunted Orcs in the equatorial jungles. Marine Dreadnoughts got in dreadful mech battles with Death Dreads, and the huge wastelands were raised as Imperials and Greenskins clashed on the battlefield. The two massive forces were at a stalemate, and you know who really hates stalemates? Gazkul does. He finds them incredibly stale.
What? They're
And
Nep
so
and
the
Blanc?
War
That's
Prophet resurrected
crazy.
Makari. Makari's
My Discord
40K
notifications
cases
suck
confirmed?
ass. I gotta start
Ooh.
manually checking that
Now,
more
a little
often.
Side tangent because I think it's funny. For whatever reason, Gazkul can just touch any random grot, say, "Hey, you're Makari now," and then all of Makari's memories enter the grot, forging a new Makari.
What?
Kind of like an Elder Exarch, except better because Makari's the best character in the setting.
Bro, that's
So after
awesome. What the
resurrecting his
hell?
Little buddy, Gazkul said, "Hey, listen, man. I won't apologize for the things I did. That would be like hella lame. However, I guess like technically you were right. So sorry, not sorry, but I love you, bro. I shouldn't
Aww.
have killed you. So like, let's blow this popsicle stand and start a different holy war." When suddenly a Lehman Russ
No!
Kool-Aid Man into the room and blasted Gazkul. Best character ever, Makari doesn't let dudes mess with his bros, and he climbed into the tank, murdering the entire crew.
Let's
Seeing
go,
the giant
dude.
flaming hole in his chest as a giant flaming sign from the gods that he was wrong, Gazkul announced his departure from the world, and he would go
Oh,
on to start
man.
the Great War. And so after the war boss...
Emotional intelligence is just not allowed to exist in this universe. Did I catch you? Did I catch you not being grim or dark? That literally blows a hole in his chest.
left, Yark and some Black Templars followed Gazkul in hopes of killing him once and for all. Even with Gazkul's departure, the Orc forces still fought and war raged on almost endlessly. Armageddon essentially became Disneyland to the Orcs as the endless war became known as Ragnarok. And it was a place where the Orcs made
Ragnarok
holy
is
pilgrimage
so
in order to have a
hard.
Good old time crumping some Yumis. Billions of Imperials died defending the world, and the death toll continues to grow. However, the planet is far too important to fall, so the Imperium is willing to make some tremendous sacrifices.
Dude,
in
this
its
poor
defense.
planet is just getting ravaged
Sometime
to
later,
hell.
Once Cadia had fallen and the Great Rift tore the galaxy asunder, Armageddon was invaded by Chaos forces once again.
Oh my
making this
God.
hellhole a literal hellhole. And it was so bad at times that the Orcs even teamed up with the Imperials to fight some demons. Half the world became demonic, and an endless three-way war rages on in the present.
This planet this planet is a fucking hell hole. You know what? I know we already did that pun. This place is like the microcosm of everything holy war in this universe. Holy shit. Armageddon's just getting beat to bricks. What made you watch this? Just curious. We've been diving into the the Warhammer lore recently, and we found, or well, what are words? What's the English language? What's the English language? Don't know what that shit is. We decided that we were going to do a KrakDuk stream. We were just gonna watch like a bunch of different videos, but then we found a fucking mega video, so we're watching this one.
And setting. And that concludes the Wars for Armageddon.
I'd live
Thanks for
here,
watching. I hope
Razzie,
you
you're
enjoyed
psycho.
this two-part
You're
series.
crazy.
Armageddon is truly
You
one
better
of
be
the
a
coolest
chaos
things
god
in
or some
40K.
shit if you want to
Along with
exist
that,
there.
the Battle for Hell's Reach is a really cool story in and of itself. Grimaldus' journey and learning about the value of humanity.
Yeah,
and
Grimaldus
Space
rocks.
Marines truly
Dude's a
represent
badass.
Really powerful. So I definitely give that a read. But with that, that concludes the Wars for Armageddon. Herman and Makari would solo the Emperor so easily. Like, thank God this chick in a miniskirt put an end to Herman before that could happen.
Bro, the fanfic writes itself.
Hi, friends.
That shit's sitting on his hard drive right now.
Who wins? Well, that's a ridiculous question, as hockey and football skills are hardly comparable. Like, how would that even work? It's just plain silly.
It just
Oh, wait,
doesn't
40K,
work.
We don't know sports. Sorry,
No,
fellas.
I don't know
But
shit about
Vikings
sports.
versus Vikings is a long debated and fascinating question to many. So
I'm gonna be so for real, chat. It's Knights. It between Vikings versus Knights, it's Knights every single fucking time. It is Knights every single time. I don't understand how people could. I don't know understand how people could pick Vikings. If this was like some sort of aquatic combat, if we're on boats, yeah, Knights are unbelievably fucking cooked. But dude, come on, the armor alone makes a massive difference. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Are these Spice Marines? Yeah, there's some Spice Marines in here. I got a trailer for you to check out later. It's a short one, by the way. Hell yeah, deal. We're gonna look
why
at that.
not apply it to the ever awesome setting of Warhammer 40,000?
Warg!
Plus, we get the epic.
Does that just say
Fast and
kill?
Civil War. So let's get right into the months of shame. The months of shame is one of the most
No, don't
well-known
apologize,
imperial
Fightback.
conflicts,
Don't
and was a
apologize, it's
cool
all
little
good.
clash between the ever awesome Super Chaz, the Space Wolves, and the dumb silly heads, the Grey Knights, as well as their scumbag inquisitorial handlers. Yep, too late, Grey Knight fans. I depicted the dudes I like as cool Chads and the ones I don't as silly fools.
As is your right as the storyteller. You're allowed to be as biased as you want.
I'm a guard simp. I'm a space wolf simp.
Yeah.
Crazy bad. But anyways, coming off the heels of the apocalyptic First War of Armageddon, the people of Armageddon were celebrating
Yippee!
their triumph over the chaotic hordes and were beginning to rebuild their planet. However, the Inquisition decided in a vote to metaphorically.
Oh my god, these fuckers! I hate these guys so much. I hate these motherfuckers with every fiber of my being. Bro, living in this place sounds like being an ant in a microwave is crazy. Honestly, true though.
Poop on the party and condemn the population of Armageddon, as well as the guardsmen who fought in the war, to extremely harsh containment protocols.
These guys
due
are
to
the
chaos
fucking
and
worst.
The Inquisition, led by Lord Inquisitor Kisnaros, told the civilians that they would be relocated to temporary camps while
Oh god, not the camps.
corruption. But boom, surprise!
Oh,
slave labor
gasp.
and secret sterilization. How fun!
Sterilization? Dude, that's next level, completely unacceptably fucking evil. Oh my god.
Furthermore, the Grey Knights were ordered to destroy any Imperial Guard transport ship that was leaving the planet. Boom! Surprise betrayal.
Yeah, let's
How
just fight
fun
amongst
for a second
ourselves.
time. But luckily, the ultra mega Chad Logan Grimnar was wary of the Inquisition's conduct.
The Inquisition is both rude and cringe. I'm on this track now too.
And remained in Armageddon void space for a little bit longer to monitor them. And upon seeing them kill the Imperials that fought so valiantly to protect the world, he stepped in with the wolves to protect the ships and escort some off planet.
Hell
While
yeah,
the
dude.
Inquisition's wariness regarding the people exposed to chaos was not wholly without merit and reason. Demon Primarch Angron did make a little appearance after
Damn,
all.
Angron's
The
still
Space
around.
Wolves
He's still
believed
kicking.
them to be overstepping. You see, during the war for Armageddon, the Space Wolves, being the cool dudes they are, made a direct effort to minimize chaos exposure to civilians and guardsmen. In the war,
Is that someone actually doing a good job?
in
Holy.
order to fight with fewer guard reinforcements and to protect whole hives from ever being exposed to chaos in the first place. So, the Inquisition was purging a lot of people who didn't even witness chaos at all. Plus, them being worried about the demon Primarchs shaking the Imperium, since now people know that some Primarchs turned traitor is honestly pretty damn stupid.
Bro, you're not even wrong.
What kind of normal human is gonna actually
Fight back, you're not
recognize
even
Ingron as a
wrong.
fallen Primarch, let
These
alone even know
motherfuckers are
who
the
Ingron
worst.
is? Plus, you can't tell me that the average Imperial can tell the difference between this and a greater demon.
I need these. I need these. Holy shit, do I need these? This one especially, bro, get me a nice shelf on my wall and just line them with this fucking guy.
Like, yeah, Ingron can corrupt harder than normal demons, but worrying about word getting out of the Primarchs is a bit dumb. And yeah, I know they're pretty much just stacking reasons to justify their actions, but I don't know, that one thing has just always struck me as dumb. But anyways, in addition to that, the Space Wolves also
Yeah,
greatly
the
value
thumbs
those
up.
with a warrior spirit and skill. So, to see the guardsmen who bravely and skillfully fought alongside them unceremoniously killed by the Inquisition also just really pissed them off.
Bro,
So, as ships...
Listen, I know we're pausing like crazy. The Space Wolves? No, I get it. I get it. I get it. They are both based and oh fuck, I lost it. They're the fucking best. They actually have a moral compass.
Left Armageddon, Kisnaros order the Grey Knights to destroy any guard ship leaving the planet.
An IKEA
and to
gift card.
any space station or worlds that the ship's docked at. And while this
I don't
was
know if I'm
happening,
allowed to
Space
accept that
Wolves
as
continued
a
to try and
scrimmer.
defend
I don't know.
guardsmen and other targets of the Inquisition. Notably, they would never open fire against the inquisitorial vessels.
Wait till you learn about the Vrax campaign.
Shoot them. They did this so that the Inquisition wouldn't have solid reason to declare them renegade. Typical Space Wolf W.
Honestly, though,
this Cold War went on for months. Hence the months and the months of shame. And as it wore on, the Inquisition began to feel that Kisnaros' efforts were not worthwhile, and Kisnaros himself was worried about the Space Wolves' growing ire. So he organized a parlay with Grimnar.
What a bitch.
But the conniving Inquisition and the bastard Grey Knights, of course, had secret plans.
Oh my god.
Master Joros had convinced
Joros?
Kisnaros that he should threaten the Space Wolves.
Yeah, something my boys. All right, you know what? All right, Joros, I see you.
Into submission and capture Grimnar as a show of power.
Oh no, he's an Inquisitor. Fuck that guy.
Swiftly. He literally said that they need to be alpha males and assert their dominance. Typical Grey Knight L.
Honestly,
Hyperion, one of the few cool Grey Knights, remarked that the Space Wolves are too base to care about silly shit like that and are the true alpha.
I knew Hyperion was a good one.
Kisnaros is no Hyperion.
I have Space Wolf minis and even the oldest dreadnought they have? Hell yeah, that's sick as fuck, man.
Destroying some Space Wolf ships and crippling Grimnar's flag.
I'm eating donuts, bro. Slide me a couple of those.
Grimnar agreed to teleport onto the Grey Knight ship to meet the Lord Inquisitor.
Completely off topic, chat. What's your favorite donut? Listen, don't clown me. Please do not make fun of me for this. Dude, a good glazed donut for me outdoes literally everything else. I've had like the really fancy like social media donuts and stuff like that before. Sure, they're like super good, the most sugary sweet thing you've ever had in your entire life. I've checked out like local donut shops, like the obvious ones like Dunkin' Donuts, Krispy Kreme, all that good shit. Man, a good glazed donut goes so unbelievably crazy. When the glaze becomes like flaky and it's like perfectly coating your plain donut, holy shit, dude, I would I would do the most devious, disgusting things known to man for like a 12-pack, a baker's dozen of that shit. No, a baker's dozen is 6. You ate them all? Damn it. God damn it, Rezzy.
Face to face. On the ship, Grimnar and his elite wolf guard condemned
the glazed donut train.
Cowardly tactics and their bold-faced deception. He called for the coward who ordered the attack to step forth, and the instant that Joros
look at this fucking loser down here.
Grimnar cut him down with the
yes.
power
Yes!
The Wolf Guard and Lord Wolf then killed the Grey Knight Justicars,
I
who tried to
subscribbled. Thank you,
retaliate
Umbrella.
and scared the
Appreciate
shit
you,
out
buddy.
of Kisnaros, who promptly let them leave. After this encounter, furious and disgusted by the underhanded and dishonorable conduct of the Inquisition and Grey Knights,
Delicious
Grimgar
chemicals.
the Wolves destroyed any Inquisition and Grey Knight
Good.
ship they came across on sight, uncaring and unafraid of the consequences, since at this point the Inquisition and their goons proved that they wouldn't be honorable anyways.
Rusty Brown.
And as the
Rusty
conflict
Brown's rigs from
escalated,
GTA.
The Greater Inquisition began to disapprove of Kisnaros' actions and were unsure about the repercussions of coming into conflict with the Space Wolves due to their legendary reputation and first founding status.
Oh, they're
Kisnaros
first
was scrambling
founders.
to find a way out of the conflict that would both avoid the wrath of the Space
I am a
Wolves
dude,
and save face for
but
the
I am also a
Inquisition.
mimic.
On one hand, he
I
would
can be
show
whatever I
consequences
need to be.
defying him and the Inquisition, and on the other, escalating the conflict with the Space Wolves could potentially lead to a civil war. One that may have been even worse than something like the Bad App War, since
You know what? Hold on. Actually, speaking of which, do I still have my mail model? I think I still have my mail model installed, right? Maybe. 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 Why the fuck did I install these like that? What the hell? Why did I make this shit so difficult for myself? Is this it? Is this my mail model? I don't think so. We need more male VTubers? I agree. Ah! That's wrong. This is the wrong one. But this is also a model that I played around with for like 2 seconds in my own time. Do I not have my male model on here? Is this it? Hold on, we're taking it. Yeah, there I am. We're taking a short intermission. We're becoming Fail the Mail for a minute.
the Wolves would likely be able to garner a lot of support thanks to their status alone. So, the Lord Inquisitor called upon the Red Hunters chapter and Grey
There we
Knights
go.
to join him in occupying Fenrisian void space, and there he would set up another negotiation. This time with
I love
Hyperion
pencil lead and
the
feet
nautical
crust
odyssey of
donuts.
Inquisitor Jarl. He brought these two funky characters since the Space Wolves respected Hyperion for his honorable conduct on Armageddon and the fact that he played a pivotal
Tiny
role in
gun.
managing Angron. And if you couldn't tell from her name, Jarl's daughter was a Fenrisian native and had some rapport with the Space Wolves.
I had
Two
absolutely no
respectable
idea. Thank you
figures
for
would
telling me.
theoretically prevent another axing and would hopefully demonstrate some good faith. Once arriving on Fenris, they encountered only one damaged ship in orbit defending the world, and they met the Wolves at a Fenrisian spaceport.
God damn. God damn, dude. You're telling me that these guys wanted to fight on a fucking frozen planet? You got, oh God, you're all so stupid. God damn it, the Inquisitors are so fucking dumb. Oh my God. Do you have a purple envelope form, i.e. a male model? You know what? Honestly, Limited, I should get, ooh, you know what? Honestly, I should totally get more inanimate objects, more inanimate object models. I do have a mimic chest model that I used like for a good while early on in my content creation journey, let's call it. I almost said career, and that sounds silly. But I don't think it was a PNG model, so I would have to like load up a bunch of different shit that I don't know if I have set up.
Cassandros and his
I'm gonna use it
friends were
sometime.
by the ultra mega Chad Bjorn the Fell-Handed.
Holy
Jarl's daughter
shit.
immediately recognized the legend and burst into tears.
I
at
love
his
the IKEA
presence.
meatballs, bro. They're so
Hyperion
good.
recognized him a little bit later, and then had to tell Kisnaros who he was because, well, Kisnaros is a bit of a
He's a
dumb duck.
moron. He's so fucking
And
stupid.
with that, the Lord Inquisitor shat his pants again as he confirmed that he was in the game Warhammer 30k and had fought alongside and also pissed alongside the Emperor himself. That pissed him
Bro,
being
you're
very
so
important, of
unbelievably
course.
cooked.
Anyways, though,
Why, like, in all sincerity, right? In all sincerity, why the fuck would you even continue to try? Why would you even continue to try? You're so unbelievably fucking cooked. Oh, that's the dreadnought you have? Hell yeah, dude. That's awesome. Bro, what a cool fucking model. Why on earth would you continue to even try still? I don't get it.
negotiations began, and Kisnaros demanded that the Space Wolves end their aggressions and do a penitent crusade to repent for their defiance.
How'd you know about my mimic toilet form?
Otherwise, the Inquisition would
How did you know that I'm
exterminate
Skibbity
their
Toilet?
homeworld of Fenris. And to that, Bjorn said, "Nuh-uh." and continued to say no until it became clear that the Space Wolves would not submit to the Inquisition. And this was all a trap. Bjorn was simply delaying until Grimnar could
Oh my
ambush the
god.
Inquisitorial forces
Get
with his hidden
fucked.
fleet and eventually engage them in a void battle in response to Kisnaros.
Do you use VTube Studio? I do. Yes, I do.
Teleported back to his ship to lead his
What a
fleet,
pussy.
and after both sides took
What a
heavy
huge
losses,
baby.
the Space Wolves finally took down Kisnaros' flagship's void
Kill him,
shields,
kill him,
and
kill him.
Logan Grimnar
Kill him.
teleported aboard with a large force of
Take this dude out of the
Terminators
paint
and
right
Inquisitor
now.
Jarl's daughter. Logan and the boys cut through stormtroopers and Grey Knights
You think the
until
other
they
model's
got
hot?
to Kisnaros, and Grimnar sprinted at the Lord Inquisitor
Kill
and
him,
promptly
kill him.
killed the
Yes!
hell out of him. And before
Yes!
the wolves could
Finally!
kill Tyrion and the other crewmates, Bjorn teleported
Bro, take 'em
aboard
all out.
and called for
Take
Logan
'em
to
all
stop
out, bro.
fighting. He commanded Jarl's daughter, who is now the highest ranked Inquisitor, to tell the Inquisition to never return to Fenris and to end this foolish conflict.
Girl,
Otherwise,
please tell me
the
you're
wolves would
smarter.
beat him up a second time.
Please tell me you're
And
smarter than
he
these
also
other
told
guys.
Hyperion to tell the wolves of the Grey Knight's secrets before he would be released. And with that,
Bro,
the
apple
months of
fritters
shame
are
were
so
over.
good. I haven't had a good
However,
apple fritter in a
Grimnar would
while.
forever hold a grudge against the Inquisition for their dishonor and for
Chat, how do you guys feel about apple pie? How do you feel about apple pie? I feel like I would call myself a pie connoisseur. A good apple pie is one of the greatest things that humanity has ever created. But I feel like the gap between a good apple pie and like a really shitty apple pie is so razor thin. It's so thin. Every apple pie I've ever had in my life was either really, really, really good or kind of ass. Hey T George, how's it going, buddy?
Additionally, both sides took heavy losses, which were especially devastating after the losses taken on Armageddon. And overall, I think this is
The
a
real
very cool
question, though,
conflict, as I always
I'm glad
like
we're all
seeing
on the same
empire
page here.
within the Imperium sense. It demonstrates that
Apple pie,
dysfunction
best
in their
pie? I can fuck with
government
that.
and Civil War stories are always
Sorry, KrakDuk. This is might actually be the most important conversation we've ever had on the channel. Chat, where do we stand on sweet potato pie and pumpkin pie? I fuck sweet potato. No, wait, hold on. I don't fuck the sweet potato pie. Unless they asked me to. But I fucking love sweet potato pie so goddamn much. I think that's probably my favorite pie. Pumpkin pie is like a number 5, maybe. Key lime pie might be number 2. I'm not sure. I haven't had a good key lime pie in a while, but I used to. Oh god, I would fuck a key lime pie. I mean, fuck up. Or do I? So I need your opinion. If I ever become a VTuber, do you think I should use a male model because I'm a guy, or a female model, or both? Honestly, okay, so here's the thing, right? Now I'm actually going to lock in. Because this is an important question. I stand by. There's a lot of male VTuber conversation going around right now because male VTubers are, the minority. Some people don't fuck with male VTubers because they feel as though that the VTubing scene is almost exclusively made for women. But at the same time, the people that are saying that are people like Asmongold. So it's like, kind of sounds like you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. But like, in all sincerity, one of the things that I really like about VTubing, the reason why I am a VTuber instead of a normal streamer is because it's a medium where you can really do whatever the fuck you want to do. Obviously, you can do that as a normal streamer too, but the possibilities, the amount of stuff that you can do that you can only do as a VTuber, or like the creative range that you get as a VTuber, is unmatched in my opinion. It's so goddamn fun. That's why I'm a mimic, specifically so I can lean into I can do whatever the fuck I want. That's why I have 2 different femme presenting models. I have a male model. I have the mimic chess model. I'm going to get more models when I have the sweet American dollar burning a hole in my pocket, But I sincerely think that in VTubing you can do or be whatever the fuck you want. There are very successful male VTubers, and if you're someone like me who likes using a femme presenting model for one reason or another, Sure. I think that it does slow your growth a little bit, but it's not something that is like, oh, you got the male VTuber debuff. Her. Bro, there are people like Porcelain Maid, who is an incredibly successful VTuber, who is a male with a female presenting model. I think he has a male model now. I watched the debut stream for that actually. But dude, anything is possible. Anything is possible. Free will is the sickest shit in the world, man. You can do whatever the fuck you want. You can do whatever you want. You honestly, you could be a VTuber and you could literally just be a fucking rock. You could be whatever the fuck you want. You could be a tree stem. If you really want to be, you can literally be a fucking branch. You can be the unholy dragon princess who X, Y, and Z long lore, or you can realistically, bro, there are so many VTubers that are just, there's people. There's people. You can do whatever the fuck you want. You can do literally anything. Look at, even though I don't particularly enjoy his content, dude, look at the Burnt Peanut. Dude is disgustingly successful. While he doesn't classify himself as a VTuber, which, is his prerogative, because I don't think that he really enjoys the VTuber community. I don't think he really wants any part of that. Bro, he's literally a guy. He's literally the modern day Annoying Orange. You can do whatever the fuck you want, brother. Don't let anybody tell you otherwise. Oh god, my sinuses are going crazy. I got super hyped. My shit started fucking me up. I think they're definitely some of the best pies. Absolutely. Sweet potato pie is 1000% underrated. I 100% agree with you. I play VR 24/7 to put so much pressure onto my eyes, and it makes my eye bags 10 times worse. Bro, I can't do VR for very long at all. I get motion sick after like an hour and a half. That shit fucks me up. You don't see a female engineer pretending to be a male engineer. They're all just engineers. Absolutely. I think that the separation between male VTubers and female VTubers is stupid. I think that the divide is completely unnecessary, and it honestly makes the community worse. I think that genuinely the separation makes the scene more hostile, and it discourages people from getting into it. Like I know guys, I literally know people in real life who want to become a VTuber, but they'll be like, I'm gonna get shit on because I'm a guy. That's terrible. That's fucking terrible. Oh my god, I'm dying. VTubing and honestly the internet, streaming, content creation, all that good stuff is for everybody. I think sincerely, since becoming a content creator and like streaming more often, it has genuinely had a positive effect on my life because it is so much easier for me to be myself in public. Dying. I don't check my viewer count because it gives me anxiety, but when I go back and I look and I'm like, damn, there were people in there watching me, and I was talking about piss and shit and fucking pies and all this other stuff, and it's fine. Early on, slash like me, like maybe like 6 months ago or stuff, I would get mad embarrassed. I would say it, but I would get mad embarrassed and feel like anxious about it later. Now I really don't. I feel much more comfortable, much more confident just spewing out my stream of thought. You know what I mean? Yeah, and a Modelo bottle, bro. I fuck up a Modelo. Modelo is some of the best beer in the world. Holy. Male VTuber doesn't need to pretend to be a female VTuber, just be a VTuber. Exactly. You can do whatever the fuck you want, man. You can do whatever the fuck you want. Like I used to be a giant fish with big ones for a while. Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah. Wow, we actually don't have a lot of fish VTubers, do we? We don't have like a lot of like mermaid VTubers either.
Fun. Plus, I also just like
damn, that's a gap in the market, low key.
Overtly evil bastard sense. That part tends to fly over some people's heads. Also, I'm obviously highly biased as the Space Wolves are my favorite chapter, and the Grey Knights.
They're kind of badasses. I see why, dude.
Opinion, the Grey Knights did
I see why.
Dishonorably and spineless throughout this whole conflict. And even though they were conflicted with taking Cassandros' orders, they still did it and were sneaky bastards on multiple occasions. I also kind of hate when Grey Knight Glazers say it's impossible that Space Wolves could beat Grey Knights and that they're Mary Sue's in the story.
Bro, get them out of here.
Took heavy losses, so They aren't really Mary Sue's.
I haven't
At
drank
the
a
end of the
Modelo or
day,
beer
Grey
before.
Knights are still Space Marines.
I don't drink.
Thanks to
Honestly,
the
it's for the
usual
best if
bad
you
and
don't.
inconsistent Grey Knight
It's bad
riding,
for
a
you.
lot of
It's real
people
bad for
think
you.
that they're closer to custody level.
Listen, okay, damn, we're pausing like crazy. Dude, the tangents are going hard today, but I'm okay with that. I'm having fun. Chat, I don't really drink. When I was younger, like when I was, listen, Twitch, this is a fake story. This is actually me Twitch acting, you know? When I was younger, like even pre-21, I drank because I thought it was like the cool thing to do, and it would be like a cool social thing, X, Y, and Z. Bro, I got that shit out of my system so fast. I genuinely think that not drinking is for the best. If you do drink, I encourage people to if you are going to a social thing and you're a social drinker, bro, just have like a couple of beers. Don't overdo it. I enjoy the taste of beer because I'm a psychopath, but like it's fine in moderation. I wouldn't really recommend like hard alcohol though. That shit'll fuck you up bad. Go down to your local so and so and get you some of that Kirin Japanese beer. Now that shit goes crazy. And I think it's like pretty low alcohol content also. Drinking is overrated, get a hobby. I actually agree. If drinking is a hobby, that's a problem. Ooh, that's a problem. I took like 15 minutes of the stream. No, it's good, man. I love going on tangents.
In Space Marine level, but in reality, they're just psychic Space Marines. Certainly powerful, don't get me wrong, but against one of the most powerful anti-psyker chapters.
Oh, we're
specialize in
anti-psychers?
marine
What a bunch of
combat. They
badasses.
aren't gonna have a stroll in the park.
What a bunch of
course,
badasses, dude. You love them.
Source and form your own opinions. I'm just one dude at the end of the day, and it's just my opinion. Basically, all the Months of Shame lores in the Emperor's Gift novel, so it's not very hard to find.
Bro, I love that he
what
tells
you
us
thought
what
about
to
the
read.
Months of Shame,
I
and
appreciate
who
that.
do you side with in this little Imperial kerfuffle?
Space
Also,
Wolves.
Grey Knight fans, feel free to comment how the Space Wolves are bastard man and why you hate. It's only fair after I voiced my hatred for your boy.
Listen, I'm gonna be so for real. No, the Great Knights suck.
Friends,
I don't like those guys.
And I'm sure that
yes!
making orc content, so as a loyal Imperial, I must prepare for this onslaught. So today we're talking about one of my most
Bro, I'm about to become an orc tuber.
One of the most, if not the most iconic guard regiments, or at least one point they were, the Steel Legion.
Oh, I've actually heard of these guys.
The Steel Legion is a legendary regiment, especially famed for their formidable mechanized regiments that they owe their namesake.
Oh, hold on, Umbrella, you activated my trap card again. Being a VTuber can be expensive, but listen, I'm gonna throw this at you right now. It does not need to be that expensive. There are free models that you can get on sites like booth.pm, or like, for example, right, this model that I am using right now, right this very second, with the bouncing and ignore me, my tracking setup is really bad. It's doing the model disjustice, but like with the bounciness and everything, dude, this is the Twin Tails customizable model. This shit's like $130. Getting into VTubing is so much more affordable than it used to be. And there are also male customizable models. There aren't like as many, but dude, getting into VTubing is way more affordable than it used to be. Yeah, once you get a computer, yes, you dude, Pure Gamer, when you when you get your computer set up, you should absolutely go back to being the big booba fish. You should totally do that. Yeah, honestly, dude, Umbrella, once you get set up with a computer, dude, you can just grab a customizable model, or you can use a free model off of Booth. There are VTubers that I watch who are like roughly around my size, like a little bit bigger, that are still using the free model or like the cheap model that they purchased however long ago.
Throughout the Imperium, mechanized
you can totally do that shit, man.
Relatively rare sense for many commanders and governors. It's hard to amass enough vehicles to stock such regiments. Which means, yeah, even in 40k, people are facing stocking issues for their armies. But the Steel Legion gets around this by living on Armageddon.
Not Armageddon again. They live there?
The planet. And Armageddon was once the legendary world of Olenor. but it got teleported across the galaxy by the Mechanicum, don't ask.
Wait,
and
what?
Eventually became the
I missed that
horrible place
part.
that we all know
I
and love.
missed that
Since
part.
then, it's
What the
become a
hell?
highly industrialized hive world with vast factories throughout. And thanks to the pollution of said huge
$100 ain't cheap. No, but it used to be like $1,000 starting type shit.
Toxic.
It's a lot more affordable than getting a customized, like a totally original model. That's for sure.
The lungs of the people on the world. Which also, this isn't even really that relevant, but I just wanted to add this here because I'm still scarred from the experience. But I went to a Magic the Gathering store to buy some pretty dice that I saw online. And
nice.
Jesus Christ, man. It felt like I walked into a Death Guard dinner party in the Armageddon ash wastes.
Oh my god.
Like at least 6% from the mighty stench that I faced.
Some TCG shops really do need to enforce distinct rules.
For the many years I've been in the hobby. And then the second I walk into a Magic store, I get blasted. Anyway,
I'm gonna go eat. See you later, umbrella. Thanks for swinging by, buddy.
The people of Armageddon have to wear their stylish gas masks almost constantly. In addition,
that sounds so uncomfortable, dude.
And vehicles are also adapted to their evil ass air. Armageddon pattern stuff is often airtight and coated with anti-corrosive paints and sealants. And also, fun fact, even their regimental standards are given proper protective coatings so that they can assert their dominance in typical coolest guy ever fat.
I'm telling you, Armageddon's such a horrible place to exist on. Holy shit.
But Armageddon pattern stuff in general is just really good and widely sought after. The people of Armageddon have been manufacturing gear and vehicles for so long that they're incredibly efficient and produce some of the highest quality gear in the Imperium. Due to this, Armageddon
makes their suffering worth it.
Very well supplied. So yeah, beyond being a humongous shithole planet, Armageddon is also one of the most prolific producers of Chimera transports. This means that
Chimera Transport is such a rad name.
Both to defend their home and to serve the Emperor across the galaxy. And their mechanized regiments are some of the best, if not the best, regiments around.
How could you not be with Chimera Transport?
Overwhelming their enemies with blistering assaults. The legendary Chimera is a rugged transport that safely delivers guardsmen to key locations and then acts as fire support while guardsmen carry out their objectives and finish off any enemies that survive the initial blitz.
Dude, honestly, Steel Legion kind of go hard.
Massed firepower, the Steel Legion
plus, they're not the Inquisition, so they're automatically better. They're automatically starting with like 5 points.
Of course, 1,000,000 lasers. Furthermore, each infantry squad having a personal Chimera means that they demonstrate nearly unmatched flexibility due to their ability to rapidly redeploy where needed. Anyways, though, beyond their iconic Chimera squadrons, the Steel Legion also employs artillery and tank regiments to support the infantry.
They got everything, man.
The Steel Legion is also known for employing a lot of stormtroopers.
See, chat, this is exactly why you need to support your supports. You think that anybody could get shit done without a good healer, or in this universe, a 12 out of 10 engineering planet? Holy. Chimeras are cool, but not as cool as the legendary Bane Blade.
Has to offer and are often set on high-risk operations. Stormtroopers.
Oh, Pure Gamer activated my trap card. Scott Pilgrim vs. the World is one of my favorite movies of all time. Honestly, might be my favorite movie of all time. I've read the graphic novels. I've seen the movie literally probably like 25 times at this point. I played the video game. I still need to play the new beat 'em up that they dropped, Scott Pilgrim EX. Fantastic franchise. Fantastic franchise.
Also a natural match for the
11 Barrels of Hell, Baneblade from Dawn of War.
Capacity, they bring a lot more firepower.
That's just gonna break my RTS cherry, I swear.
Armor. And then on the other hand, them having the Chimera means that they can remain highly mobile despite their heavier gear. Plus, Stormtroopers are just badass, so
true.
Another Armageddon win in the books. Also,
dying.
The coolest dude ever, Captain Andre Valitok, is an Armageddon Stormtrooper, so there's truly no denying that these dudes are badass.
They've even got the goggles on.
The surprising unit that they like to use are the abhuman ratlings.
Oh no! Oh my god! At least this guy had the common courtesy of putting the boots on. Holy! The hairy tootsies out on the Armageddon floor? Unbelievable, dude.
Much more than an old codex saying he likes to deploy ratlings, but ratlings are known for being mobile sharpshooters, so it's not the most unbelievable thing. Plus, I'm sure you can stuff a bunch of ratlings in a chimera thanks to their incredible short person abilities. And so, now we know
Bunch of
how
short
they fight
kings.
good, but who do they fight good? Well, their most hated foes are the orcs. Those Steel
No,
Legion's
my
true claim to
sons!
fame were the
You sent me the
massive
link to your
apocalyptic
deck
wars
list?
for
Hell yeah. I'm gonna have to
Armageddon,
look at
and
that, dude.
at least 2 of the 3-ish, maybe 4 wars for Armageddon.
Chat, I think we're gonna do I think the next stream that we're gonna do might be a TCG stream. We might be playing some DCGO. I still gotta plan out the streams for this weekend. We won't be streaming tomorrow, but Friday and Saturday. I'm gonna figure it out. We'll see.
Were waged against the Greenskins. As such, the Steel Legion is adapted for fighting the Orc menace as well as attrition warfare as they
Oh, plus I can play
have
with
to
you
hold
guys.
off endless tides of orcs for extended periods of time. Also, another really cool unit that isn't technically Steel Legion but were made on Armageddon are the Armageddon Orc Hunters.
Whoa.
These funky
The
warriors were
Orc
formed shortly
Hunters.
after the Second War for Armageddon by combining the ravaged squads from the war into elite orc hunting teams. These
Dude, they
teams
made him
would
do
then
the
send
fusion
into the
dance.
jungles of Armageddon to cull the orc survivors. At first, they were made up of many disparate guard regiments and couldn't really communicate well due to planetary language barriers, but luckily...
Wait, there are language barriers between Armageddon Prime and Armageddon Secondus, right? Damn, I didn't think that they would have big cultural differences, but I guess that makes sense. They're separated by that giant jungle where fucking orcs are hanging out.
The phrase, kill them all, is a pretty universal concept to guardsmen far and wide. And through many hunts, their new regiment became very adept in fighting the orcs and have even been noted for utilizing looted greenskin weapons. Which, if you know anything about orc weapons,
they're playing an FPS over there, man.
Badassery of these guardsmen. But back to the good old Steel Legion, many of their recruits are taken from the gangs of the planet's Hive. This is useful as gangers.
The Hive Ganger.
From a young age, because if the children aren't doing crack and
oh my god,
gangs, then just who will? But anyways, this in conjunction with the massive population of
a planetary language barrier. Oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense, see, man.
They're able to replenish lost guardsmen at an incredible rate. Which
a couple of cards that use DG absorption.
Ooh. They contend with the famously endless orc hordes. But perhaps the ultimate example of this is one of my favorite codex blurbs of the Steel Legion, and honestly one of my favorite blurbs in the whole setting. The Armageddon 339th, known as the Ironheads, forged a legend for themselves in one of Armageddon's great tank forges. This particular tank forge
holy
was so
shit,
massive
dude, look
that
at
a
this
full-scale
war.
battle was able to take place within it.
Not just
This
that,
forge
remember
was
some
so
wars see soldiers from other worlds? That's true. Yeah. You make a good point. Make a good point, Dio.
But the unfathomably massive superstructure forge isn't even what makes the story great. As the Steel Legion were fending off orcs,
bro, I love the big wrenches.
Assembling tanks and sending them straight to battle. These absolute madmen were Lego Star Wars building tanks to replenish their ranks. While
they're living in the Matrix, dude. Holy shit.
By orcs. Badass. And there's a bunch of other totally badass Steel Legion moments, but if I described them all, we'd be here all day and I'd run the risk of turning this into a second Yarick video. Which,
you know, I'm not mad at it.
The Steel Legion
Yarick's kind of fucking awesome.
Sebastian Yarick. They are peak. But yeah, that's a Steel
Legion. Yarick's a really cool fucking character.
With the Destroying Firstborn as my third favorite regiment, and I think it's a real shame that Krieg kind of took their spot as cool gas mask guardsmen and as one of the big 3 guard regiments.
I mean, listen, I understand it sucks. It sucks that they got power crept in the story crept. Bro, come on. Their fit kind of goes crazy. I think I like their design a lot more, actually.
I personally feel that the Steel Legion is a lot cooler than Krieg and does the whole evil ass atmosphere and attrition war thing cooler. Which, also, as far as I can tell, the Krieg did technically come out first as they were in the 3rd edition codex, and
Oh.
them originating as Steel Legion repaints is a little bit of a misconception. However, they were essentially a random throwaway guard regiment for a long time.
Hey,
whereas
Toyota
the
freak.
Steel
How's it going,
Legion
bud?
was explored very in depth in Codex Armageddon, only to later be replaced, and by replaced, I mean literally replaced as apparently the only named guard regiment in Armageddon 4
Wait,
are the
what?
fucking Death Corps of Krieg. What the hell, man?
They totally
Our
got
so-called
rid of them.
fourth
What the
Armageddon would mean the
fuck?
return of the Steel Legion, but
Who
I
are
don't
you?
even
I'm
know
Phil the
anymore.
Mimic,
But
host of the
I
most
don't know. I hope they at least do a
scuff
made to
show on
order.
the
I would
internet.
buy metal
I
Steel
forgot
Legion
my
so
fucking
fast.
catchphrase. Damn.
But them getting neglected by GW doesn't detract at all from how cool they are. So GW can unceremoniously
Big
kill
fan.
all of
Thank
our
you for
cool
being big
characters
fan. I
all
drove a
day,
Toyota for a little
blaze
bit.
Krieg till the end of time.
Hey, Ava,
and
how's it
I'll
going?
still love my yellow
I'm the
gas
best.
mask
You're the
boys,
best
and
Toyota
Yark
freak.
is still alive in my heart. But let me know what you think about the Steel Legion. Are they truly the best gas mask boys, or do they deserve to be forgotten like a fart in the Armageddon ash?
No, don't get rid of the
comments,
Steel
and
Legion.
while you're at it, let me know
I fuck
your
with the
favorite
Steel
guard
Legion. They're
regiment
cool.
Also, I should say that I don't even hate Krieg, but them being apparently the only guard regiment mentioned in the new Codex Armageddon is really
Bro, that
super duper
sucks. I
lame.
don't like
It'd be
that.
like if they wrote a story set on Krieg, but only talked about Cadians. Actually insane. Seriously though, GW, please, oh please do another.
I think I have to venture. Venture
I
where?
will give you all of my money. I'll even paint some
Every
stickers. I
dime.
unironically really like the Codex Armageddon Krieg scheme. So please.
So please give that man everything he needs, everything he desires.
If not the most legendary heroes of the Imperium, the hero of Hive Hades, Old Baelai, the savior of Armageddon,
Old Baelai.
Sebastian Yarick. Woo!
Yay! New York video!
Commissar Yarick is one of the
Woo!
most iconic Imperial Guard characters and the first one to ever get a proper model. He's a legend among the Imperials and the Orcs.
All of Big Bang,
inspirational
hard
leader and a
disagree.
total
Young
badass
Sheldon,
all
hard
around.
agree.
It all started on a planet called Teos 3 when a little guy called Sebastian Vardine was born. He was born to a wealthy family but was orphaned at a young age, and unlike Harry Potter, his family
Bro, he just has the biggest fucking head. You could fit like 3 of his you could fit like 3 of his bodies up in there.
fortune got taken by the government, so he couldn't buy whimsical little candies and owls. Instead, this little guy was raised by his grandpa Yarick, who was a disgraced Imperial hero of the Guard. Grandpa Yarick was
Disgraced
really
over some
nice guy,
bullshit.
would pay some thugs to beat up Baz every week, so then
What?
he would eventually ask for training and stop being a little weenie boy. And it worked. So he brutally taught young Baz combat, survival, and tactical skills to prepare him for the horrors of the galaxy, which would coincidentally come in handy when the Orcs invaded Teos 3 and killed everybody that Sebastian knew, including his nice old grandpa.
As the Orcs do.
Little Baz wouldn't go down so easily, so he made
As
hideouts
is
throughout the
tradition.
Hive and used his skills that he learned from his grandpa to survive the Orc invasion for 3 whole years.
Damn!
Home alone to Orcs for 3 years by himself while surviving in a wrecked hive. At least Macaulay.
All of this while going through puberty. Make that make sense. This kid is cooler than all of us put together.
Culkin had a giant house and some playboys. But anyways, after those 3 years, the Imperial Retribution fleet finally arrived and discovered little Sebastian. When discovered,
What the fuck was that horse Funko Pop? I fucking hate Funko Pops. I activated my own trap card. I think that Funko Pops are the most bare bones basic bitch collector item in the universe. I think that that is a collector item that you buy just to be like, oh yeah, guys, look, I like Goku. Bro, if you don't go out and buy a fucking Nendroid or something.
Sebastian took on his grandpa's name to honor him, and thus began the legend of Sebastian Yarick. Impressed by his survival skills, the commissar who found him
Sorry if
sent
you're a
to
Funko
Scala
head.
Virginia, which, also luckily for him, the Scala loves orphans more than Disney and Bruce Wayne combined. So
Damn,
at the Scala,
that's a lot.
Yarick would be trained to be an Imperial Stormtrooper, which really makes it no wonder that he'd become the coolest dude ever someday. But anyways,
Oh, bro, I
after
got
some
him
time
and his
serving
grandpa
as
mixed
Master
up
Scion, Yorick would be
earlier.
placed under the mentorship of Lord Commissar
Oh,
Rast
man.
to train to become a
Chad,
commissar
I'm gonna
himself.
take another
And
allergy
he would
pill. Hold
eventually
on.
become a commissar and lead a relatively unremarkable career.
Oh,
Eventually being attached to the Steel Legion Regiment and working with Armageddon PDF as his career came to a close. Notably, though, through his career, he harbored a hatred for the orcs due to his childhood encounter.
Chad, I'm gonna warn you right now. Chad, I'm gonna warn you right now. This is my third allergy pill of the day. You're only supposed to take one. So if I start getting a little silly, don't judge me. Clip me, but don't judge me.
With them, and he would learn as much as he could about their culture and
I
even learn
am
their
based.
Orcish language. But anyways, on the day of his retirement, the first orcs of a looming Wah arrived on Armageddon. But luckily, instead of tragically dying before he was able to retire, Yorick would forge his legend with the ensuing set.
Listen, Thrag's barber is the safest person in the entire universe. That man has the cleanest lineup in human history, in Viltrumite history. Holy.
Second War of Armageddon. Upon hearing word of the incoming orc invasion and the actions of Gazkul Mag Uruk Thraka,
God, this
Yorick would
fucking
know from his
idiot. Get him off my
experience with orcs that
screen.
Gazkul was smarter than the average orc and could potentially lead an apocalyptic assault on the world. Or, in other words, bring Armageddon to Armageddon. So, he called for an astropathic SOS, but the famously smooth-brained Herman von Straub,
Oh,
Overlord
man.
of Armageddon, was confident that Armageddon could hold its own against the orc threat, and he
This little fucking troglodyte has been ruining everything for Armageddon from the jump, from the very beginning. All of this could have been avoided. Literally every single part of this could have been avoided if it wasn't for this fucking moron in charge. Holy. Based in allergy
banished Yorick
pills.
to high Hades for not respecting him enough. And this unshockingly proved to be a certified moron moment, as
Honestly,
all of
his
Armageddon
entire
fell to the
existence.
orcs in record time. Only Hive Hades stood as Yorick had shaped the guardsmen and the hivers into a formidable defense force and turned the hive
Wow, look at that, a real leader.
into a fortress city in preparation of the orc menace. And this is where Yorick truly became a legend. At Hive Hades, Yorick would lead from the front, belting out rousing speeches and performing daring acts of heroism in order to inspire his men to hold the line.
Like ripping off that fucking arm and then attaching it to himself. Dude's a real Ash Williams. What a, oh God. He really is like the coolest. Dude's so rad.
Against the Green Tide. He was such a brilliant and inspiring leader that it's said that no guardsman broke morale during the entire defense of Hive Hades.
Dude, in that kind of situation, that's crazy.
Vastly outnumbered and outgunned, Yorick slew all the orcs who challenged the Hive with bolter and chainsword. Yorick was such a ferocious fighter that the orcs began to fear the old man and told legends of an unkillable
I feel
Yumi
no
who
Umi.
shined fire from his face and stole strength from death. So, as the rumors and tall tales spread among the orcs, Gazkul would send his toughest war boss, Ugelhard, to slay the
Get
troublesome
fucked,
Yumi
Ugelhard.
and
Just
kill
wait.
his legend and his hive. The massive war boss killed
Bro,
his
everybody
way
got their
towards Yorick
tootsies
and
out. I don't
instantly
know.
a legendary duel. After trading blows
Got the
and
grippers
losing an
going.
arm, Yorick found an opening and decapitated the raging beast. In his triumph, he raised the claw of the slain war boss high in the sky, emboldening his men and causing the remaining orcs to flee in terror. And this was an absolutely insane feat. Not only was Yorick a regular human, but he was also literally over 100 years old. Being able to defeat
The
one of the
oldest
strongest
man,
war bosses
dude.
in single
Holy.
combat is incredible when war bosses are the strongest orcs and can pretty easily kill space marines and other big threats.
Hold on, oh no! Hold on, we gotta read the lore. Hold on. There we go. Warboss strength is relatively inconsistent, but at a minimum, they're almost always as strong as an average marine and often stronger. That's a lot. Plus, Olgard was one of the top war bosses in Gazkul's War, which has some of the strongest orcs, so he'd be no slouch. And it is theoretically on the higher end. Yorick is simply built different.
Strongest orcs and can pretty easily kill space marines and
I'm
other
gonna
big
put on some
threats.
shoes, bro.
And Yark, perhaps more than any other Imperial, understood the orc culture and mindset. He understood the power of belief and legend, both in orcs and the Imperium. So he allowed himself to become the monster that the orcs believed him to be, and the rumors
Yes.
became reality as Yark fully embodied the myth. Yark had the orc claw fitted in place of his lost arm, still in the
He's
strength of a
he's
war boss.
becoming the
He got a
boogeyman.
cybernetic laser eye so he could literally kill with a glance, and he got a storm bolter, one of the biggest shooters he could, to unleash a
Ooh.
rain of death upon all who opposed him.
He
Yark
literally,
would
he's the
defend the heights
boogeyman.
until Imperial
He's the
reinforcements
boogeyman for
finally
the
arrived
orcs.
to
Holy.
beat the orcs back. He even survived a face-to-face fight with Gazgul himself.
Gazgul,
And
there you
after
go.
the war, he was celebrated as the savior of Armageddon, as his stalwart defense was critical in the Imperial reinforcements arriving to reclaim the planet from the orcs. Yarg was now one of the greatest heroes of the Imperium, and his feats were told across the Imperium to inspire other Imperials. A living legend, Yarg denied any promotions or honorary positions in order
Whoa.
to prepare for another encounter with Gazgul. And
Oh, this
3
dude's
years
the
after
best.
The war,
This
Yarg
dude's the
prepared his forces to
sickest.
hunt
What the
down
heck?
Prophet.
He's so
Concluding his
awesome.
run, he would face a large orc force on Golgotha, which would eventually lead to his capture. And after a failed
Gotha.
slave revolt, Yarg was adorned in his gear and brought before Gazgul. And in an unexpected move, Gazgul allowed him to go free to prepare for his second invasion of Armageddon because he respected the legendary commissar and proclaimed, "Good enemies is hard to come by." And
Aw,
a formidable
they love
foe
each
like
other.
Yarg would make the battle more fun.
Doomed Yowie,
And
here we
so,
come.
Yarg was made supreme commander of Armageddon and led his force against Gazgul's green tide from his personal Baneblade, the Fortress of Ares.
Dude, we were just talking about the
And
Beyblade.
The third war for Armageddon was even bigger and more insano than the second. Yark's mere presence would strike fear in the orcs, and his brilliant command would hold off the endless hordes
Running
long
away
enough for Gazgul to
scared.
get bored and leave the planet. And after the war, Yark would immediately hunt down Gazgul with the Steel Legionaries and High Marshal Helbrecht's Crusader fleet. And they were able to eventually find the war boss, but he was able to escape into the warp, preparing
man.
for another great war. And that was
Damn
the
warp
last Yark we've
teleportation.
ever heard of. Until the
Wait, what?
super
Really?
totally cool and awesome 9th edition Guard update that I totally love. The legend had finally returned, and he got one page saying that he died.
What? Don't say that shit.
They
What?
didn't say how or anything. No glorious fights with Gazgul. No heroic last stand. Not even a fun
Boo!
little office retirement party.
Boo!
One
This
of the greatest
edition.
Imperial heroes and most iconic 40k characters just written off in a single page.
Boo!
Yay!
Boo! This edition.
I mean, at least he got a page before disappearing, I guess.
Boo! This edition. I have no idea who the hell you guys are, but having payback on your gun is pretty sick. Boo! This edition. Boo! This. There was a meme going around that Yark's only back because the orc warp powers keep him from dying because they love him too much.
But
We don't talk about
somewhat
ninth.
big, so it's a possibility that they have plans for the future. I think Yar coming back at some point as a
It's not
Imperial
real.
spirit or something would be kind of hokey, and
It's a
think that
psyop
Gazgul
by
hunting
Games
down Angron
Workshop.
for killing Yarick. I think that theory is just super dumb. Imperial records are famously misinformed, though, and this wouldn't
Just
be the
don't.
first time a legendary commissar was falsely reported dead. And even though they seemingly have his skeleton, that could also just be a ceremonial double if he was like missing or something. And also, like, don't come at me with the it's realistic for an old
Bro,
man to die, or
there's
what
orcs.
ceremonious deaths are realistic in war. Warhammer isn't a fucking history book, you know? Realism doesn't matter if it steps on the toes of a satisfying narrative. Stories are
True.
inherently unrealistic, and plots are made to be entertaining tales first and foremost. Yark
True.
dying with no explanation doesn't add anything significant to his narrative, and if they really wanted to shelve him like a vague passage about how he's missing, but there's rumors of a warrior fighting across the galaxy with a burning eye or something.
I wonder. Oh my god. They're up to the 11th edition? Damn. I wonder if they wrote him out like that or they got rid of him like that because they didn't want to write for him anymore because he had become such a big, like, larger than life character. I wonder if they were like, we don't know what the fuck to do with this. This is too much. Just get rid of him.
I think that would
Just
do
get
that, and
rid
it
of
would also
him.
fit his narrative and themes of legends and symbols, you know. But again, there is certainly a chance that they have further plans, so I wouldn't be too wound up yet. And It is written away.
Definitely watch the trailer. Dio was right. Hell yeah. Just remind me when we're done with this video, if you guys are still here.
Some of the most annoying tropes ever to me, so I really hope it's not just that, and it wasn't just a cheap setup for a surprise return. But anyways, back to a live Yarick. Yarick, beyond being a total badass, is, in a way, the most idealized version of a commissar. People often forget it, but commissar's primary duty is to ensure loyalty, morale, and discipline.
I'm gonna be so for real. I did forget that. I did forget that.
Inspirational warriors. Their job is not to blast guardsmen for the funsies. And Yarick does this duty perfectly. At his peak, Yarick is able to inspire his men, raise morale, and guarantee loyalty just by being a total badass.
He's the realest one. He's the realest one.
The most badass dude in the
Was to push Creed's daughter as a model. People didn't buy him.
Oftentimes, Yarick doesn't even need to shoot his own men, as his heroism is far more.
Don't you hate it when your hobby of giant robots, orcs, space elves, and science magic isn't real enough?
And his impassioned words alone are a force multiplier in and of itself.
Oh
Plus,
shit!
He has a
My desk.
goddamn laser eye, crab claw, and Terminator gun. You'd be a moron not to respect his presence.
Honestly,
And
he's
beyond
too
being the
cool,
perfect
man.
Commissar, he's also basically the perfect enemy to the orcs. He understands orc culture and the power of their superstition very well, and he totally plays into that. He became the boogeyman that the orcs believed he was, and he was all the more threatening for it. Along with his outward badassery.
Hey, Shakin' Bacon, how's it going, buddy?
Who else but Yarick would hear orc tall tales and say, okay,
The demons crawling out of the ass crack of hell in the sky wasn't real enough.
I bet if the orcs lied that Yarick had an impenetrable Hawaiian shirt of doom, you'd find Yarick at the local Tommy Bahama preparing to kill some greenskins.
Not the fucking Tommy Bahama.
The orc psychic gestalt. And to what extent is
Oh, is that what
unknown,
it's
but
called?
It's undeniable that Yarick is one of the most accomplished and formidable humans in the entire setting. The mere fact that he, as an ordinary guy, is largely considered by the orcs as an equal to the literal prophet of the wall, Gaskell Thraka, should speak for itself. But yeah, that was Yarick.
I can't believe they just got rid of him like that.
The greatest heroes of the Imperium. And as a massive
Just fucking cut him out, dude. That sucks.
Of course, one of my favorite characters. I like Kane a little bit more, but Yarick's sheer badassery cannot be overlooked. Plus, he has a laser eye and orc power claw. Coolest shit ever.
Exactly. He's the rule of cool with actual good writing.
My local store when they had him. I love the latest model of him, but the crab claw and banner are just so fun. I would have loved to paint it. I'm sure I'll get it one day, but I gotta find a good deal. But anyways, let me know what you think about Yarick.
Nah, man, pay the scalpers.
Big commissars. Who's your favorite?
Don't actually.
Be sure to comment your thoughts below and whatever else you have to say about Yarick.
Man, buying collector's items secondhand is the worst fucking experience. Holy. Coming from a guy that likes... Hold on. October! Coming from a guy that buys fucking Kamen Rider toys all the goddamn time, man, buying shit secondhand sucks. Especially if you have to import it, because now you're subject to the worst import fees in the fucking world.
Orcs, am I right, boys?
Internet problem's been resolved? Hell yeah.
Orcs are my favorite Xeno species.
We love orcs.
My second biggest 40k army, which, come to think about, maybe my little cracked brain just likes seeing a ton of little green men on the tabletop.
Dude, I do.
But yes,
whoa, what a...
orcs.
Dude, those figures look so fucking cool. Those miniatures, I mean.
Ramshackle Mad Max murder fungus. Orcs are a race perfectly suited to grim dark 40k world. You know the classic line, in the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war.
Bro, I gotta cop that tank top.
They might say, oh dear, well, that doesn't sound very pleasant at all. But
what'd you think of my initial sketch? I think it's really cool, man. I liked it a lot. I liked it a lot. Yippee!
Orcs literally only want one thing, and it's disgusting. And unlike regular boys who just want cool-ass figurines to paint, or I guess hotties, or wherever that original quote was referencing, orc boys only want war. Oh,
yes!
I mean, war!
The boys!
Eat, sleep, and breathe war. And that's at least slightly literal. All of orc culture and biology revolves around war, warfare, and large military conflicts, aka war.
We love
Orcs are one
violence.
of the oldest species in the galaxy, and were literally biologically engineered for war. A long time ago, in a galaxy that is this one, the old ones, basically super intelligent, really godlike, magic space lizards, created the Eldar and later the Krorks in order to fight the Necrons in the war in heaven.
Krorks.
that's a video for another time, but just know it was pretty nutty.
The War in
And
Heaven
nutty
is
times
the
call for nutty gear,
sickest name,
and
dude.
nutty the
Holy
Krorks
shit.
were. Not a ton is known about them, but the Krorks are the pinnacle of orc kind. They have all of the modern orc strengths tuned to 11 while also being extremely intelligent. They were the
This is the first time I've ever been exposed to the Krorks. Over the past like few Warhammer streams, we've been watching Bricky stuff. If he did bring those up, I completely forgot. Because big fucking robot orcs that have brains, holy shit, that's some of the sickest things I've ever seen in my life.
perfect warrior race, as they were mostly self-sustaining, repopulate quickly, and got stronger based on how strong their opponents were. That last part,
Bro,
was
they're
actually part
fucking
of the
Super
reason
Saiyans.
they became the weaker modern-day orc. The War in Heaven was astronomical.
They got the
bloody,
Zenkai
a clash
boosts.
of gods with peak Necron, Eldar, and orcs, along with some other wackos. So, after the war was ended, the Krorks were basically
Oh, he looks so
malnourished as
sad.
they no longer had super powerful foes to constantly fight. Consequently, they began to regress and were systematically hunted down by the Eldar.
Oh my
As the
god,
years
fuck the
passed,
Eldar,
orcs
man.
became weaker and weaker until their modern day iteration, which the modern day orcs being the weakest.
Man, it's fuck the Eldar in general. Honestly, Krorks can turn a Primarch into a bent tin can, break him over their knee.
Watered down version of the orc race is pretty crazy considering their presence is usually an impossible to get rid of green apocalypse level event. But
Imagine
with
if there were
that,
more
what makes
Krorks
the orcs
walking
so
around.
dang
Holy.
dangerous, and why exactly are they a perfectly engineered warrior race? Because they're green, and green is best.
True!
Jokes plus orcs
Except for
aside,
purple.
them being green actually is tied to one of their greatest strengths, their unending tides. But I'll get to that in a bit. First, I need to cover the basics. Orcs are
Yeah, talk about the
incredibly tough and
fungus.
strong. Their bones are thicker and more dense than humans. They have
Damn!
simpler organs, less sensory nerves so they don't feel as much pain, and they have a layer of spongy flesh to lessen impacts. All these traits make the orcs very durable and deadly in combat.
Dude, I would love to not feel pain. Obviously, like, there's plenty of downsides. You would never know. Like, oh man, I got a cut. Oh man, my tummy hurts really bad. But like, I would love not feeling pain, at least like physical pain. Because I would be that guy who's doing like stupid shit for fun. Like, oh man, yeah, I'll bungee jump. That shit's not going to hurt if something goes bad. And if something does go bad, yeah, man, I'll just go to the hospital. Fuck it. I don't know what's wrong, but like, I'm probably fucked up. We should go somewhere.
They're basically really, really hard to
There's
kill.
at least
More
one
than
alive in a
giant
museum?
guns and
Really?
swords. And that hard to kill part is no joke. Orcs can survive
A Trace and a
dismemberment,
Necron. Ooh.
decapitation,
I can't remember the
betrayal,
Primarchs are still
crushing,
canon.
and pretty
The
much anything
Primorcs.
else, at least for a short time. And that short time is often enough time for them to shoot you in the face or crump you in return. In addition to this, remember that the orcs also get stronger than bigger. The more they fight, the more powerful their opponents are, and the more unified they are. This makes orc wars incredibly dangerous as it
Could an orc hypothetically, like if it lived long enough and went through like enough war, I wonder, like, would they be able to reach the same like levels of strength as a Krork? Like if they started as a level 1 crook and then they became a level 100 mafia boss, could they break the level cap and get to like Krork levels?
unify orcs to a common cause. And
Yeah,
gather more
Corvus.
green
That's one of my
troops
favorite
to
things about the
war,
orcs is that they're
constantly
fucking
powering themselves
fungus.
up. Now,
It's one of my
back to
favorite
green,
pieces
and
of their
this
lore.
next part doesn't really make sense for real science, but
Dude, when we were learning about the orcs originally, I think that was the first thing that like really made me pop off. I was like, that's so sick. What the hell? That's the coolest thing.
gives a damn. This is 40k. Rule it cool, baby.
Damn right.
Orcs are supposedly green because they have chlorophyll in their blood and can photosynthesize. This, in conjunction
I mean, that
with
makes
their
sense.
ability to eat pretty much anything and the fact that their food literally grows with them, means that almost all their labor and supply lines can be dedicated to more DECA. Woo! Let me describe the typical orc reproduction cycle. And don't worry, kiddos, orcs reproduce in the boring way. That's to say they
Gaskell
don't
is
have
now
sex,
reaching Krork
unlike
levels.
us super cool
Ooh.
Warhammer players.
Oh, that's sick.
Orcs are technically a fungoid species, which
Ooh.
makes no sense with the photosynthesis.
That's exciting. I
want
want to learn more about him.
Photosynthesize is a key differentiator between fungi and plant, but I quit biology, so I didn't have to think about biology anymore, so moving on. Also, sometimes orcs are said to be a third fungus, a third animal, and a third plant, specifically algae, but this
Where's the
also
war
doesn't really
fit in,
make
though?
sense either, but whatever, it's 40k, not McGraw-Hill. So moving on, the orcs are one of the most numerous, if not the most numerous factions in the entire galaxy. Psst, they're the most numerous. The orcs have been found in every corner of the galaxy, so there's no
Oh,
doubt at
dude,
least 10
they're
of
an
them on the low end, and more than
infestation.
11 of them on the high end. Even worse, the orcs spread and reproduce at an astonishing rate. So if they don't quite inhabit every corner of their galaxy yet, they will eventually. So just like Spirit
I wonder
Halloween,
if the
like a
orcs will
bazillion of them
naturally
show up
just
overnight,
over
so
time
terrorize
rule the
local
universe.
population. Boom! October callback, baby. But back to Serious Town.
Tracy is just Indiana Jones but an asshole.
Orcs reproduce by releasing spores which incubate underground into little freakish plant wombs and gestate into various orcoid life
Ew.
forms. Often squigs are born first, then snotlings who start the food supply by herding the squigs and cultivating fungus, then the grots build important structures, and then finally, just like a blister, the orcs come after the hard work's done. They use all this stuff the lesser orcoid life forms so nicely made for them and go off to look for something to fight. This orc life cycle makes
Bro,
it almost
look at this
impossible to
symbiotic
fully eradicate the
relationship.
orcs, since once you kill one
I
of them,
think
they release
I
a
don't that
bunch
might
of
not be the
spores
right
to
word
start
for it,
the
but you
cycle
get it.
anew. So usually once a planet is visited by the orcs, they have to deal with them for the rest of the time.
Yep,
But
can't get rid of them,
realized
dude.
I just
It's like
listed a bunch of
cockroaches
names that might sound like a bunch of nonsense
or
to
bed
normal
bugs.
people, so let's quickly segue into orc culture. The orcs essentially have a caste system in which the wacky critters I just described are put into. Much like playground children or the Decepticons, orcs believe that might is right and the biggest and strongest shall lead the rest of the boys. So, the squigs, snotlings, and grots are considered lesser beings since
Damn,
they're weak and
fourth
small
class
compared to
citizens.
fight, usually. And as such, these little dudes are assigned to all the boring ass tasks like manufacturing, farming,
Oh man,
farms, fixing things, and basically everything else actually essential to actually keeping their society functional. Meanwhile, the proper orcs get to do
I wouldn't
the
mind
fun
being a
stuff
bottom
by
barrel bitch.
killing things.
I wouldn't mind
Woo!
working in the
And then
mines,
even
working
weirder,
in
their
the
own subspecies,
forge.
they're also put into soft classes. The run-of-the-mill orc is simply referred to as a boy, and these serve as the standard infantry of an orc. Wah! Although generally the
Was gone for a little, had to grind. What are you grinding, bro?
that can kill most things, especially when he's joined by like a million other boys. Another important part of orc biology is that they all have some sort of innate knowledge coded into them. Usually this
Wait,
is
what?
like a million different ways to brutally kill stuff, but sometimes it's things like engineering or magic, which brings us to
Do they have generational knowledge passed down?
First up are the mech boys, who invent and fix all the orcs' technology. They can pretty much fix or make anything, but they don't truly understand how the machines work. Rather, they just rely on their genetic instincts to get the job done.
Oh, hey, play group, morning, brother.
Here's
How you doing? A monkey slash
It's
zombie
called the
game.
shock attack gun. Oh, alright, sounds like an electricity gun. Impressive, but kinda sci-fi basic if you ask me. If you thought that, well, you need to think like an orc, buddy. Sure, a shock attack
Oh,
gun probably
shit.
uses electricity somewhere,
He's
but
sucking up a
this
little
feeling's
guy.
main form of attack is to create a small tunnel through the warp that snotlings are blasted through, or sometimes they run through.
Oh
the
my
tunnel.
God.
Actually, that's kind of funnier, so
Yeah, I
let's
can
just
turn
go
the
with
volume
that.
up a little bit.
And basically, this gun teleports snotlings into whatever the orc is shooting at. Then the snotling goes crazy style and wrecks whatever
Oh
it's shot
my
at, or,
God.
I guess shot in. Pretty wizard. Then, Pain Boys have PhDs coded into their DNA.
Dude, okay, we need to go over this because that shit's crazy. So they tear open a hole in the warp, and then they projectile a snotling through that hole, and then they burst through your chest like a fucking alien chest burster. You can't get rid of these guys once they hit your planet. You're so cooked. This is as bad as a fucking Tyranid invasion. That's so scary. Hey, Buntosi, how you doing, buddy?
And serve as
Welcome
the surgeons
in.
and doctors of orc society. This usually just amounts to them haphazardly replacing limbs with robot limbs, injecting a variety of
Mech boys
strange
are
drugs,
sick.
and role-playing the ancient Terran hero of Victory, Frankenstein. And then weird boys have my
Ooh.
middle school self coded into their DNA. I'm just kidding, of course. They aren't nearly that weird. And
You're
are
a
actually far
mom
more
now?
focused on magic.
Congratulations,
Regrettably, I wasn't
Buntoasty.
able
Holy
to
shit,
teleport or
congratulations. That's
shoot lightning
amazing.
in middle school. But yes, the weird
Boy or
boys,
girl?
they use magic. All orcs emanate a psychic energy, which we'll get into a bit more later, and the weird boys absorb this energy and can channel them into various abilities like teleportation, giant psychic punches.
Oh, so
shooting
weird boys
lightning,
like
shooting fire,
like a
shooting
prime
lasers,
psyker.
etc., etc. And then next up, the most important odd boy, the Brew Boys. Because
Still
what's
not the
point of
weirdest thing
having
they
an
do?
army of
Oh,
boys if
man.
you can't crack a cold one with them? Then up the totem pole, you got the knobs, which some
The
would argue that a knob would
knobs.
actually be down the totem pole, if you know
But
what I mean. Wink, wink. Much like goldfish or lobsters, orcs continuously grow in their lifetime, and the ones that fight hard enough or long enough grow to be very powerful. These are the knobs, and they serve as the leaders of orc society since they're bigger, stronger, and meaner than the rest of those gits. Some knob types are
Meaner than the
mega
rest of 'em.
knobs who wear mega armor, which is basically orc power armor, the best suits being comparable to Terminator armor. Other than durability, the orcs also, of course, strap a bunch of guns to these. Then there's the
Of
flash
course.
skits, which are the richest orcs who have the bestest and biggest guns.
The
Then there's
shmoney.
side
Wait.
orcs who are
Wait.
orcs gravely injured.
Orcs have money? Orcs have currency? I don't know why. I don't know why that seems. I don't know why that comes as such a like surprise to me. Orcs have currency? Oh wait, I actually think we talked about this like a couple of streams back. Don't they like use bones or something? And bones are their money, and money are their bones. If you haven't watched I Think You Should Leave by Tim Robinson, I probably sound like an absolute fucking crazy person
In battle,
with
but
no
deemed
musical
important enough
talent.
to be cybernetically
Well, that part's still
reconstructed
true,
by
but
the
you know.
Pain Boys. And then there's some other ones.
Oh, it's
And then finally,
teeth.
on the top of the top, there's the War Boss, who's the biggest, the
That's so sick.
baddest, and the most brutally cunning of all the orcs. He, of course, gets all the best stuff
The
and
teeths.
leads the wars.
The
Finally, in orc society,
wars.
they often group up into tribes, and these tribes group up into clans, each clan having a unique color scheme and specialty. Quickly, the 6 biggest ones are the Goths, who love checkers, and the strongest orcs, who also extra love melee, the Death Skulls, who are lucky and like to steal stuff, the Snake
What the
Bites, who are
lucky?
boomers who think that technology is stupid and scary, the Evil Sons, who like to go fast and paint everything hot rod red, and then
Bro,
the Blood
me.
Axes, who are the first to find humans and adopt some of their tactics, such as actually using tactics, and they also trade or act as mercenaries sometimes. And then
Oh,
there's
they
many
got
lesser
brain.
clans. Next, let's cover orc beliefs, both their religion and famous psychic gestalt. Orcs believe in 2 gods. Why do they need 2 gods? Well, because it would be stupid to be a super powerful god since you could just crump everything else with ease, and that's boring. Therefore, they
True.
need a buddy to fight with. So there's Gork and Mork. One's brutally cunning, and the other one's cunningly brutal, wholly embodying the complex orc war philosophies. And to close off this
Perfect
holy
merger.
orc trinity is Gazkul, the prophet of the wall, and technically Orc Jesus. Like, come on,
Yay,
he was
we love
reborn
Orc
a number of
Jesus.
time, performs orc miracles, and
Blood
killing a
axes
ton of
for
things is
life.
the closest orc analog of going around performing good deeds and spreading benevolent teachings. Then on the other side,
So is Glasgow kind of like the well, obviously like we discussed, he's Orc Jesus. Is he like essentially like the same as like the Imperium Emperor for them, basically?
the orc belief coin is their unique species-wide psychic
Unquestionable,
psychic gestalt. The
pure,
concept
yeah,
gives
he's the best.
Stupid-ass shovel memes a run
We'll
for
just agree.
misconception money. The psychic gestalt is essentially a psychic field made up of the psychic aura of every orc in an area and can have tangible.
The psychic gestalt is the other thing where I went, oh yeah, no, the orcs are just the sickest fucking faction. They're just so good. They're just so
effects based on the
cool.
collective orc belief. However, this effect is very, very often over-exaggerated in memes and stuff to a quite frankly stupid degree.
Okay,
Orcs cannot
maybe
just
I'm a LARPer.
imagine
I'm more of a
anything they
Gork
want
guy
into
myself. I
existence,
respect
otherwise
that.
They would just own the setting since every orc legitimately and strongly believes that they are the bestest. No, the Gestalt effect is much more subtle, and although some sources do vary, I like to think of it as a reality loop, meaning that it could help orcs.
A
think
reality
better,
lube.
but isn't a Green Lantern ring or a reality stone. So, for example, an orc can't just imagine a brick as a gun and shoot it, or a jar of mayonnaise as a saxophone and play the blues. Rather, they just believe that their shitty gun isn't so shitty and it actually functions properly. Whereas in the hands of another species, it would just be a piece of crap that jams every other shot.
Not Emperor,
This
but
is
pretty
also
up
where the
there.
colors
Got
come into
it.
play. Some
I
say
love
that the
money
orc
orcs
thing
just
isn't
because
real
of gore
bullshit in
guts.
lore and on a metatextual level, but I personally subscribe to the idea that it does get
Close
subtle
to it.
bonuses
He's
because
probably
it's more
Primarch
fun and
level.
other factions have
Ew.
at least low-level reality warping, born of belief, so orcs having it makes sense. So red goes faster, blue is lucky, yellow's exploding, and so on. Another way this
Where's the
manifests is in
pink?
their wars. Orc wars. Or basically orc crusades where they
Are
go
you
planet to
trans?
planet, destroying
If so, there are
everything in their
vocal
war
courses
path.
you can
As
take to help with the
previously
feminine
mentioned, they're on a
inflections. Nah.
war. The more
Nah, I'm just a
orcs there
mimic.
are, the stronger they get, and this is from the psychic assault. Usually orcs are scattered and fight each other as
I get that a
often as
lot,
they
though.
fight other races. However, sometimes the orcs will band together and go on a war.
War!
The force becomes bigger, stronger, and slightly smarter. They also use their psychic gestalt to unknowingly navigate their
He'll get
space
orc
hulls,
crucified.
rocks, attack
It's
moves,
okay,
and
he'll just
whatever
come back.
missiles they have to get
It's
onto
okay,
other
he'll port
planets
through the
right
warp.
for
They
a
like him too
profit.
much.
And finally, let's just talk about why everyone loves orcs. The orcs are goofy comic relief. They have cartoony antics, silly dialogue, fun, wacky contraptions and weapons, and they're just really fun. As long as you're an orc. To literally everyone else, orcs are a proper grim dark monster. To face
Absolutely.
an unending tide of excessively cruel, relentlessly durable green monsters who literally only want war is a hopeless nightmare. Kill an orc and hundreds will replace it. The more you fight a war, the stronger it gets unless you utterly eradicate it. Orcs are everywhere, and they're
I'm
not
telling you,
leaving
man, they're like
anytime soon. And
cockroaches.
from a hobby perspective,
Telling
they're
you,
just
man,
such a
they're like
fun faction with
cockroaches.
so much baked in creative freedom. Yes, you could technically kit bash anything for any faction, but to me, I like to at least follow the lore a little bit for my hobby projects, so having a faction that's known for stealing stuff, making ramshackle gear, and using pretty much whatever is a kit basher's
It's a
dream.
silly little
After all,
guy.
every kit is an orc kit. So, to me, orcs are so
Technically.
beloved because they perfectly
Thank you for not
embody
being offended. I'm
everything
trans. I
people
like
love
helping
about
other
porting
sisters out.
kit.
Hell
They're
yeah.
over-the-top
Leona,
goofy
that's
at times,
badass.
but
That's
they're
so
also a
sick.
grim dark
I love
nightmare.
that.
They make fun characters and stories.
Also,
and they're
nah, I'm never
awesome
going to
from
be
a
offended
hobby
by that kind of
perspective.
stuff.
They are truly the Warhammer 40,000. But yeah, that's the orcs. The best Xenos in my opinion, and the only
Honestly,
faction in
12 out of
40K
10, dude.
where the
12 out of
majority
10.
them are having a good time. They're literally in orc heaven. Green is truly
Yeah,
the
dude,
best.
they've got
So let me
Valhalla
know what
too,
you think
don't
about
they?
orcs and what your favorite clan is. I definitely
What's your
want to
favorite
make
kind of
more
bird? The
orc
only
videos.
answer is the
The reason I
American
haven't
robin
so far is
fledgling.
honestly because I didn't
Hold on, baby bird. We gotta lock in here for a second. What is my favorite bird? What is my favorite bird, I wonder? I'm thinking. Honestly, when I was a kid, I really, really liked Woody Woodpecker. So like that's kind of like where I'm leaning to. But I'm also a sucker. I think hummingbirds are really cute. I think hummingbirds are really like, I don't know. I don't know too much about birds, but like the ones that are coming to my mind are woodpecker for partially like nostalgia reasons, but also, I don't know, man, hummingbirds are cool. Plus they flap their wings like fucking crazy, and I think that's neat. I'm back after my phone died on me. Bro, Enter, you're getting comboed, bro. You'll love the orc song? Bro, we gotta listen to it. We gotta listen to the smooth tones of orc music. It's gonna be like space jazz.
like the way I drew them up until recently, so be on the lookout for more specific orc videos, maybe like orc units or gas coal. Wait, I forgot to mention, their hair is squigs.
The
All orcs are
terror
bald,
bird,
and if they
what
do
is
have
that?
hair, it's a squig subspecies.
What the
Damn
fuck?
it.
That's cool. The terror bird.
Hi friends, today we're gonna talk about the
Favorite bird is the
Lamenter.
zebra
Ow.
finch.
Hi
They
friends,
boop
it
for
looks like I got
chirps.
arrested
What?
by the
That's so
Inquisition,
cute.
So I guess we'll talk about them instead.
Falcons are
Also,
pretty
this topic was
badass. You
chosen
got
by
that
the
right,
winner of
Plague.
a very special Christmas paint competition in my Discord. So
Crows are
check out
very
the
cool
Discord,
too.
and
Crows
while
are
you're
very
at it,
cool.
you might as well
Bro,
sign up.
you know what? You know what? This one might be weird. You know what other birds I really fuck with? Vultures. I think that vultures are really interesting. It's a Christmas song.
For my Patreon
Bro, add that
too.
shit to the
But
cursed
anyways,
karaoke, the cursed
Inquisition are the
karaoke playlist.
ever-inquisitive, all-powerful, sometimes insane branch of the Imperium, dead set on ensuring the purity and loyalty of all Imperials. They're a core part of the setting, and they completely embody the paranoid and oppressed.
Wait, hold on, chat. Are we not in the Armageddon Wars anymore? Is this like purely a faction thing now? I'm not mad at it. I literally I literally just remember, I'm like, wait, aren't we supposed to be talking about Armageddon some more?
Side of the Imperium. At the same time, within the
Let's
order, there are
go,
just so many
dude.
different perspectives and personalities. It really makes for interesting
Thanks for the redeem,
stories.
Leonard.
The Inquisition
I
was
do gotta
founded
drink some
long
water. Hold
ago,
on.
right before the Siege of Terra, as things were their most dire. The Emperor ordered the Super Chad Malcador to find the most loyal,
Bro, look like
most
Dr.
skilled,
Doom.
and most inquisitive Imperials to form a secret order meant to sniff out and snuff out the most heinous threats to the Imperium, both through deadly force and no.
Oh my god. Oh my god, dude, I saw the sniffer and the oh god, I'm choking. I saw the sniffer and suffocating them with the book, and I started choking out my water. Oh my god, it's coming out of my nose. Oh, dude, I got fucked up there. Oh, dude, I got fucked up. Oh, Jesus. Oh, are vultures like puppies in the sky? Oh, I didn't know they were chill like that. Armageddon is over, I think. Oh my god, dude, I really. Oh, dude, you know what? Partially, it kind of helped with my sinuses, I think. I think it like partially cleared some of them out, but I'm also like drowning. Not until we reach the fourth war, but that's now just. Oh, that just started, huh?
College. Along with this,
Oh, man.
Malcador also created the even more ultra super secretive chapter of Space Marines known as the Grey Knights. More on them in
Oh,
the future,
those
though.
losers.
But anyways, after
Get 'em
Malcador
outta here.
perished and the Emperor
Get 'em outta
cosplayed
here.
a golden carrot, the Inquisition began to get more and more extreme. In order to effectively do their job, the Inquisition was given
Bro,
total
2 blicks?
autonomy,
It's
unlike
over.
most other Imperial factions. And they only have to answer to the
Knowledge is
Emperor
power.
himself. So, in the current
Quoted
setting,
from
they basically
some
do
fucking
whatever they
nerd.
want, as long as they
Road
think they'll
Runners,
benefit the
also
Imperium,
sick.
and it's not too
Also sick.
controversial with the other Inquisitors. The Inquisition's primary
I think they're
job
now
is
covering
to
the factions that
investigate
fought in
and
Armageddon.
perhaps
Oh, that makes sense.
destroy
Yeah, you're
anything
right.
they suspect may pose a threat to the Imperium.
Hey, just in case anybody forgot, or if I haven't made it clear enough, man, fuck the Inquisition. Those guys suck. Have you watched If the Emperor Had Text-to-Speech device series? Whoa, no, I haven't. What the heck? The bird I like most is the raptor, I think. Raptors are fucking cool. You're right. Man, now that I'm thinking about it, there are some really rad birds, huh?
Heresies.
I wish I wasn't. I wish. Oh my god, dude, I'm dying. I wish that insects didn't make me like give me like the meanest heebie-jeebies in the world, because there are a lot of really cool bugs. I'm a sucker for the Hercules beetle. Again, makes me super heebie-jeebies, but it's such a cool bug. Super cool bug. Dear Lord, Super Mario Odyssey is almost 10 years old. Oh shit, I bought that on launch. You're making me feel ancient. Knowledge is power is a Blood Raven thing. We have a trademark. I have trademark. Do not steal. Have you seen Stardies? We've heard about them, but I don't think we've seen them yet.
Widely known and even more widely feared. Of course, to many, they're known as those insanos who blow up entire planets because the local burger emperor forgot their ranch dressing. And
Honestly,
while there
though,
certainly are excessively cruel inquisitors, and exterminatus is certainly.
you know what? I do kind of get that. Whenever I go to Popeyes, if they forget my blackened ranch, I am pretty upset. Not blow up the whole planet upset, but I get pretty damn salty. I get it.
Do happen, the perception of the exterminatus
Roadrunners can fight snakes. Oh, I think I've seen them like stomping them out before on like on TikTok or some shit. It's the funniest way to learn about Warhammer. It got Zor. It's got Zoran the bear.
Many inquisitors prefer
Bro,
to
that's
operate
funny
in
as
a
fuck.
much more covert style than spamming death stars. Many inquisitors do not show their hand until they absolutely have to. Remember, inquisitors are
Raptor is
investigators
also
and
a Space
researchers
Marine
first and
chapter.
foremost.
Ooh.
Many only whip out
They're
their
big on
mega weapons
stealth.
when they determine something is a valid threat. A lot of inquisitors like to act incognito and will employ various disguises or alternate identities. For example, Amberly Vale of the Caiaphas Cain series likes to disguise herself as a beautiful babe in order to hide the fact that she's a beautiful babe who can have you and your entire planet turn into Cheeto dust if she deems you yucky enough. However, when they do find something a valid threat, they have near unlimited heretic and
For what? Okay, even though it's like 100% fuck the Inquisition, I can understand the xeno-racism in this universe. I can understand because, bare minimum, the orcs and the Tyranids are horrifying, absolutely horrifying to come against. I do get the space racism, but it's still fuck the Inquisition. It is still fuck the Inquisition, top to bottom though.
annihilating potential. Since
Favorite birds are the ones distanced enough from themselves. Oh, like penguins. Yeah, they don't fly and they live in cold and swim in cold water. Yeah, that's true. Penguins are rock.
Whatever they don't have access to, they can pretty easily requisition if they ask nicely enough. Or, I guess
Please.
ask meanly enough, depending on
Ooh,
the
please,
Inquisitor.
Space Marine.
These resources include, but are definitely not limited to, Space Marines, Planet Killers, illegal tech, over 80 million power in Rise of Kingdoms, Kaifus Kane and his stinky friend, and basically anything else you could ever want for. But more on retinues later. First, we must discuss the orders of the Inquisition, or at least the important ones, since there's basically one for anything, and many of
Oh
them
my
are
God.
self-explanatory.
Too many
Anyways,
rules.
though, there are three major ordos: Malleus, Hereticus, and Xenos, also known as the Threat Beyond, the Threat Within, and the Threat Without, which just sounds sick as hell.
It kind of
The Ordo
does. I'll give
Malleus
it
are the
up.
demon hunters of the Inquisition and specialize in combating the forces of chaos. They were the first Ordo created as Chaos
Vampires
was, and
crave
arguably
enslavers,
still
Dark
is, the
Eldar.
greatest threat to the Imperium.
We
After
forgot to
defeating
tell him
Horus,
about how the
Emperor
Phalans.
officially
How do we
established
explain
the
it?
Ordo Malleus
Ooh.
to defend humanity from the forces of chaos.
What have
while
I
he,
scrolled
sat
into?
on the sidelines for
Lore.
a little bit.
Lore.
The Inquisitors of Malleus often work alongside their Ordo Militant, the
Damn! Damn! Look what they did to my guy! Look what they did to my guy!
Grey Knights, and are even based on the moon of Saturn Titan alongside the Grey Knights. At first, they were a heavily
Peacocks
guarded
can
secret
fly?
order, since
Really?
Chaos
I
itself
didn't know
was
that.
a secret.
I thought they were ground.
Kind of put two and two together if
I
you
thought they
knew
were
an
a ground type.
anti-chaos team existed. Well, you know. However, over the years as the warp threats continue to grow, the Ordo has become.
Wait, there's a penguin emoji? What the fuck? I just peeped that.
Spreads across the galaxy. Next up, we have the Ordo Hereticus, which was actually
Dude, he's so tiny. He's a short king.
the third major order to be founded, as it was made after the Age of Apostasy, but its alt name sounds a lot better second, and it effectively bridges the gap from Hereticus to Xenos. These are the witch hunters of the Imperium, and to the Ordo Hereticus, the greatest
Cain,
threat is the one
Cain.
that festers within.
Also, the bird closely
This
relates.
is the biggest Ordo, and as their alt name suggests, they deal with threats within the Imperium. These include, but are not limited to, rebellions, unsanctioned mutants, rogue psychers, chaos corruption, normal corruption, and Xenos
Punishing
incursion.
people that don't
I
fucking
think the
deserve
last
it
one
off
kinda
of
gets sidelined, as
immediate
Hereticus simply
fucking.
sounds more chaos coded, but Hereticus
Can't think of the
certainly
word.
does deal with things like Gene Stealer cults and Tau being gulp nice to people.
Bleh. Bleh. I can't believe they're being nice. Use your eyes.
Imperial cult. A big job for Hereticus is to watch
Next
the
redeem
Ecclesiarchy
works.
alongside
Let's see if I can
the
not
minor
drown
Ordo
this time.
Sanctorum and ensure that no one is getting as corrupt as the infamous Goge Van Dyer. And since they keep a close eye on the Ecclesiarchy and love purging the heretic more than anything, their Ordo Militant is the Sisters of Battle. Then finally,
we do love the Sisters of
Ordo
Battle, though.
Xenos. And if you couldn't already tell, 1, you aren't near analytical enough to be an Inquisitor, and 2, you probably aren't even analytical enough to recognize that I just called you dumb, and 3, yes,
Damn,
of
cooked.
course the Ordo Xenos
Slapped
deals
up,
with the
dude.
Xenos threat. This Ordo was founded after the War of the Beast, when said beast waged war and nearly destroyed the entire
Oh,
Imperium.
Phalans
And it
are
was at
cat
this
girls
moment that
and
the
cat
Imperium
boys.
decided that
Holy
the
shit.
funky little aliens of the galaxy
I'ma start
were
bringing 'em
actually
up.
a threat
I'm
and
into
not
it.
just some loser
Bird
guys
closest
who
related
stick
to the
around
T-Rexes and
while
a
they waited
hawk
for
or any
chaos to
big
show
bird
up.
is the
If
chicken.
only GW would also
Bro, catch me
recognize
being
this.
a chicken
The chamber
VTuber
militant of the
and then
Ordo
having an
Xenos is the
evolution arc
Death
to the
Watch.
T-Rex.
So, of course, they often fight together. and
Kinda based,
Inquisitors
actually.
can
Hold
call
on.
upon the Watch's aid
Write that down,
whenever
write
they
that
need
down.
it. This Ordo is also the best since it has Death Watch, Amberley Vale, and Eisenhorn. But with those orders
Eisen.
covered,
Oh,
I need to
shit, my
remind
boy
you
stepped
that
out of
the
Bleach.
Inquisitors are not a hive mind, and within the organization,
Stepped into
many
Bleach, more
Inquisitors
likely.
have extremely different perspectives,
Different
and methods
timelines
of
or
operation.
different
Even
release
within
times.
The same Ordos, Inquisitors can widely vary. That's why generalized statements like
I hate
"Inquisitors
Gork. He
are all
ruined somebody's for
completely
literally
callous,
nothing.
started
Sounds
out
like the
as spam,"
Inquisition to
kinda
me.
fall flat. Yeah, many Inquisitors are some of the most evil dudes in the Imperium, but not all of them. And that would apply to basically any wide-sweeping perception of the Inquisition. You can't even really say that every Inquisitor wants to kill every Xeno, heretic, or witch. Once again,
Well-
even within Ordos, it's not so clear-cut. Some Inquisitors take the inquisitive part of the job much more seriously and are researchers first and foremost. After all, a key function of the Inquisition upon its founding.
That is something that I really, really like about Warhammer is that you can be a space marine, but there's so many different chapters with so many different cultures and trains of thought and priorities and all that shit. And then, dude, there's just so much variety. Like, it is true that not all Inquisitors are pieces of shit, assholes, but I love talking smack. I love making sweeping generalizations on the internet. I love being a shitlord. Oh, the idea Dino Nuggets make more sense now? Bro, I want some Dino Nuggets so bad right now. I might go to Walmart after this.
Was learning and understanding the enemy in order to destroy them later. In other cases, Inquisitors might even act diplomatically with the enemy in order to prevent unnecessary conflict when there's more pressing.
Look at this motherfucker.
To further demonstrate the myriad of ideologies, one large and perhaps the most pressing significant ideological difference within the Inquisition is the schism between the radical and the Puritan. Huh. And I thought we were talking about the Inquisition, not Twitter. Am I right, boys? Come back next week for some
Oh man, what a funny joke. You could almost say that it's pretty American. Oh, I'm so funny.
more gripping political commentary.
Oh god,
But
you guys are
deep
watching
and
some
super
bullshit
original
right now.
jokes aside, the Puritans of the Inquisition believe rules is written
Shitlords
and hold
for
imperial
life.
doctrines as complete fact. They allow no room for interpretation and are the most likely to do the meme thing of declaring anyone who looks funny a heretic.
So
On
what
the
I'm
other
hearing
hand,
is that these are the
radicals believe rules
motherfuckers I
is
hate.
intended and act on their interpretation of the Inquisition's purpose and the ideals of the Imperium. They believe that the ends justify the means and will use any means necessary to
Oh, they're
eradicate
about
their
as
foes.
rare as seeing a
This means they
space
often employ
marine?
unorthodox tactics to combat threats
Oh,
to the
shit.
Imperium. This willingness
I
to
wanna
bend
see the cat
rules
girls,
is
though.
technically
I wanna
allowed as
see the
Inquisition
Philinids.
has unrivaled freedom within the Imperium.
The
However,
military, you can
it
put
causes
Jedi as
conflict
religion
within
for
the
your dog
Inquisition
tags?
as the Puritans disagree.
Wait, what? Is that a real thing? You can put Jedi as your religion on dog tags? Number one, I didn't know you put religions on dog tags to begin with. Bro, y'all need to add Space Marines. You would get so many fucking nerds in there going crazy on the battlefield. You have no idea. They can either just be a cat person or a full furry, bro. Bro, we need to make a whole video. We gotta bring the furries together in one united Warhammer based front.
Agree with the arguably heretical action of the radicals. But finally, let's talk about the funky fellas that Inquisitors can enlist into their
About to get
funky
Barley
friend
the Bear
groups.
in this
As
shit.
I've said previously, the Inquisition can basically requisition
burr.
any Imperial force to work for them. So I'll only cover the notable ones here. If I miss anything, just assume that the Inquisition
Not the
could
heartbreak.
probably work with them. Members of an inquisitorial retinue are called
Organs are the
acolytes.
best boys,
Acolytes
though.
can be permanent members
Nice
of
and
retinue
beefy.
or temporary tools at the Inquisitor's disposal. This is also how new Inquisitors are made, as particularly promising acolytes can be promoted into Inquisitors if his or her master finds them worthy and 3 other Inquisitors also approve. So, first off, the Inquisition can of course call upon Imperial Guard forces to aid them, depending on the task.
Ooh, the
this can
color
range
swap.
anywhere from
I love the
penal
palette swap,
legionnaires
bro.
to the endlessly awesome Kazerkin. Whoa!
I
They've also got their own inquisitorial stormtrooper.
have it short
force,
for the
but
organs.
Any Inquisitor
Ew.
with an ounce of cool would try to get some.
How do I know the
Kazerkin.
burr? I
If
watch
they're
this
worthy of
content
the
a lot.
Kazerkin's help, of course.
I'm not a
Then
furry.
next up, we of course have
I'm
the
not a furry. I
respective
just like
Ordo
Digimon, okay?
militants. That should be obvious.
But he's
So
mad
obvious, in
funny.
fact, it makes me
Dude's
endlessly
hilarious.
annoyed that you
Especially
can't
his
say Death
shorts.
Watch or Grey Knights or Sisters of Battle in the Inquisitorial Agents Kill team. Watch till the end for a mini rant and some of my silly ideas. But other than their own Marines, the
Any
Inquisition
religion
can
with
also
at least
call upon
1,000
other
people,
chapters
the
to help
government
them out
must
if need
acknowledge
arises.
it.
And since it's not usually a good
Such
idea
is
to
a
say no to the guys with
Pastafarian.
the planet-killing button and the unlimited
Bro,
freedom to use it,
we
most chapters
we
seize
need
the
to start
charge.
expressing our free will.
Inquisitors,
We gotta start
especially
writing
those
that
with
shit down.
malice or etiquette, also like to have a psyker or a blank in their party in order to properly deal with enemy psychers. Unless, of course, the Inquisitor is a psyker themselves, which is actually quite common. Yeah, who would have thunk that reading minds might be useful for the nosiest investigators in the galaxy?
I think a
Then,
Jedi has a
related to
high number of
psychers, we
people.
got one of
Yeah,
the
people
coolest,
fucking love
if
Star
not
Wars.
the coolest
Listen, chat, this might break your fragile opinion of me. You might be like, wow, my streamer is such an idiot. He's so washed. I can't believe that I spent any time watching this bullshit. I think Star Wars is dumb. I think that Star Wars is silly and dumb. Is that me saying that I don't like Star Wars? No. That's not me saying I don't like Star Wars at all, because I actually do really like some of I really do like some of Star Wars stuff, like the original trilogy, Clone Wars, all that good shit. I don't dislike Star Wars. I think that people take Star Wars infinitely too seriously. I think people take Star Wars way too seriously. It's a silly space opera. Come on, guys. It's silly. It's silly.
Type, the demon hosts. These dudes
We like
are
Digimon,
wicked
the creator
cool
kept
and
making them
metal
turn
as
into
hell.
hot women.
Long story short, they're demons.
Listen, they don't always turn trap cards all over the place. Just a fucking minefield today. They don't all become hot women. Actually, Digimon are made out of data, and all sorts of different things actually impact their Digivolution. Sometimes you don't have to be a hot lady. Sometimes you could be Big Dragon. Sometimes you could be Robot. Sometimes you could be Eldritch Horror beyond all human comprehension. And then sometimes you can be a furry. Or any combination between. Eldritch Horror furry that just so happens to be also a hot lady or man. I remember watching his bad Mike video. I didn't realize he was a furry until a couple videos later. That's hilarious. Yeah, no, I really like his content. He's really funny. He's really funny. If I ever like pop the fuck off, I would love to collab with Barley the Bird. Dude's hilarious. One of the funniest fucking people on the internet, I swear. What do you prefer to Star Wars? Honestly, I don't really, it's not that I don't do sci-fi. I just don't really consume a lot of sci-fi. Now that I'm like thinking about it, I really don't consume too much sci-fi, do I? I haven't watched Star Trek, like, at all. So I can't claim that. I do love Patrick Stewart though. But he's talented, cute, and hilarious. I can understand why people like Star Wars. Yeah, Star Wars is cool. Star Wars is neat. Can I explain it? Absolutely. Go for it. Go for it. I don't like Disney Star Wars. That's about it. Fair enough. Fair enough. Everything Disney gets their hands on, once they buy it, they either elevate it and they make it $1 billion thing, or they fucking shoot it in the chest and throw it in the dumpster like they didn't spend $1 billion on it. Nerd!
Bound to mortal bodies and commanded by the person who bound them, as long as their willpower is strong enough to overcome the demon within. The
Honestly, I fucking love 40K. I love 40K so far.
For you, it's just super cool. Then, related to demons,
I do prefer it to Star Wars.
No, not
off
those
of my
ones. That would
off
be
of my
funny,
few
but no. Inquisitorial Hierophants are priests
out of my
who guide the
little
Inquisitor's
exposure.
prayers, exorcise demons, and probably have holy water super soakers. But jumping off the funny idea of an Inquisitorial Hierophant, the more radical of Inquisitors...
Is there like... dying again. Is there like a movie or like a game or something, or like a book where they do put holy water like into guns or something, or like holy water bullets to fight demons? That's... Dude, honestly, when he said the holy water super soaker, I was like, no, that's fucking... Wait a minute, that's cool as hell. Wait a minute, that's a great idea.
Also enlist the help
Put that
of
shit in a
Sanctioned
horror
Xenos.
movie.
A Tyranid would never get
I love Patrick.
sanctioned, but
Yeah,
working
that
with
man is a
Eldar
national
now,
treasure.
maybe even a
When he
Necron
passes
is an
away, I'm
opportunity.
gonna break
Also,
down, dude.
orc
I'm gonna be so
mercenaries,
sad.
But the Imperium is
Same thing with
generally
Ian
more
McKellen.
racist to orcs than the first three I mentioned. Even
Gifts.
Ordo Xenos Inquisitors might work alongside Xenos. This may be
If
for
you want to
temporary
watch a
diplomatic
video about the
reasons, for
Fillinid,
research,
Snipe and
or
Wib have a
just
video
because
going over it.
particular Xeno
Ooh,
dude is
neat.
really good at killing a Xeno species
They only
you
have 2
happen to
sentences
hate
of lore?
even
That
more
sucks.
than you hate the aforementioned Xeno dude. But to cap off this
I
section,
got into
we have
Warhammer
various
because my
killing
friend
machines,
kept
literally
saying
and
Star Wars could beat
figuratively.
Halo.
We
Get
got
him out of here.
assassins, Arco-flagellants, Crusaders, Desperados, Gland Warriors,
Arco-flagellants,
etc.,
holy.
etc. Basically just a menagerie of insano killers. Like I said, their reach is expansive, and if you can think of it, they probably work with it. The Inquisition is a fascinating force in the world of 40K. They have one of the hardest quotes in the setting, maybe ever, and it really sums up the Inquisition as a faction. And it is a quote that I will now read. My patience isn't limitless, unlike my authority. Ooh, such
That's
a
pretty
simple
hard.
language, just so
That's pretty
damn
fucking
cool,
hard. I'll give it
especially
up.
since it's said during a rare moment of empathy in the 40K universe.
The
Thank
stories
you,
from
Mr.
Marvel,
Isaac
DC,
Hall.
Star Wars, and
Jumping
etc.
off
None of the
that,
stories
the
are real, but they
autonomy of the
represent an
Inquisition
idea that
also
is real,
makes for some
100%.
really cool stories,
Okay,
and they aren't
okay.
found
Damn, infinite trap cards. This is about to be a 40-hour stream. Dude, that is exactly what fucking fiction is for. That's exactly what it's for. Dude, it's to communicate ideas through the lens of fiction. Of course it's not real, you silly motherfuckers. People take fiction so fucking seriously. People take fiction so unbelievably seriously. In some situations, of course, you're supposed not, you know what? Let me correct myself. You are of course supposed to obsess over and digest fiction. You're supposed to ask yourself questions and dive deep into it because that is the point. That's the point. But some motherfuckers just can't read. Some people just can't read and they just start making shit up. Am I talking about the JJK fan base? Man, a little bit. A little bit. Am I talking about the Chainsaw Man community? A little bit.
The Inquisition
I think Greedo did shoot first, right? That's how it was originally.
Universe and are really cool.
Exactly. That's why people are obsessed with fiction, man.
But let me know what you think about these funky fellas. What's your favorite order?
I think they
who's
suck.
Your favorite Inquisitor?
Some of them are pretty cool, though. Don't give it up.
Okay. The Inquisitorial Agency
Game's the smartest man alive in a room full of crazy people.
Death Watch, and Grey Knights, or at least one
Oh
of them.
man, we'll get to Kane, I'm sure.
Anyway, so
I'm sure we'll get to Kane.
Would have worked just fine. Sisters of Silence are cool, but Sisters of Battle would have been a bit more than
yes.
Could have had this.
Yes, fight back. Yes, that's the point. Yes, you digested the media appropriately. That's what I'm fucking talking about, man. Yeah, that's what I love to fucking see. Yeah, learning from media and using it to propel yourself into being a better person. That's what I'm fucking talking about, man. Yes. I love it. I love to see it, bro. Feel bad for Harry Potter fans. Okay. Listen, speaking of the new Harry Potter series, they're going to have that shit so rough. When I found out that when I found out that Severus Snape was going to be played by a black actor, like when I saw like all the set photos and everything, I'm like, wow, it looks really great. So far, the costume design and everything looks really cool. And then I thought about it for a little bit. I'm like, I'm not the biggest I'm not the biggest Harry Potter fan in the world, but doesn't Snape like get judged for his appearance a lot? And didn't he get bullied by Harry's dad being like, hey, I don't like you because you don't deserve to exist? Wasn't Neville like afraid, like what was, like it was a mirror or something? It might not have been the mirror, but it was like something in class where Neville like got shown his greatest fear and it was Severus Snape. And it, just like a bunch of stuff that's like, oh, and he also bows down to the Dark Lord, who's a white guy. I start thinking about it, I'm like, ooh, that's gonna come off really weird. Harry like doesn't trust Severus. He's like, yeah, there's just something off about that guy. Oof, that shit's gonna come off really weird, huh? I feel bad for the Harry Potter fan. Yeah. Not Harry Pottridge.
The blank stuff. Plus, Grey Knights are even cooler demon hunters.
Shit's just gonna come off really different than they intend.
Direct upgrade, so just axe them and add Death Watch. Just do 3 Marines. It might be
just 3.
Agents have been broken.
I'm gonna slam some more water, chat.
So might as well be broken with cool Marines. Hi, friends. Space Marines are certainly cool, but you know what make them very cooler? Well, if they're all wizard knights, had sweet shiny armor, and arm guns.
I think that would make everybody cooler.
Grey Knights.
Hi, Grey Knights.
Grey Knights are a rather unique.
Inferior to the wolves, but you know.
If not the most elite Space Marine chapters ever. These fellas are the premier demon hunters of the Imperium.
Damn! Wait, hold on. Chaos got waifus? Maybe I'm switching sides.
The Inquisitorial Ordo Malleus. The Grey Knights were made at the tail end of the Horus Heresy, right before the final clash with Horus. The Emperor prepared the Imperium for the worst. Well,
listen, I'm probably wrong, and I'm fully down to accept that. If the Emperor had told his fucking sons the truth about like the warp and everything, I don't think this shit would have happened. I think we could have avoided the Horus Heresy if Buddy would just talk to his fucking children.
Some would say that the Horus Heresy was the worst, so I suppose
I hear the books are like way better than the movies.
Knowing that if he fell,
I hear they're very different and much better. I hated that universe in 3rd grade. I was made fun of by a lot of people for wearing glasses. Oh, because they were calling you Harry Potter. Rectangular frames, mind you? Bro, they couldn't even get the shit right. They didn't even make the jokes appropriately.
Which were an elite group of Marines from all chapters, traitor and loyalist, who
you don't want Slanesh demons? I don't know, man. They might flay my skin off, but maybe I'm into that.
Moon of Saturn Titans, who established a new chapter in the ultra super secret fortress monastery on Titan. Originally, this new chapter began with Marines from existing legions, but going forth, all new aspirants would be forged with a special
originally
multi-chapter based on the Emperor himself. What? Appointed Janus, a former Thousand Son, to be the first Supreme
you get the Nepo seed
of the Knights, and began production on the new mysterious breed of Marines.
I'm buying the books off of a certain black and orange website.
18, 19,
I might
20,
frequent that site
6,
sometimes.
6, 6. All right, that's a bit disingenuous, as there is an in-lore explanation for this.
Jokes on them. Some of them were wearing glasses. Dumbass.
There was just so much insane warp energies in the
Idiots.
solar system that funky shit started happening. And of said funky shit, one of the funkier shits was the entire moon of Saturn just disappearing into the water.
Huh?
And then years
they just fucking
later,
snatched
during
it
the
up.
second founding, it finally returned. And thus, the Grey Knights were officially dubbed the 666th chapter.
Oh,
which also
it's
seems
a wonder
bit
they're not
far-fetched,
evil as fuck.
The second founding almost certainly didn't have 646 new chapters, but we all know that the Grey Knights were clearly
The
named
sacred
the
texts.
666th chapter because it's cool and edgy, and they
Saturn's
just wrote some of
moon.
the lore to be band-aid solutions to the reasonings. It doesn't really matter that it doesn't make sense because it's cool, and it's also kind of funny that the ultra demon hating chapter bears the number of the beast.
True.
But anyways,
that is pretty cool. I'll give it up.
Super mega chapter disappearing into the warp for a bit is that the warp is a strange place and time rarely progresses regularly. Plus, you'll constantly be facing demons and horrors beyond human comprehension.
Yeah, if I end up in the warp, I'm just shooting myself. I'm just taking care of it.
Indeed is. So, when the Grey Knights returned to real space, they were already a full-fledged chapter of elite demon-killing machines, fortified against the treacherous influences of chaos.
They went through a whole arc off screen, man.
That certainly sounds cool. How can I?
One of them has an ice volcano?
Well,
that's sick as fuck. I want an ice volcano.
Has to be a psyker,
hey,
so
Destiny, welcome in, buddy.
That writes off 101% of my viewers with an approximate 1% margin of error. But for the absolute 0% of you who are psychers, these psychers are often chosen from the black ships, transporting psychers to Holy Terra. Promising psychers are taken to the Chamber of Trials on the
Oh,
Grey
that's
Knight
right.
homeworld of
The
Titan,
Emperor has
and
to
if
eat
they pass
1,000
the trial,
psychers
they're
a
subjected to
day.
a more sophisticated version of the regular Space Marine augmentation process and psycho indoctrination. Then,
Oh,
after all that,
brother.
you have to pass the 666 rituals of detestation.
Huh?
These rituals are super mega nutty insano.
How do you even live?
That
How the fuck does anybody
full-fledged
become
Space
one?
Marines wouldn't be able to pass them. But if these aspirants do pass, their memories and their past lives are wiped and they're given a new name. Reborn, the Space Marine neophytes train under a Justicar until
Absolutely
they're
not.
promoted to novitiates and are officially accepted into the chapter.
Just make
The
me a Space
final
Marine, bro.
standard
Absolutely
augmentation
not.
for Grey
Fuck
Knights
that.
is a subdermal silver purity ward across their body to further fortify them against the influences of chaos. Each and every Grey Knight is a powerful psyker, and
Yeah,
they're
no,
trained
these
to
guys are
harness their
tough.
psyker
These guys are
energies
badasses.
into a
What the fuck?
protective warding aura known as the
Never order Harry Potter off
training allows them to essentially
the.
channel their
I thought you were
soul
talking about a
energy through
different
their
black and
armors
orange
and
site.
become
Not gonna
anathema
lie.
to demons, kind of like a mini version of the Emperor's aura. In addition, they're
Most
taught
of that ice builds the
anti-demon
outer rings of
tactics.
Saturn.
One
Really?
common tactic is true names, and another is, of course, cool sword skills. But back to the first one.
Wait, they have a true name mechanic. They have a true name mechanic in this universe? Hell yeah. I love that shit. I love that shit so much.
Demonstrate how powerful true names really are. One time, absolute mad lad, Supreme Grandmaster Khaldor Drago was able to incapacitate a demon Primarch
No, not
Mortarion
Venomoth.
by speaking his true name. By speaking his true name, he was able to weaken the Primarch.
See, this is what I'm talking about, by the way, when I'm like, yeah, man, insects make insects make really cool designs. I love Venomoth. Venomoth is a very simple design. I fucking love Venomoth. I feel like Venomoth is one of those, okay, I know I'm gonna come off as a Gen 1er. I think that most Pokemon designs, at least like early gen, yeah, no, they're all basically perfect. There's really no one that I have a problem with, and that includes Voltorb and Electrode. If you don't like them, get the fuck out of here. You don't like fun. It's a Pokeball Pokemon. Get out of here. It's cool as hell.
And then he flexed on him by carving the previous Grandmaster's name into Martarian's heart. Now,
Damn,
depending on
that's
how
metal.
much you like the Knights,
That's
and
metal as
slash
fuck,
or how
man.
much you think that Chaos is a total joke, this moment
Burp.
may or may not be total bullshit. But it is a canon moment that demonstrates just how powerful of an asset a true name can really be. This moment is totally bullshit, though. Anyways, though, although Grey Knights are
That shit
some of the
never
best,
happened.
if not the best, and they have some of the best, if not the best equipment to face chaos, the forces of chaos are
I can't even call them.
endlessly vicious
I can't even
and
call them
viciously
nepo
endless.
babies because they had to
So,
earn
in
that
the
shit.
grim darkness of the far future, not even the stalwart Grey Knights are immune to getting stabbed to death by big old demons.
Do you know what your Harry Potter school says about your D&D class? No. Lay it on me, bro. I'm a Hufflepuff. If I remember the Pottermore shit from a while ago.
666 word oath of
Wizardo.
sanctity is inscribed in their corpse. But Grey Knights are a lot more interesting alive, so let's talk about their fighting style and unique weapons. All of the Grey Knight stuff is made on their exclusive Forge World at Deimos. Since Deimos is a moon of Mars, it's one of the
exclusive.
smallest Forge Worlds, but it makes some of the most powerful gear. So that's right, fellas, size doesn't matter. Also, funnily
Yippee!
enough, this moon was magically taken from Mars's orbit and put in
What the
Titan's
hell?
orbit.
Just
How
snatched it?
convenient. Of these weapons, we obviously have their arsenal of Nemesis Force weapons that fits their
Nemesis
knightly theme.
Force.
Force weapons are weapons that are psychically attuned to the
Dude, Warhammer naming is so good. It's either really funny or it's just really rad.
user to be extra deadly.
It really
to their
is
foes,
flexing the
and
rule of
extra,
cool so
extra
hard.
deadly to their demonic foes. The most common
Damn!
Nemesis weapons are swords, halberds, demon hammers,
They got
warding
demon
staves,
multiplier?
and coolest of all, dual Nemesis falchions. Woo! Wait, probably just as cool as the falchions is the mother flippin' Nemesis Doomfist of the Dreadnoughts and Dreadknights.
Nah, that's the best one. That's the best one.
Then, in conjunction with their melee armaments, one of the coolest and most iconic aspects of the
Dude.
Grey Knights are their
Dude, I love okay, so number one, I love action movies like in general. Like, well, let me correct myself. I like a lot of like, oh my god, I'm dying. I like a lot of Asian like karate movies and like movies like The Raid and shit. I can't quite come up with like the appropriate word, but I really like when people throw fucking hands. I really like in stories or like fantasy or like whatever fiction where, hey man, my power is that I put the fucking paws up and then I beat the brakes off of you, dude. That's part of the reason why I like Kamen Rider so much, is because a lot of the action, at least like, you know, a lot of it in general / like the earlier part, yeah, bro, I'm putting the paws up and I'm beating the fuck out of this monster. My super move, I'm gonna flip in the air and kick you in the chest as hard as humanly possible. Hell yeah, dude. Just beat the brakes off of him.
fucking
Kamen Rider Double, one of my favorite Kamen Rider, maybe my favorite Kamen Rider. Yeah, he's got weapons and everything. He's got different forms. You know what else he's got? He's kicking you in the fucking teeth. That's his primary technique. I'm gonna kick the shit out of you. Love it. Love it. Love it, love it, love it.
epic arm mounts.
Their
and
artillery
storm
guns are called
bolters.
Earth Shakers or
Woo!
Bombas.
Coolest shit ever.
Arm guns
Originally,
arm
their
guns
Nemesis
are
weapons
sick
had
as fuck.
bolters on them like Custody Guardian spears.
Ah,
but they
yes,
eventually
the
switched to
Demon
having
Hammer,
arm
God
mounts. Probably
Splitter.
because sick as hell. The arm mounts free up their offhand to better use their
Oh,
melee weapons.
dying
but
again.
also
Thanks for the
keeps them
follow,
ready to
Corvus.
unleash
Hell
ranged
yeah, thanks, buddy.
salvos at a moment's notice. These bolters are operated with psychic impulses, and each of their bolts are meticulously crafted over many years. To make even a single blessed null bolt, a person pure of soul and devotion is sacrificed. And you've got
Damn!
50 cents to
You
shoot
gotta
357
fucking kill
with that.
him.
Phew. The sacrifice of a single person is debatably worth it,
Holy.
since null
What's
bolts
up,
are
Exit?
extremely effective
Shaw.
against warp entities, as it severs them from the immaterium and thus greatly weakening them, if not just straight up killing them.
You
But
just fucking
also,
cutting
storm
them
bolters
off
shoot
from
like
the
a
warp?
ton of bolts, so is like a single burst really more effective logistically than a few guardsmen or a gaggle of devoted Imperials? I don't know.
I think it's
it
mostly
also
for the
shows
flex.
how Insano and Callous the Imperium can be, so that's interesting flavoring at least. Also, theoretically, these would only be used against greater demons and other threats that are near immune to conventional weaponry, but I play Chaos Gate Demon Hunters, and let me tell you, hundreds of souls
This is
were
the
lost to
XCOM
kill
one, right?
no-name hobo cultists and overly suspicious pillars, so can't argue with it.
That's the
Moving on,
XCOM
some
like
common
game, right?
special
I think
weapons
I've
of
seen
the
that
night
on Steam
used are
before.
Psy cannons, silencers, and incinerators. Psy cannons are
I
basically
love a good
storm
flamethrower,
bolters that
dude.
use an even more insano round
Dude, why do video games have like either the shittiest fucking flamethrowers in human history, or I was about to say, or they're ridiculously good? I can't think of a single game where the flamethrower is not shittier than basically every other option. I was thinking about Dead Space. Dead Space, oh, you know what? The one in Dead Space 2 is pretty solid. The flamethrower in Dead Space 1, you might as well smooch the necromorphs to death. That shit is so worthless.
charged with negative psychic energy. Then silencers are actually a Xenos weapon modified to be used by the Grey Knights. Their
Oh shit,
exact
that's pretty
function
cool.
is unknown, but it basically focuses and amplifies the user's psychic
Battlefield
energy
1 had a
into
pretty good
energy
flamethrower?
blasts.
Really?
These blasts are so potent that they could destabilize demons.
Damn!
And then finally, incinerators are basically just flamethrowers.
I think the last
but
Battlefield
with,
game I played
you
was
guessed
Bad
it,
Company.
psychic charges.
Bad Company 2, I
Promethium
think.
used is
Forever
psychically charged to shoot
ago.
impossibly hot
Demon Hunters
flames
is
and to
XCOM?
melt
We might
demons
check that
with
out.
literal
I fucking
hot,
love XCOM
burning
2.
hole of faith.
I didn't play that
Then,
much
up next,
XCOM
we have
1,
their
but 2
iconic
is
Aegis
a
armor.
10.
This
That game
a
is so good.
special modified variant of power armor with special psychic circuitry and anti-chaos wards. Once
Flamers in
again,
40k
many
are
cycles
very
were
good.
sacrificed
Yeah,
to
Time
forge
Warp
a
is
single
insane.
suit of Aegis armor. And to me, this is
Why do we have to keep sacrificing? Why do we have to keep sacrificing the purest heart, best people in the world for war, for weaponry? That's so crazy.
more justifiable than the damn bolt, since the armor isn't really an expendable resource.
Wish we had
like
characters
the
like
ammo
that
is,
again. Yeah,
but
dude. Bad Company
thanks to
2
the
had so
kind
much
sacrifice of
personality.
those
That
psychers,
shit was so good.
Aegis armor is super durable and resilient against demons, psychic attacks, and
These
honestly,
days you'd have to pay for
conventional
the
weaponry.
fun
But if they wanna
operators.
be even
Drop
more
$10
unkillable,
for
they can
one
opt for
guy.
Terminator armor. And uniquely,
Chat, okay, listen, lay it on me. Is Helldivers 2 worth playing if you do not have a group? Is Helldivers 2, like, does Helldivers 2 have like a solid solo queue experience? Or is it like, yeah, man, playing with randoms is the worst thing in the fucking world?
every single Grey Knight is
Chaos Gate
authorized
is
to use
great?
Terminator
Ooh, good to
armor
know.
rather
Hell
than
yeah.
just a veteran, since to be
Flamers
even
on the
become a
tabletop
Grey Knight,
always
you're
hit and
already
ignore
the top of
cover?
the top.
Huge.
Then, as for Grey Knight
Huge.
tactics, they operate in complete secrecy, even to other
There's
Space
gold
Marines,
in
the
them
Knights are either
hills.
wholly unknown
There's
or
gold
near
in them
miss.
hills.
And to those who do witness them, they're mind wiped or executed.
Oh my
ensure this
God.
secrecy, the Knights are only called to face the most heinous chaos threats. When summoned,
That's
they
kinda
try to
sick,
complete
though.
their objective
It needs
as
a group. The
quickly as
randoms can be
possible.
pretty mean.
So
Aw,
they'll
man.
teleport close to their enemy as possible.
It's not
wreck
like Deep
shit,
Rock
and then
Galactic.
teleport away and
Dude, even though I don't really play Deep Rock Galactic, like I played like maybe, I think I played like 20 hours or like some shit, something like that. Not too much. Dude, how did I already forget what I was talking about? Oh God, what's it called? Rock and Stone. Oh fuck, how did I forget? Deep Rock Galactic. There you go. The Deep Rock Galactic community is so fucking sweet and kind. I had nothing but good experiences doing solo queue in Deep Rock Galactic. That community is so nice. That community is so fucking unbelievably nice.
complete
Helldivers
secret.
2 is a wonderful
And
game.
if
Playing
any
with
other
randoms is a
Imperials
mixed
do
bag.
catch a glimpse of
Sometimes
them,
you're carrying,
well, the
sometimes you're
Inquisition
being
will throw a
carried.
bitch fit and try to execute all those Imperials. Furthermore, in the tactics
like
department,
League of
Grey Knights are
Legends.
often put into specialized squads. Strike squads are the basic unit that forms the backbone of their formations, and Scepter squads are the coolest ones, as they all have personal teleporters. So
Gotta pop
wreak
out of here for a
havoc
while.
with
Hey, have a good one,
unparalleled
Corvus. Thanks for hanging
ability.
out, buddy.
Brigadian
I appreciate you.
squads are
See you
the
later.
heavy weapon specialists, and finally, the two most elite squads are the Purifiers and the Paladins. Both of these are composed of the
It really
most
depends.
elite
Most people
and
you
most
play with are
pure
actually
knights in
pretty
the
friendly and
chapter.
fun to play
The
with.
purifiers are the
Strike the
holy and
earth.
spiritual. They ensure the sanctity
But
of
you can
the
also
order
play with
while
chat.
also inspiring their
Oh,
brothers in
that's such
battle.
a good
And
point,
the
dude. That's
paladins
such a
are the
good
most
point.
accomplished fighters in the chapter.
I'm gonna
These
check out
dudes are
Helldivers 2 when
even
it
nuttier than
probably
the
like
average
the
Grey
next
Knight
big
and are
Steam
some
sale.
of
I'll
the
probably
most
pick it up,
skilled combatants in the Imperium and entire universe for that matter.
assuming it's
And
something more than like
finally, let's close
20%.
this off with the coolest Grey Knight, nay, the coolest Warhammer unit of all time. The greatest, the most badassest, ultra
The most
spectacular killing machine,
badassiest.
the Nemesis Dread Knight.
Oh, he
Okay,
does look
okay,
pretty
well,
cool though.
Not gonna lie, I
Even
do
if he
kind
sucks,
of
he's
like
pretty
the Dread
cool.
Knight. It kind of reminds me of those Matrix mechs, or even more badassly, the Lego Exoforce dudes. Plus, this is far
Whoa,
from the dumbest
dude, Lego
thing in the
Exoforce,
Grey
that shit look
Knights.
kind of
Their
cool.
average lore blurb is
Dude,
like
hold
5
on,
times.
hold on. Lego Exoforce got an anime boy up there. The Lego has the spiky blue. Hold on, bro. If I saw these, honestly, you know what else this kind of reminds me of? The power loader from Alien or Aliens. I forget. No, it's the first one. Get your hands off of her, you son of a bitch. God's Sigourney Weaver got me acting up forever. I love Sigourney Weaver.
Sillier than how this thing
It's
looks.
the baby
If the model
carrier.
could just do anything but its silly ass awkward prom
Once you get
picture
to
stance, it actually
difficulty, I
does
think
look
that's
pretty
when you
badass.
stop doing single
Plus,
player
this thing was
missions.
made to combat
Oh.
greater
Same for
demons,
Space
so
Marine
the
2.
imagery of this thing
Space
dueling
Marine 2 is
huge
multiplayer?
bloodthirster or something is just super hella cool. But that's the Grey Knights. If you want an ultra elite but not quite Custodes elite,
Just fucking
ultra
push 'em out
pure
the way.
Mega Marines, then these are your boys. Hell, in their entire chapter history, not a single knight fell to chaos. Oh man, that is pure. And also, admittedly, I've never been that big of a
Also,
Grey Knights
Exo
fan.
Squad.
I'm more of a Space Wolf enjoyer myself. One big hang-up I have is that I'm torn whether or not I like how silly extreme their lore is. A lot of people say that Grey Knights are an example of grim derp, and
Grim
because
derp.
they are. Like the one
Too
in a
grim
billion
dark.
novitiates becoming Grey Knights thing. A single life for a single bullet. Hundreds of lives for armor, etc., etc. It's just logistically absurd. Like, it's hard to believe that
I get
Space
grim
Marines or
dark.
something
I
is
understand what
somehow less
he
effective
means
than
now.
a single Grey Knight. Or hell, even a Custodian seemingly has less sacrifice made to make one of
Oh.
them. And I actually love the silly
shit,
and
I
over-the-top nature
misclicked.
of 40k. Grey Knights just kind of skirt
Ah.
the line for me. On one hand, I love that they exemplify the needless, insane sacrifices that the Imperium is willing to make just to try and preserve their dying empire. And I love how it hammers home just how fucking absurdly elite and insano the Knights are. But on the other hand, it's almost just too stupid. And I know some of the Grey Knights' more dumb lore got retconned, but I'm still iffy on them. But, I mean, it's hard not to like super wizard space marines with
Has 3-player
dual
co-op for
magic
the story
swords
in a
and an
PvE
armed
and
machine
PvP
gun.
mode? Really?
Also,
Oh
aesthetically, they're
shit.
some of my favorites of
Oh, that's
all
cool.
time.
I didn't know
I'm
that.
just not a huge fan of their lore. Also, Grey Knight players can piss off with the wolf hate. So many
Yeah,
Grey Knight
fuck
fans say
off.
how
We love the
stupid
wolves.
and Mary Sue the wolves are, but brother, you literally like the Grey Knights. When you get down to it, the Space Wolves and the Grey Knights are actually quite similar. They pull off absurd feats that shouldn't be possible. They're great against Psychers. They love their runes. And they have crazy extremo characters, and so on and so on.
Everybody's
Space Wolves just
got
aren't
their
total
own
dickheads
stuff.
like the Grey Knights are.
True.
Also, I don't even care about
Everybody's
the OP
got their
characters in a
extremes.
setting like 40k, since I believe rule of cool trumps most things, and OP
I agree.
characters are cool. But just don't be a hypocrite with your blind faction simping.
I think
But
the rule of
anyways,
cool can
I think
basically
I
be utilized
sufficiently
anywhere.
Pissed off all the Knights viewers, so let me know what you think of them. Are they the coolest chapter of all time, super duper mega marines, or are they
Super
just grim
Mega
derp shiny
Marines.
idiots? Let me know in the comments below. People say Space Wolves killing Grey Knights is
PvE
bullshit,
is also
as if
3-player
Grey Knights
squads and
banishing
PvP is
primers every weekend isn't
5v5,
the
huh?
real issue in that
So
power
is the
skill.
PvE like a horde mode game mode?
Hi friends, it's the Christmas
Never played
season,
PvP
so
before?
let's talk
Yeah.
about a faction led by the legend himself, Santa
I'm
Claus.
not really. What?
That's not Santa, but he has
Oh.
a sleigh and a beard.
Oh man.
Who the hell is Logan? Oh, well, I've been informed that this fine gentleman
Yeah,
is
I'm not really
in
too
fact
much of a
Santa, but some
PvP
guy
guy.
named Logan Grimno.
That's awkward.
Well,
Just
if we're
realized you
gonna
were
be talking about Logan, I guess we can talk about the beloved
It's all
character
good,
Wolverine.
blood. No worries. How you doing, buddy?
Wolverine. Wolverine is just one letter away from
No
wolves.
horde mode.
Oh my
Sad.
god! Space Wolves are unironically
Dude, I
one of my
fucking
favorite Space
love
Marine
horde
chapters,
modes.
and
I
think they get a
love
bad
horde
rap.
modes. I've got
What's
such a
not to
soft
love
spot
about
for them.
super soldiered, power armored
I would
space
rather.
fighters?
Okay,
Plus,
listen,
they're
listen. We're talking about the wolves. This is obviously important. We fucking love the wolves. Listen. Hold on, I'm choking. Don't listen too hard right now. Oh no, I forgot what I was talking about. Oh. I would much rather video games, instead of having forced, like, yeah, we just shoved in this multiplayer mode. I would rather a horde mode. I would rather every game that does shit like that, make it a horde mode. Just give me a horde mode and fucking everything. The choking is important, just like Eminem. just like Marshall.
You factions to know the ancient art of chilling with the homies and not being depressed all the time. The Space Wolves
Depresso
are the 6th
espresso.
Legion and were known as the Rout before meeting their Primarch Lehman Russ. Their first
Bro, they've got
made
that
of
Mark
Terran
1
tribes.
Iron Man armor
Their
thing going
barbaric
on.
instincts were
Bulky.
only amplified by the Space Marine augmentations. As such, the Emperor isolated
Your character will
the
send in
Legion
a
until they were
second
needed.
squad to do something.
So then, sometime
Oh,
later, the Emperor sent the Legion
it does have a horde mode.
where they
We got
proved
it,
their
dude. We got to
mettle,
get
and
Space
by
Marine 2.
mettle,
We got
I
to get
mean
Space
the
Marine
fact that
2.
they're extremely super scary, brutal savages. And this is
We
where they
gotta
earned
get
their
Space Marine
moniker
2.
of
That shit
the
needs to go on
Rout,
sale
since
pronto.
Their appearance would make the enemies.
It's
You
also a
guessed it, Rout.
ooh, we love
These
horde
early
modes too. We
Marines would
fucking
kill
love horde modes.
absolutely everyone and everything
Also, hi,
they
Dead
came
Hunter.
across, and additionally, in the early years of the
Sam
Crusade,
Lee, what's
they
going on,
remained
buddy?
a relatively
Space
small
Wolves.
legion.
This
These
video
two
is
factions that
fantastic.
they
Been having
often
so
worked
much
as an
fun.
auxiliary shock assault force to the other legions
Finish the games
and
you're already
came to
playing.
represent
That's
the
what I'm
Emperor's
trying.
back before meeting Daddy Russ.
Listen, on that note, on the hey, I never finished the games that I'm playing. We will finish every game that we start on the channel. I'm gonna try to do that. Outside of that, boy oh boy, did I just buy fucking Monster Hunter Stories 3. Boy oh boy, did I buy a fucking 1200-hour RPG.
But, speaking of Daddy Russ, the Legion was reunited with their gene father after the Emperor heard legends of a legendary Wolf King and said, oh, well, only a son of mine would be so badass.
I actually am grinding
So he
Digimon
went to
World
the
2.
icy
I've been
death
doing
world of
it in my
Fenris.
spur
On
time.
Fenris, the Emperor was
Gotta make
challenged
sure
by
we got
the
a
Wolf King to
nice
fun
setup.
little competition.
Yeah, it's gonna be a
Lehman
huge
Russ beat
fucking
the
pain
Emperor
if
in
I
a
don't.
drinking and eating contest, but got his ass kicked in the third challenge. An ass kick. I almost said ass eating contest. Holy shit. But then got his
Whoa!
ass kicked in
Don't
the
talk
third
about me on.
challenge.
Don't
An
talk about me in the
ass-kicking
video, bro.
challenge. After being beaten for the first time ever,
Chat, for like $1 million, would you enter into an ass eating contest? I think that I would enter into an ass eating contest for money. I think, dude, I would do a lot for money. If it's like $20 though, maybe I give up in the first round.
Lehman swore loyalty to the Emperor as he realized that the Emperor was truly his father. So anyways, Lehman was the second Primarch that the Emperor reunited with, and he was
I know I'm
arguably
not
the
gonna
most
win.
loyal of them all.
You gotta go through the
with
training
Lehman's
arc, bro.
dogged loyalty and his legion's violent reputation, the Space Wolves became the Emperor's Executioners, which is a really badass title. Also, Horus was the first son discovered, and Lehman was the second. Horus had the Luna Wolves, and Lehman had the Space Wolves. So this, of course, leads to the obvious conclusion that the Emperor planned to name all of the Legion's wolf names, and he thought it was like totally the coolest thing ever because
He's
then
not
he and his sons,
wrong.
they'd be assembled and they'd be the Wolf Pack. And
Not
he
the
probably came up
Diddy
with a ton of
Wolves.
wolf phrases like "wolf out" or I don't know, wolf power. But then Malcolm thought that the Emperor was a furry based on these plans, and King shamed him out of his idea.
Aw.
Anyways, the Space Wolves proved to be a
We
very
don't kink.
accomplished
Listen.
legion.
I'm so sorry, you sweet summer child. I'm so sorry to keep pausing you in the middle of what you're saying. I think that kink shaming is stupid. I don't think anybody should be kink shaming because I think that everybody has a wild kink that they just keep inside and they don't talk to people about it. If somebody is open like, oh man, I fucking love feet, more power to you, brother. More power to you. You get you some arches. I think that kink shaming is very lame.
Would say if they didn't actually kind of suck in 30K, The Wars were a pretty small legion due to Russ's gene seed being
There's
really
definitely some
unstable and
kicks that
because
deserve
Fenris is such a
shaming.
harsh recruiting world, and this of course limited their power.
Depends.
And on top of that, they didn't really accomplish much in the heresy on a big scale. Of course,
Listen, while I see what you mean. I was thinking about it. That's a discussion for private. Yeah, no, I feel you. My neurons started firing. I was like, well, I think I know what you're talking about, Blood. There's a line. There is a fine line between like, yeah, man, you do this in the privacy of your own home, or between two consenting adults, and maybe we do lock you the fuck up. maybe I do clown this shit out of you. Maybe I do make fun of you on Twitter. Thanks for the high and bye, Jack. See you later. Octopus Chronicles. Hell yeah, cool name. Wear cat ears, bro. I need to get a cat ears asset. That'd be fun.
Literally every other legion, but they weren't too notable for that. Additionally, by the time of the Siege of Terra, their numbers were so whittled down that they couldn't really do much other than help the other chapters. Even arguably,
it's okay.
one of
Support's
the
important.
Was kind of a loss, other than some lore lightly alluding to the wolves killing the lost legions and kind of weakening Horus's forces before the Siege of Terra. Their only major victory was
this is before
in the Siege of Prospero.
Damn!
Relatively small space wolf legion ended up ravaging the seemingly more powerful Thousand Sons. But the whole Prospero thing was a trick by Mr.
Wait, do the Thousand Sons have like low key an ancient Egyptian thing going on? Kind of looks like the top of like a pharaoh thing. Ready for the pet salon, bro? Your dog's about to come back fresh and clean. See you later, Blood. Talk to you later, buddy. Oh, you want to do some Kamen Rider build later?
Horus heresy to do some heresying by exploiting Lehman's hate for psychers. Russ busting Magnus's
damn didn't like that shit again.
Was a huge loss for the Imperium. However, to be honest, I really do think this is just bad writing. The idea
if I have time, hell yeah, just let me know.
Cooler than how they're portrayed here. Plus, they're way different in 40K and also a lot better written, in my opinion.
Oh, I didn't realize that was in 30K. I forgot.
Savages, so that people underestimate them and don't want to.
You should get other versions of that avatar. I've got a few different models. We've got a few different models.
Really well, since
like we got Fail the Male and a different, a more what do you call it? A more canon model.
Brutal cunning. No, this isn't your video. However,
no, make another orc video. Make only orc videos.
Pun not intended. No matter how much they get kicked down, they remain loyal, determined, and they always survive to fight on. It fits.
Honestly, you love to see it
very well. Other than that, though, there are some more cool pieces of 30K Wolf lore, but it's just that I think that overall they kind of got shafted in this era. But
bro. Oh shit, what was I talking about? Oh, I already lost it. Never mind, ignore me.
I'll share some.
I already forgot what I paused for.
Firstly, they were kind of monster hunters in the Great Crusade, being sent to fight a lot of big, dangerous Xeno species. I've always
Capcom make the Warhammer Monster Hunter game.
Super cool. So this is
post haste
super cool.
Quickly.
Next up, after Horus revealed himself to be a traitor, the Emperor sent Space Wolf.
Mr. Heresy is hilarious.
I think this is cool.
Yeah, I know Queso. That's the fucking goat. Queso's hilarious, bro.
And finally, Lehman
one of the funniest fucking people on Twitch, I swear.
Of sorts after the burning of Prospero. His codex listed battle plans and tactics to better kill Space Marines. However,
kill.
Primarchs were disgusted by this code.
I wonder if Space Marines do everything in their armor. Wait, can Space Marines take off their armor? I know we had this conversation before. MJT Gamers, how's it going, buddy? Welcome in. Isn't there like a sect of Space Marines that cannot take off their armor? But like, bro, are you writing in the armor? Are you doing that SpongeBob? Are you doing the SpongeBob episode where he's writing out the single letter T and the Kill. Have you been listening to the Dungeon Crawler Carl audiobook? I should. Dungeon Crawler Carl? I feel like I've heard of him before. Because you said that in the same voice and cadence as one of the other characters. Plot twist. I am that guy.
And between this and the Codex of Astartes, maybe Primarchs and Space Marines just don't like books. Barnes & Noble be damned, I guess.
I miss Barnes & Noble so bad. There's like no Barnes & Nobles around me anymore. I think they went out of business.
STC, hence it being named after Mr. Russ. So they're literally the
same thing with
books.
books.
Thank you, Mr. Russ. Very cool. Unfortunately for Heresy fans, from my relatively small 30k
Top
knowledge compared
5.
to 40k,
Whoa.
I do think that the Space Wolves are
5 of
way
the top
cooler
10
in
sold
40K.
audiobooks? Holy
So,
shit.
Let's talk about the Wolves in 40k instead.
I should check that out.
In the 40k era, the Space Wolves are a legendary chapter of noble warriors that go on fun adventures, has very cool moments, are actually kind of nice by Space Marine standards, has a ton of bespoke units and characters.
They do have
and
like
are,
some
of
main
course,
character
widely
energy
feared
going
for
on
their
from what we've
brutal
learned.
efficiency and the art of destruction. The Wolves have a reputation for their grand heroics
My
and
Boku
combat
no
prowess,
Hero.
and contrary to popular belief, they're actually one of the most tactical Space Marine chapters out there, when they're written correctly. Just like Russ says in 30k, the Space Wolves put up a facade that they're dumb savages.
Ooh, delicious
but
water.
In actuality, they're quite tactical and perceptive. Typically, the Wolves try to make their enemies think that they're mindless savages, all the while
Dumb furry moron.
foes. Then, when the time is right, the Wolves will exploit
dumb
any
furry moron
weaknesses
got
that they found
hands.
and quickly destroy their enemy with brutal efficiency. So, while the Wolves are hooterin' and hollerin', they're actually observerin' and strategizing.
Oh, is it on YouTube, really?
On a smaller
Ooh.
scale, Space Wolf tactics famously favor melee shock assaults. Their primary melee units are the
Might have
Blood
something to
Claws,
swap
which
out my
are young
usual
Space
ASMR
Marines
for a
who
bit.
seek to prove their strength and let out their aggression in battle. Unlike
Chat, how do you guys feel about ASMR? I feel like the longer the stream goes on, the more and more tangents are coming out. Chat, how do we feel about ASMR? I used to not. Okay. Hold on, I had to die for a quick second. I used to like not fuck with ASMR at all. Like I just didn't get the brain tingles. I don't know what it is. Like a switch flipped in my brain, and all of a sudden it's like, oh dude, ASMR be hitting my brain like crazy.
normal assault squads,
I'm a sucker
the
for some
Blood
ear
Claws don't
cupping.
typically have jump packs. The Wolves with jump packs are called Sky Claws and are the
Ooh,
quote-unquote
rad as
troublemakers
hell.
of Space Marines, which giving rowdy troublemakers giant jetpacks and chain swords.
Oh,
Doesn't
did it?
personally sound like a good
Interesting.
idea to me, but I guess I'm not a
Interesting.
chapter master for a reason. Finally, for the melee units, perhaps their most famous or infamous unit, we got the Wolfen. These are their most deadly melee combatants, and they
I didn't
serve
know
the
about
role
these.
of
I didn't know about the
bloodthirsty
fucking
berserkers.
lichens.
Well, even more so than their battle brothers. Before going further,
Wait,
with
we
the
all
Wolfen,
got
I need
the
to
big
briefly
crazy
explain
hair?
the Space Wolf gene seed. Lehman Russ's gene seed is very unstable and has a mutation called the Canis helix.
So are all versions, or so this gene seed thing, right? Is this basically the chemical X with a different gene seed being for each different faction of the Space Marines?
This mutation gives the wolf stronger senses of smell and hearing, super strong fangs, and tougher skin. However, it can also manifest in the Wolfen curse. Aspirants who fail
They
Space
are
Wolf trials
werewolves!
fall to the
Oh
curse
my
because they were unable
God!
to control their
Yo,
primal
they're
instincts
so
and
cool.
reverted to a more
What the fuck?
animalistic
They're so
Wolfen state.
cool.
This means that Wolfens get the effects of the Canis helix turned up to Wolf 11. They're even stronger than normal Astartes, get mega fangs and claws, their senses are insanely tuned, and they're hyper aggressive. So, these dudes are literally werewolves, and the perfect berserkers.
Bro, holy
When,
shit, baby
the
bird.
wolves are able to
The
get
Great
the wolf to
Bird
work with
War
them,
sounds
that is.
crazy.
Usually the wolfen stocks are
Insane,
forest,
honestly.
but sometimes they do work with the chapter and prove to be a deadly force. Also, they're technically not Space Marines since they don't have the full procedure done, but I mean, come on, let's be honest, they're Space Marines.
Yeah, basically.
Also,
in
I don't get why
everything
people hate
but
their models
that.
so much. They're well sculpted, detailed.
These are werewolves. These are werewolves. This is, I'm on the fine line between, yeah, I just really like these designs and like that furry entrance zone. I actually think like I said before, I'm not a furry, I just like Digimon. I feel like this is like a fine line where it's like, I don't know, man, if you like this, you might be leaning closer to the furry tendencies, or maybe you just really like werewolves, you know? But then again, werewolves are definitely a gateway into furryism.
Characterful minis, and I also
The good guys get the werewolves and the
Yeah, they're
vampires.
furry, but they're not furries. They're
Exactly.
literally
That's what I was
werewolves with
saying.
power weapons, which
That's what I
pretty
was
wicked
saying,
cool.
dude.
So yeah, the wolves obviously love melee. However, once again, they're more versatile than they're
Are you
given
gonna
credit
go?
for. Along
Are
with
you
their
gonna go
strong
after
melee
this video?
squads,
Watch
they
the
have
Poppy
tactical marines
playtime
with great
queso
weapons,
animation?
have
Didn't even know it
strong
existed.
fire teams in the form of long fangs,
Didn't even know it
and have
existed.
powerful psychers in the form of rune priests.
I might be going to
First, the
Walmart to get
Grey
some
Hunters
dino
are the
nuggies,
space wolves who
honestly.
learn to focus their aggression and rein in their primal instincts in the heat of battle. They're the most well-rounded of the troops and make sure to teach the Blood Claws and keep them in line. And for the final evolution, the Longfangs are the Devastator squads
The
made up of veteran wolves
Longfangs.
entrusted with the heavy weapons, many of which are powerful chapter relics. This is also notable since the Codex usually has less experienced Marines take on Devastator roles since they can theoretically observe the battle from afar and learn. But the Space Wolves,
That's
on the other hand,
interesting.
follow Russ's teachings, and they have the new recruits fight up close to learn to tame their own aggression, while the older, more experienced Marines take on the role of Devastators in order to observe the
Oh, it's all
younger
good,
wolves and focus
Octopus.
their aggression.
I can
Which,
just
honestly,
pull it up.
this approach
Shouldn't be
makes
hard
a
to
lot more
find.
sense to me. Let's put this in Fortnite terms. You wouldn't give
Oh,
your
brother.
inexperienced friend the super strong, badass, legendary weapons. You'll throw him in front of you to prove his worth while you get all the cool loot. Either he dies like a scrub, or he proves to be a warrior worthy of being in the squad. Then,
Bro,
perhaps the most
the
interesting
real
Space
trial
Wolf
by
units, just
fire.
from a lore perspective, are the Rune Priest. So, here's the thing. Leman Russ and the Space Wolves, they hate Psychers. But they
All
don't
my
actually
homies hate
all
Psychers.
Psychers. They just hate the ones who aren't careful and believe that they could actually harness the warp. It often
All
gets
my homies
overlooked or
concerned
misunderstood,
about
but Leman
Psychers.
Russ was actually a really strong Psyker. However, unlike most other potent Psychers, he was really careful and reserved with his abilities, and he uses runes to protect against the warp and channel its energy. This is why he and
This is what I'm
his sons
talking about,
hate
man.
the
They got
Thousand
some
Sons so
main
much.
character
The
energy
Thousand Sons
going on.
arrogantly believe that they can truly master the warp, and this often leads to them getting corrupted or enslaved by the powers of chaos. The Space Wolves, on the other hand, have rune
Dude
priests
even
who
had
do
his
not believe
mutated
themselves to be
tootsies
using
out.
warp energies. Rather, they think that they're harnessing some kind of Fenrisian spirit power. And just like Leman Russ, the rune priests are aware of the dangers of using psychic energies and are always cautious. At risk of sounding extremely fucking cheesy, they kind of treat psychic powers like a wild wolf. It can't be fully tamed, but it can be directed
Bro,
to do some damage.
The
So, they're
werewolf,
basically immune
the
to warp
werewolf
corruption since
shit
they respect the
is
immense
top
dangers of
to
the warp and
bottom.
don't try to become masters of an inherently untamable force. Plus, in 40k, the power of belief is an actual legitimate thing. So, it's very likely that them thinking they aren't using the warp actually does prevent corruption to a significant degree. The Rune Priests got their name since they carved, you guessed it, runes into their armor and totems.
You would
in
drop
order to channel
explosive
psychic
olive
energies and
oil
protect
over
against the
hawk
warp.
nest.
So yeah, the Rune Priests
We
are
would have
pretty
California
badass.
quails
Their
and
favorite
hummingbirds
psyker
mark the
ability is
nest.
to summon
Mostly the
great
hummingbirds
storms and
acting
use
as
ice powers.
scouts.
Then,
Yeah,
outside
what
of
the
that,
hell?
Rune
This shit
Priests are
sounds
also
mad
very
interesting.
powerful seers, which
I'ma
further
need a
helps
lore
the
video
wolves'
on that.
tactical approach in battle. But these priests aren't just about
I'ma need
shooting
a
magic
12-hour
and stuff.
long
They
video
can also
essay.
throw hands.
Stat.
Most wolf priests engrave their weapons with runes and imbue them with psychic energies. This makes them very formidable in melee combat. They also memorize great sagas and serve as the chapter's historians. Then, the Hounds of Mordkai are another
The
Space Wolf
Hounds
unit
of
that
Mordkai. Damn, bro. I am such a sucker for this skull mask. It's so good. It's so good.
I think subtly uses psychic powers to, ironically, hunt psychers. Their armor is warded with runes to
Hypocrite.
repel warp energies, and they viciously kill
Hypocrite.
psychers. The reason I feel that they may be subtle psychers is that Leman Russ had a wolf howl that nullified psyker powers, but the howl in itself seemed to be a psyker power, so I think it's plausible that the Hounds
got
of
a
Mordkai have
fucking
mini
shout.
version of this. But that's mostly a fan theory since
got
the
a
Hounds have
Skyrim
next to
shout.
no lore. And then all these cool and interesting units with unique lore and culture, they got replaced with the generic Primaris versions.
Oh,
But speaking of culture,
boo!
let's touch on that a bit since it's one of the main reasons I like the Space Wolves. Like I said in the beginning,
Was that also that edition that that the fan base really fucking hates? The one that killed off oh no, I forgot his name. The coolest normal human in the world
the Space Wolves are one of the few
with the
factions
claw
just down to chill.
and the laser
Pun
eye.
intended. They're based on pop culture Vikings, so they often throw great feasts, hunt monsters on Fenris, and love to crack cold ones with the boys. Once again, pun intended. The Wolves literally specially made a beer that can actually get a Astartes drunk. Which, if you know anything
Bro,
about
that's
Space
so
Marine
funny.
physiology, that's quite the feat. Along with being party animals, that being the third intentional pun,
I think a single sip would kill a mortal man. I think that shit might put you in the ground.
the Space Wolves love storytelling and are actually more human than most Marines since they're recruited
Ooh, an
relatively
audio
late.
collection.
This means that they're close with the Fenrisian people, like to crack jokes and pull pranks, Lucas the Trickster being one of the best characters ever, and they have an honest-to-God, in-lore fart joke. Absolute
Huh?
cinema. Another thing that makes me
Werewolf
really respect the
farts probably
chapter
are
is
the
that
most
in
horrific
40K,
shit to
they
smell.
really fit into the honorable protector of humanity role. Before disappearing into the warp, Leman Russ reformed his chapter to not only be total bloodthirsty murderers, but to also be more noble in defending the Imperium and its people, as that's what the Emperor would want. So, in the current time,
Dude, the wolves are just good guys. Like, they're the most goodest of good boys in that we've come across so far, except for the Tau. But you know, the Tau is the Tau.
Space wolves actually often do whatever they can to try and save people when they're able to, kind of like the salamanders. Where they differ, though, is that the salamanders value all human life, whereas the space wolves specifically value people who have the fighting spirit and are true warriors.
Okay, maybe the salamanders are the goodest boys.
As such, the space wolves usually value
It was
and protect
8th
the lives of
edition.
warriors above all else. This is why after the
Or
Warhammer
9th,
began,
10th
they were
edition.
so
Yark
appalled
was
by the
8th
Inquisition
edition.
wanting to
Got
wipe out
it.
the guardsmen who stood up to an Armageddon level invasion. But finally, for their culture, here's a really cool fact.
Bro, not the California quail.
Are chosen by wolf priest watchers after they prove themselves in battle. And many of these young warriors actually died, but were revived to partake in the aspirin trials. So the space wolves believe that in order
Bro,
to become
lots of
Astartes,
child
their
soldiers
human
in this
self died,
universe.
and they're reborn as a space marine to do glorious battle in Valhalla, which is just totally badass. Oh, and they also call the Emperor the Allfather, which that's pretty neat.
That is
Space
pretty
Wolves
dope.
also have a ton of characters.
I'm here
So
for
many
it.
that I won't even touch on them that much here, since I don't want this video to be an hour long. But just
Well,
know, Logan Grimdar's
we got
your
3
Jackson
hours
Master,
of you,
he's
buddy.
also Santa Claus. Ragnar Blackmane's the best. Lucas the Trickster is just a silly, goofy guy. And finally, Bjorn the Fell-Handed is not only one of the oldest loyalist space marines, but he's also one of the coolest. And finally, here's a bit of a patented crackpot take. You already know I think that space wolves are overhated, but I think this hatred is especially strange since space wolves are straight up the space marine equivalent of Catachan. Hear me out, hear me out. Tell me
Catachan.
who I'm
What is that?
describing here. Brutal Death World natives, extremely strong and known for their
We don't know
melee
nothing
prowess,
about them
have a
yet.
strong distaste for authority, and have a ton of characters who have inexplicably impressive feats. All right, I'll give you a second. Okay, second over. See, I was right.
Second,
Now,
completely over. You're
Catachan are
fucked.
super beloved for these things, but space wolves are super hated for these exact same things. So this leads me to
Are
believe
Catachan
that,
normal
much like
people?
sorority girls, these two factions' popularity is tied to the amount of skin showing. So if the space wolves just ditch the power armor for some headbands and crop tops, they'd probably avoid the hate if this theory is to be believed. Also, the wolf thing that people hate so much is literally the same for 50% of Space Marine chapters. I also much prefer the fan theory that
They're the
only use of
Rambo,
wolf is just
yeah,
because Low
yeah.
Gothic doesn't have the words for Fenrisian terms. That's a phenomenon that happens in
The
real life. and
Rambos.
It would be pretty flavorful. But with that, that's the Space Wolves. And I really like this chapter. I truly believe that they are the most overhated faction.
Chat, before we get too far away from Santa Claus, I have a very important question for you. I think that this is a conversation that has been had since like the fucking 90s or whatever. Where do we stand on what makes a Christmas movie a Christmas movie? I think that if the film takes place during or around Christmas, it is a Christmas movie. Same thing with something like Die Hard. Die Hard is 100% a fucking Christmas movie, and I am tired of people saying it's not.
Action. Even more so than
Tau are
the
not that good.
ultimate
While
reach of the
humans can
Tau.
join and trade with them,
Crazy,
Tau
I know.
chemically slowly
It's true that they
sterilize
sometimes
other
get a
races, sliding.
disproportionate
Ooh,
amount of attention
I ain't
and
know
can
about that part.
Sometimes be stupid or cringe, but
I ain't know about that
that's more
part.
of a writer's issue than anything, and their core traits are really cool to me. Noble space Vikings who are sometimes down to clown and occasionally fight alongside werewolves is pretty dang cool to me. Plus, I like the 40K faction.
It has Christmas and it's a Christmas movie. There you go.
Oh,
Exactly.
I just can't wait for all the
Shit's got
comics
Christmas
saying
in
I'm
it. What do you
furry since
mean?
I like the Space Wolves. The wolf helmets, I think, are actually cool, all right? Ornamental animal helmets were a thing in history, and they were cool.
They
I'm not
are.
a furry for thinking that.
Except for this weird lion one. That one looks a little silly. That one's a little
Hi,
dirty.
friends. Space Wolves have quickly become my favorite chapter ever since I started collecting them last year. I love their aesthetics. I love their heroic nature. I love
Damn,
their
it's over
warrior
there by the
culture,
sea.
But what I especially love is their vast lineup of awesome characters. And out of that vast lineup of awesome characters, Logan Grimnar has to be one of the most awesomest.
It's Santa
characters.
Claus.
And is in
We
a
didn't even go
three-way
that far
tie
away
with
from him.
Ragnar and Ulrich as my favorite. So, with the best looking Primaris Marines ever revealed, and perhaps the best look.
Damn, these are some good miniatures. Wow. Dude, and then you've got the wolves on either side of him. You've got the fucking elevation with the stones. This is so nice. This is so nice.
40K Marine model, my wolf hype is at an all-time
Oh, I
high.
did
So,
see
screw
the
chaos release I was
1974
gonna
Black
do.
Christmas
Let's
movie.
talk about one of the
A
most
long time
legendary
ago. A
heroes of
good
the
minute.
Imperium. The
How many more
ultra
chapters
mega
are there?
super
Like
Chad Logan Grimnar is one of the
666 at
best,
least?
if not the
At least?
best chapter masters of all time. He's a charismatic leader
I
who
think?
leads his
Could
wolves
be
in
wrong.
great battles across the Imperium, defending the Emperor's loyal subjects by all means necessary, defined by his honor.
Limited, how do you feel about that
ferocity,
remake
and
that they made
tactical
of
mind.
Black
Morgan
Christmas a
Grimnar's
few years
legend
back?
among legends. Despite his myriad of larger-than-life feats, he's also one of the most human Marines, which makes me like him all the more. Logan Grimnar began like most people do, as a sperm fertilizing an egg, but we'll skip that part all the way to when he was a child.
Oh my god, look at the little guy. Oh my god, he's so fucking cute. What the hell? Chat, I'm still watching. I'm just gonna take some headache medicine. I think my sinuses are creating like a fucking, what do you call it? Like one of those sinus headaches.
On Fenris to the Iron
Uno
Blood
momento,
tribe,
por favor.
Grimnar was trained in combat like all Fenrisian youth. Eventually, his tribe would come into conflict with other tribes, since killing each other is essentially the national pastime of Fenris. So, in the ambush by an enemy tribe, all of Logan's crewmates had been slain, and the young Grimnar had a bloody last stand with his assailants. His bravery and skill in battle was noticed by Wolf Priest Ulrich, and he was brought to the Fang to be made a Space Marine aspirant. Here, Grimnar would be put through the traditional...
Before I slam this, on that note, Octopus, you know what? I do think that what do you call it? We really only do the reaction streams nowadays for Warhammer stuff. I do think that watching like some YouTube animation, like some Meat Canyon and stuff, or like a variety pack, like a variety pack fails variety hour for some reaction stuff, I think that would also be neat. I think that would also be pretty fun to do.
Space Wolf trials. He proved to be a promising warrior, and Ulrich continued to mentor him.
I'm sorry, bro. Oh my god, I swear I'm gonna take this fucking goodie powder. Holy shit, it's over 20 hours long. I could fall asleep to that shit for like 2 months. Oh my god.
After passing the trial of Mordecai and given the Canis Helix, Grimnar began his journey as a Space Marine. Grimnar soon became one of the most renowned warriors, and he was noted for his extreme charisma. Grimnar was a natural-born leader. He had a friendly aura that earned the trust and admiration of all his battle brothers. He was known for his jokes and humility, traits that would remain when he became Wolflord and solidify his place as the greatest leader of the Space Wolves. Even as High King of the Space Wolves, Grimnar worked closely with his battle brothers, talking strategy, giving guidance, and even attending feasts with his boys.
I remember
Eating, drinking, and sharing laughs. He's just a chill dude like that. No pun intended.
Chat, what is it? The other, like, what is it called? Hold on. Actually, I don't even need to ask. It's on the tip of my tongue. Macross. Macross is another one of those series that I've really wanted to get into for a really long time. Is that because space idols that sing to power up giant robots? Of fucking course it is. That's cool as fuck. Of course it is.
So then, in the present time, Grimnar is a veteran of over 700 years, and
Oh
has been
my
a great
God.
wolf for about 500 of those years, meaning that he's the second oldest chapter master. Unless, of course, some rando chapter with, like, Ascendance of Lore just happens to be led by Dr. 3,000 years old or something.
Dr.
Just a side
10K.
note, unlike Dante, Logan's age does not weigh on him, and he remains charismatically lively and is as ferocious in battle as ever. Which I don't mean
That's
to
who
say
I'm
as a
trying to
dig at
be.
Dante.
That's how I'm trying to
Although
be when I'm
Grimnar
100.
is old, he's still like half of Dante's age, and Dante's struggles make him one of the most fascinating characters.
See you later,
set.
Octopus. Thanks for swinging
Anyways,
by, buddy.
Grimnar's
Have fun at
centuries of
lacrosse.
experience is reflected in his tactical prowess and martial might. In battle, Grimnar's an absolute monster.
Welcome
He's
back,
clad in
fight.
Terminator plate and towers above most other Marines. His primary weapons are a
Dude.
wrist-mounted Stormbolter and his
Okay, listen. This is me. This is me at my current height. This is how I'm supposed to be. My doctor told me that I was 6'2". My doctor told me I was going to be 6'2" when I was a young impressionable child. And then you know how much I grew after that? Like 5 fucking inches. I'm sure as fuck not 6'2". So sad. So sad. Making coffee, love it. What did I miss? We talked about the Grey Knights for a long time. Talked about the Space Wolves for a long time. I think this is probably like the tail end of the Space Wolves before we go to whoever else.
signature axe Mordkai. Mordkai is named after the Fenrisian wolf god, and it was originally a demon axe that Grimnar claimed in the first war for Armageddon.
That's so fucking hard.
It's a powerful weapon that's fueled by the power of corn. Since acquiring the axe, Grimnar's regularly had it reforged and inscribed with powerful runes by Null Stormcaller.
Damn! Just keeps juicing it up. Being tall is overrated. I agree. I agree, but I would like to be 6'2" because I was promised it.
Which, yeah, in conjunction with his beard and somewhat jolly attitude, kind of makes him similar to Santa Claus. But last I checked, everybody except for Lamos loves Santa Claus. So checkmate, atheist. The sled is cool. Anyway,
checkmate,
said sled is often
atheist.
led by a pair of ferocious Thunderwolf buddies that
there's absolutely nothing wrong with being a short king. Absolutely nothing wrong with that.
However, he got into the health craze recently and committed himself to walking.
Perfect head padding. Perfect head pat size.
So, in his awesome new model, he seems to have ditched the sled to walk his dogs, which the model's so damn cool, I can overlook the loss.
I'm telling you, bro, that's what I was saying.
But fancy gear
shit's
means
awesome.
nothing if you can't use it. So, luckily,
thanks
Grimnar
for the follow,
can
Gomez.
certainly use it. Logan Grimnar is said to be one of the most skilled and gifted warriors.
Oh, because I completely and totally fucking forgot, because that's I totally forgot that this was even a thing, and also I'm still working on the self promo. YouTube chat, by the by, we hit YouTube partner a little while ago. So if you're interested in supporting your streamer, consider, hold on. What is it called? Consider membershiping to the channel. There you go. Close enough.
Not only in the Space Wolf ranks, but the Imperium as a whole. Being 700 years old, Grimnar's a finely honed warrior and has of course seen some stuff.
Bro, the senior discount at Denny's.
Iconic battle.
Dude spending $2.
Let's go over some of his most nutty feats and
$3 tops.
Before becoming Great Wolf, he started as a blood claw like all.
Chat, I know we got like an hour left, but this is a very important question. I know we talk about food a lot, but this one is crucial. This one is make or break your entire existence. Where do we stand, IHOP versus Denny's? Where do we stand, IHOP versus Denny's? Denny's is my comfort choice, but I do think that IHOP is overall better. I think that the quality of food is way better. And you know what? Honestly, I take that back. The food is roughly the same. Denny's feels like you're at your cousin's house and you guys are just hanging out doing whatever. And then IHOP feels like you went over to your grandparents' house and they just recently cleaned. Wait, what the fuck? What the fuck? I said that, but I wasn't expecting people to do it. What the fuck? Thank you, Plague. I appreciate you, buddy. What the fuck? Thank you.
Wolves do. He proved himself in many battles, including some in the legendary Makarian Crusade. Due to his impressive feats, he would eventually be made a Wolf Guard and then Wolf
Can't
Lord,
beat a local diner, though. Can't beat that shit.
He earned his position as Great Wolf after
Sherry's. Oh, I've never been there. Is that a local joint for you?
The previous Great Wolf, and the
I'm neither where I am. Wow. Gotta find a local diner. That shit goes crazy. Hey, local idiot. How's it going, buddy?
Was the Insano First War for Armageddon, where he inspired.
Oh, we learned about that. We were there for that.
Being outnumbered 1,001. After the war,
I miss my grandma's kitchen though. Same.
After they had betrayed
Same.
More on that soon, though.
My grandparents passed away a while ago. Miss them every day.
Many victories and legendary feats. He defeated
appreciate your family while you got him, chat. Call your mom.
Which, if you know
or whoever you love and appreciate. Call them. Checking on your friends.
He also fought
Kiss the
alongside
homies.
the Dark Angels and Cadians in the pivotal fall of Cadia. The Wolves and the Lions made for a near unstoppable force that greatly helped the valiant Cadians despite the tragic fall that would come. And then finally, he would defend his
so
home in the
fucking
Siege
sick.
of Fenris,
I love the one eye.
Decisive blow against Magnus himself, banishing the Primarch with the help of the Grey Knights and saving his homeworld. Absolutely wild.
Honestly,
his own personal strength,
that's without the werewolves too.
Leads an effective force and is known for his ability to defeat enemy armies far larger than his own through his cunning and ferocity.
That it's an even fight.
Even with all that, the thing that makes Logan my favorite chapter master.
Sherry's is like Denny's but better. Ooh,
I really
bro, hold
love
on.
His unwavering
I'm still paying
attitude and
attention.
how
Is there
heroic he
Sherry's
is
by
for
me?
the setting, all the while being a pretty chill, down-to-earth dude for a demigod. Over the 700 years, Grimnar has become very wise and has a wisdom only eclipsed by the legendary Bjorn the Fell-Handed. And he's a tactical powerhouse. Grimnar's vast experience,
no Sherry's near me.
and the
Womp
endless
womp.
powers
That
which
sucks.
threaten it. As such, the High King's most sacred duty is to protect Imperials, which exemplifies one of Logan Grimnar's most defining traits, that being his unshakable honor. No matter what, he will stick to his values and do what he believes to be right. His stalwart leadership...
Dude is the personification of the indomitable spirit of the human will. That's why I try to invite family and friends over when I can. Absolutely. Abso-fucking-lutely, dude. Absolutely.
Has earned him the respect of many, from humble guardsmen to legendary Marines. But it has also earned him the ire of some influential rivals.
I love the skull helmet so much, dude. Holy.
The Inquisition and Grey Knights in the months of shame after Grimnar fought to protect the brave guardsmen and citizens who defended Armageddon alongside the Wolves and Knights. After the brutal First War of Armageddon,
again, still, fuck this guy.
Forces, including the Grey Knights, to capture the citizens of Armageddon and the guardsmen that valiantly
we need your balls now.
And then either execute or sterilize and enslave them. Logan Grimnar, the ultra Chad that he is, found it abominable to subject innocent citizens and the loyal warriors who bravely risked their lives to fight for the glory of the Emperor to such unceremonious ends.
Yeah,
so
100%. How fucking dare you, dude? How dare you?
Many Armageddonites, I don't know, wherever the hell.
Bro, Armageddonites goes crazy.
As many of them as possible.
That's good.
Which the Inquisition didn't like, and this led to a Cold War, later dubbed the Months of Shame. This escalates to one of the most infamous feats in which he killed a bunch of Grey Knights and their Grand Master. Which also, gotta put on my wolf simp hat again, him killing the Grey Knight Grandmaster is not as outrageous as many say it is. First off, Grimnar, the absolute Chad, and his wolves, also Chads, went out of their way to minimize chaos, exposure, and corruption to the people of Armageddon at the risk of their own Marines. So, the Inquisition enslaving them was mostly unnecessary. Secondly, it was the moron Inquisitor and somewhat unwitting Grey Knights who broke the
they got fucking finessed.
Space Wolf ships, and then had the audacity
they got
to
manipulated,
call the
guaranteed.
Dishonorable ones, as if neutering and backstabbing your allies is the peak of honor.
This is what I'm fucking talking about. This is why I hate the Inquisition, because they're so far up their own ass being like, yeah, no, we're right. We're 100% right. Yeah, we're not even going to think about the fact that you just fought so fucking hard to protect and save all of these people. Wow, great job, fucking wolf Jesus. Congratulations. You know what you get after doing something that there's no way in hell we'd be able to do? Yeah, we're just gonna fuck everybody up. We're just gonna ruin everything for you. Eat my whole entire ass.
Thirdly, Grimnar is objectively one of the most powerful Space Marines and a chapter master, and he caught the Grand Master, a captain equivalent, by surprise. Although the Grey Knights are an elite Astartes chapter, they're still Marines at the end of the day.
Plus, he's got the super evil axe, dude.
Chapter, so
are you gonna watch Hell's Reach on stream?
That they might be...
Is there a big is there like another big is there another big mega video about Hell's Reach? If there is, then probably.
Good against psychers and might just dampen their precognizance a little bit. Whatever you think at this moment, I'm just saying, almost everything in 40k is either the coolest shit ever from one point of view, or total bullshit.
I kicked him out because what? That I kicked him out because I recommended him to watch Project Hail Mary. I've never seen it.
Top 10 most unprecedented feats in my opinion.
What's up, Electric? Yeah, we fucking love KrakDuk, dude. We're going. He's so fucking good.
The two chapters are more chill now, no pun intended.
This is the apocalypse. Wait, this is an Armageddon War video.
However, bias aside, this does show the
why do I keep
lengths
calling it the
Grimnar's willing to
Apocalypse
go
War
to defend the people of the Imperium, which, as a guard player, is one of the reasons I really love the Wolves. Grimnar is one of the most heroic and sympathetic chapter masters, and is reflected in his chapter.
Dude, this is
he was so willing.
Independence Roar! I really do fuck with the Space Wolves. I really do like the Space Wolves. They've got crazy main character energy.
To defy the Inquisition is that he strongly believes in the Wolves' independence and doesn't like any outsiders, especially unrespectful,
and he doesn't want the hive mind bullshit
to tell him what to do. But using that to bridge the people who Grimnar does respect, let's talk about his besties, aka his chapter command. These dudes will get a dedicated.
We're gonna talk about that. We're gonna talk about it later today. Gotcha.
It was relevant to briefly mention them now. Logan Grimnar is Great Wolf and Wolf Lord of the Champions of Fenris Great Company. As such, he works closely with some of the other iconic wolf characters who also got some sick-ass models recently.
Damn!
So, first off is the leader of Grimnar's Wolf Guard and chapter champion, the gargantuan mountain of a man, Aryak Rockfist.
Damn! Bald with the big beard, got the Walter White special.
And was an Iron Priest before becoming a Wolf Guard. He is an absolute beast on the battlefield, rampaging through armies with his humongo hammer and shield. The former being fitted with a mini teleporter so that he can power throw it and summon it back to his hand. Cool as shit.
That's so fucking sick. That's so goddamn cool. I can't believe it. Dude set up Thor's hammer. He inscribed the runes to make him a badass thunder god. How do you get a character like that on YouTube? You mean like a VTuber avatar? Is that what you mean, Shaggy?
Whatever.
I use VTube Studio.
Next, let's talk about Logan's mentor and the man responsible for putting Grimnar on his path to greatness, Ulrich the Slayer.
God, the fucking skull helmet's so good.
Adolescent Logan, and in the present day serves as Grimnar's advisor. Funnily enough, he refers to the
He's a short king
man as a young wolf. But even cooler than being the Space Souls recruiter, Ulrich earned his Slayer moniker in the First War of Armageddon, where he, as his name suggests, slayed a bunch of corn berserkers. He slayed so hard that even Angron himself stopped for a second to salute him. Fucking Demon Prince Angron, Mr.
Bro,
Murder
that's
Killface,
hard as hell. What's up, Alex? Axel, how's it going, buddy? Welcome in.
For a sec to congratulate him.
Thanks for the follow, Lock On.
Afterwards, he declined a promotion to Great Wolf so that he could more completely focus on killing without the burden of leadership.
Honestly, yeah.
Then
Yeah,
finally,
bad
there's
fucking
Grimdar's
ass,
Grim Priest,
man.
No, Stormcaller. Stormcaller's the...
Stop. This guy's so sick. This guy is so cool. He has a bird with a laser eye. Not even, dude, listen. The bones and everything is cool. The bone staff, equally as amazing. Bro, not only does he have an animal buddy, that animal buddy has a fucking laser eye. Oh my God.
The most powerful rune priest and one of the greatest.
You can make a real Thor's hammer. The hacksmith did it multiple times. Wait, what? Really? Oh shit.
I mean, greatest totally not psyker in the Imperium. Sorry guys. Stormcaller earned his name and demonstrated his immense psychic ability when he soloed a greater demon and then summoned a humongo ice storm to destroy the remaining Chaos Army.
Shit.
He also got his cool little bird there. Presently, though, he serves as another of Grimnar's advisors, utilizing his psychic visions to help the old wolf. And he's, of course, a kick-ass warrior who could summon blizzards and ice beams.
Oh, he's a warg.
But with his besties, let me just
who can summon ice storms.
Why I like Grimnar so much. This dude is an absolute powerhouse and has everything.
Holy shit, it's raining like crazy outside my window. Can you guys hear that?
To slashing Primarchs, Logan Grimnar is a combat monster, and defeating the Stormlord displays his equally formidable tactical might. He's just straight up an absolute insano and is, in my opinion, the most powerful chapter master, just under the nutty insano that is Caldor Drago. A guy whose feats are so great that they almost break the setting.
Listen, I'm gonna say this. We might not know very much about Drago. I think Mans is my favorite. Chapter leader from everyone that we've met before. He's too good. He's simply too good. He's too good, man.
In Terminator armor. Total mad lad. And then, outside of being a total badass in battle, he repeatedly goes out of his way to defend the people of the Imperium and do what he feels is right. And I mean,
an honest-to-goodness hero in the Warhammer universe is crazy.
So, Grimnar truly is the best of the best. Plus, him chilling with his wolves is just really wholesome. Him being at the dinner table with Ragnar and the other wolves, just talking about.
I don't know, Seth. You really might be his kin. Andrew Jackson's ghost might be a part of your lineage.
Space Santa, goddammit! And now, this video was originally going to be for all the wolf characters, but I ended up gushing about Grimnar for far too long. So, I'm gonna do the same thing with the other absolute Chad, that is Ragnar Blackmane, and probably some other
Ragnar
Blackmane. I really think that
good ass name.
Of the best, if not the best, characters in the setting.
I think that's his catchphrase at this point. One of the best, if not the best. I think that's secured as a catchphrase.
As I am. Personally, my Space Marine hype is at an all-time high thanks to Mr. Grimnar and the...
Dude, I will not get over it. I think that in this video, we've seen some of the sickest miniatures that, at least that I've seen so far. Dude, they're fantastic. They're so good.
boys, but
I am obsessed with this one. Besides the Agron miniature that we saw earlier in the video, this shit I want so bad. I want to put that on a shelf.
whatever you think,
It's
let me
so
know in the
good, man.
comments. Also, do not at me saying Tyberos is stronger or better than Grimnar. That mofo is so overhyped it's almost not funny. And I like the Shark Man, but his biggest
Shark
feat
Man?
is fucking cool as hell.
I want to see the Shark Man. Wait a minute. Put him on the screen. Where is he?
Hi, friends. Wait, friends? What a coincidence I should mention friends, because today we're talking about the salamanders. The salamanders are my
Hey, we've
favorite
heard so
space
much
legion.
about
They have
salamanders.
everything I like. It's no secret that I like green, and no matter how
I think this is an older video. You can kind of tell like he's got like less confidence in his voice. It sounds like, bro. Hold on. Oh, we get a sneak peek at the older KrakDuk, and we get to learn about the salamanders, bro. Two birds, one stone.
dumb this might seem, I actually like the nicer characters in 40k. So salamanders really hit the spot. They're green, not too mean, and they love flamethrowers. So let's just jump.
I'm
right
here
into
for
it,
it, dude.
just like
I love a good
salamander would.
flamethrower.
The salamanders were the 18th legion of the first founding.
Okay, hold on. We got the classified. Oh shit, we got 2 classified legions. I love how primarily like early on, dude, these guys are palette swaps. Ooh, actually, honestly, out of all the palette swaps, obviously purple is my favorite color. If you somehow couldn't tell. The red one, I can't quite read it. The red one and the blue ones, bro, they look so sick. These two look fantastic. I like them a lot.
Before being reunited with their Primarch Vulcan, the salamanders were known as the Dragon Warriors.
The
And they were
Dragon
masters of the
Warriors.
ancient art of Kung Fu. That last part was a joke, but honestly, Kung Fu Marines would actually be pretty funny. But yes, they were the Dragon Warriors, and even from the start, they had a penchant for sacrificing themselves in order to protect mankind. When the Dragon Warriors finally met their daddy Vulcan, he commended their
Hi, Vulcan.
selflessness in protecting the
Dude has a dragon hammer. I didn't peep that earlier. Holy shit,
imperial
that's
citizens
good.
against a massive orc horde. Vulcan even knelt to his legion in respect of
Aw.
their heroics in the face of doom. The legion was
I like the
renamed after
salamanders.
giant salamanders of Vulcan's home world of
I like
Neptune.
Vulcan a lot.
During
Dude's
the
cool.
heresy, the salamanders completed a number of seemingly impossible missions, often taking huge casualties in the process. They prioritized protecting humanity above all else,
Stop.
sometimes at the cost of efficiency and often at the cost of their lives. They preferred last stands over lasting long. That sounded weird. I meant lasting long as in living. But regardless, this affinity for last stands meant that the salamander legion was
It seems like the salamanders are the honest to goodness heroes that we were talking about earlier when we were talking about Volnir. Is that his name? I'm so fucking my memory is horrific. You guys know that. I think that these guys are honest to goodness fucking heroes. These are the goodest boys. These are the goodest boys. The crown has been gently removed from the head of the space wolves onto the sweet, beautiful green domes of the salamanders.
one of the smallest legions of the heresy since they often took heavy losses in their campaign. Most notably in their first ever mission in the Unification Wars, the Isfahan drop site massacre, and of course in the aforementioned battle where they first met Vulcan. After the heresy, since salamanders got salamander-stroyed so hard, they weren't able to make many successor chapters. In fact, it was widely believed that the salamanders didn't have any successor chapters at all until the Ultima founding and the introduction of everybody's favorite
Ultima
Marine,
founding?
the Primaris.
Hard as
Although
hell.
they've long
You
been
kidding
said to
me?
have no successor chapters prior to the Ultima founding, has long been rumored and recently confirmed that there
I will die on this hill. The 40k names are dude, the 40k names are probably some of the best. Like I don't know if naming conventions is the right phrase. I could totally be wrong. Dude, they just hit the nail on the head every time. It's just they're just so good. They're just so fucking cool every single time. Fortunately, Vulcan has become a meme for dying a lot, coming back to life. Boo! I don't think people clown what's his name? The orc Jesus. I don't think people clown him for that. He does that shit all the time, apparently. Funny you mentioned it. The Emperor on one of the books revealed that the salamanders are supposed to be the heroes of humanity. Bro, just as smart as the Emperor. Just as smart as the Emperor, except I don't have to sit on a chair forever.
were in fact some successor chapters.
I only eat psychers if they're like, please, I love vor. Please eat me, fail.
chapters for the salamanders. But let's be honest, was it
Which
really
happens more often
interesting
than
that
you
something
think.
like the Black Dragons was a successor chapter to the salamanders? They use similar tactics
Hard.
and they're dragon.
Cool as fuck.
Like last I checked, something like the Space Wolves weren't dragon themed. They're getting overhated themed. Also, black skin, black armor. Coincidence? I think not. But after the Ultimate Founding, they did get some new friends.
Jet
such as
black
the
top to
Dragon
bottom,
Spears,
dude.
the Iron Drakes, and my personal favorite of the bunch, the Dark Krakens. And funnily enough,
Purple.
the Dark Krakens
That
and the
means they're
Dragon
better.
Spears are actually most notable for their aquatic operations. The Krakens hailing from an ocean.
Jesus Christ. Waterworld is one of the shittiest, most boring movies I have ever seen in my entire life. You would think, like, look at Kevin Costner. He's got the fucking spear gun. It's a post-apocalypse where the entire planet has been flooded. You would think that would make for a really fun, interesting movie. That shit is so bland. I would rather eat plain bread. I would rather dip plain bread into what? I would rather down an entire loaf of wet bread than ever watch Waterworld again. That movie fucking blows.
World where they fight giant sea monsters, and the Dragon Spear is known for fighting alongside.
Those are your favorite Primarchs among the Space Marines?
These two
Oh,
successor
and there's
chapters
Space
show that
Marines,
the
Ultramarines, Dark
Administratum
Angels, and
obviously
Blood
can't play
Angels.
Pokemon,
Ooh.
is what you would say if you're a fool. True Pokemon masters know that the
We gotta get to
salamanders
more
are
Space
fire
Marine
dragon
chapters.
types, which mean they'd be neutral to water. Is what you would say if you were a fool, because real true Pokemon masters know that the salamander Pokemon is a Charizard line, and they got stuck with fire flying for whatever reason,
Oh,
and
man.
would still be weak to water.
Damn,
So,
they got
plot
cucked by
twist, the
Nintendo
original
too.
statement was right, and the Administratum probably hasn't played the ancient simulation of Pokemon. Also, nobody bring up Salamence. The Charmander line is much closer to the Salamanders, so I will have none of that.
I don't know if
Back to 40K. Hearing about these cool green fellas might have
fried
you
with you
asking,
on that
how
one.
can I become a Salamander? Well, first off, you shouldn't want to become a Space Marine. It's literally torture, and you become a freakish weirdo. But second,
You become a
being Space Marine's
freak.
actually pretty cool. So maybe you do want to become them because you got sick ass armor.
Military
and
did have
incredible
dragon scale
strength
armor, but
to
the glues
cope
weren't
with
strong
the
enough, so
loss
they
of
discontinued it.
almost all your
Bro, just make
brothers
better
and
glue.
Maybe your dad
Make better
after
glue,
your cousins
losers.
brutally betray you. and
Make better
then
glue,
you get to
forehead.
witness everything you've ever fought for rapidly crumbling before your eyes for the next 10,000 years. Oh, I read that wrong. I mean, you get the incredible strength to bonk your foes with a giant master-crafted thunder
The Thunder Hammer.
For the Emperor, am I right, boys? Each
The
Space
best
Marine
weapon
chapter
in
has a
fucking
slightly
Space Marine
different
1.
initiate process and trials along with the
Oh,
standard
no.
Space Marine surgical operation. And the Salamander trial is actually quite cool as it's modeled on Vulcan's life and upbringing. First, they work as an apprentice for a salamander, learning smithing and other valuable life skills. Then, if worthy, they're taking Prometheus to get the Astartes procedures done on them. After the operations, the new Space Marine scouts perform the trials that the Emperor and Vulcan did when they
So
first
far, this
met.
seems way better.
All of this culminates in them being sent to hunt
FF stands
giant
for fun fact.
fire-breathing
These are
salamanders, for
oh,
which the
these are
chapter
limit.
was
Yeah,
named.
yeah, yeah.
Once
Limited
completed, the scout can
characters.
become a full-fledged Marine. In the current setting, the Salamanders are fulfilling their normal Space Marine duties of crusading and protecting humanity. Notably, they showed up at Hell's Reach, they were in the Badab War, and they participated in the Indominus
Damn, got him
Crusade.
crying.
Along with that, the Salamanders
Got
are
him
also
pissing
on a
and
mega
shit in his
scavenger hunt
pants.
for the artifacts of Vulcan. These are 9 epic artifacts
No! Get the fucking Funko Pop out of here! Get him out of here!
by Vulcan himself and were scattered across the galaxy. It's said that once
God,
all
he
9
looks so
artifacts are
shitty.
collected,
I hate
the
Funko
Vulcan
Pops,
will
dude. I
return
really
to lead
do.
his chapter once more.
Sorry for any
Clues to their whereabouts
pop
have been
heads
seized
in the
total fire,
audience.
and the salamanders gotta catch them all.
Any Funko
Damn, that is
freaks.
the second Pokemon reference in this video. Instead of that, let's just say, much like Funko
Oh, I'm
Pops,
so
the
fucking
salamanders
dumb.
need to collect every last one of them. And that just made me think. The salamanders have to collect a bunch of legendary weapons and artifacts in order to bring back a powerful leader and bring a whole new era to the faction. Call me a heretic, but that sounds a lot like the Eldar Crone Swords to me.
dun dun
Perhaps,
dun.
Eldar, we are not too different after all. Come here and give me a hug, elf man.
Aw.
Real shit? Nah, JK, LMAO.
Yeah, we don't
Eat
fuck with the
flavor, you
Eldar
dumb
ever.
Bitch.
Get him out of here.
Oh, man. The Salamander's dragon iconography isn't just for show. These Green Marines are well known for their use of flamers, meltas, and other fiery weapons. Their preferred tactic is to use heavy armor.
I misheard
so they can get
pot
close to
heads
the
for
enemy
pot
and
heads.
flamethrow 'em into
Listen,
the
I can
shadow
fuck with a
realm.
pothead
The
more than a
Salamander's
pop head.
resilience and flame weapons make for a devastating combo in close quarters. And even though there's some of the
God, I hate
that's
that
only if they
term
like
that
it.
I
If
possibly
not,
came
well,
up
they're
with,
some of the
pop
most
heads.
ferocious Marines out there. Their Primarch Vulcan was said to have fury that surpasses even Leman Russ, a true dragon on the battlefield, if you
God
will.
damn, is that even
Outside of
possible?
combat, the Salamanders are expert blacksmiths. They create and maintain all of their gear, a lot of which is master-crafted works of art. They also have
Get a
large
hobby.
forge ships that manufacture weapons for the Salamanders on the go.
Dude, I feel like people don't have hobbies anymore. There's no way that people are having hobbies when people are spending so much time on the internet being little fucking shit goblins. Please get a hobby.
How convenient. Another cool thing about the Salamanders is that, unlike most chapters, the Salamanders' Fortress Monastery is on the moon of their home planet, and is only really supposed to house the first company. The rest of the Salamanders live on Nocturne when they're not at war. This means that they actually hang out with the people of Nocturne, and they could keep in touch with their families when not crusading.
Aw, they just
Along
be
with their
chilling.
culture, Salamanders also have some interesting abilities and quirks from their unique gene seed. The most obvious and iconic one is the jet black skin and glowing red eyes. This unique appearance results from a flaw
Their
in their
hyper
otherwise
realistic
stable gene
eyes.
seed. Their gene seed results in a defect with the Space Marines' melanochrome organ. This organ usually allows Space Marines to alter their melanin content on the fly in order to respond to various UV levels accordingly.
What the hell?
Due to
That's
the
so
defective
cool.
melanochrome organ, when a salamander goes to their home planet of Nocturne, the organ goes into super crazy overdrive mode, and their skin turns permanently coal black, and their eyes a burning red. These mutations make them look particularly intimidating on the field as the hulking giants stomp the battlefield with eyes burning through the fogs of war, scaring some opponents into
Shit
submission
myself to
even
death.
before the battle begins. Speaking of eyes, salamanders also have infrared vision, just like the
Whoa!
This is called the Firesight, and is obviously a useful ability as it would grant improved
That's sick as
visibility in
fuck.
certain scenarios.
Salamanders are
One thing
so
the
cool,
Salamanders
man.
use this for is to put cool designs in their armor that emits heat that only the salamanders can really see. Another more practical application is seeing through smoke. Kind of
Hey,
like the
Jay,
thing
how's it
that
going,
fire
buddy?
tends to make, and fire being the thing that salamanders tend to make. Oh, hey, that's a kick-ass combo if you ask me. It should be noted that, theoretically, the IR vision would be worse with thick black smoke that oil fires would typically make.
Yeah,
Flammers are said
but
to
that's
burn super duper
theoretical.
hot, so technically they shouldn't really produce smoke until the fire itself is dying out. But also, I just spent like an
It's
hour reading about
fine.
smoke physics and never really got a clear answer. So I'm kind of losing my mind.
Bro, that's
So
what I'm
let's just
talking
say
about.
that the
People are
point
like,
being, rule of
oh,
cool
you
makes
don't drink?
whatever
What do
we
you
need to
do?
work,
Bro, get a
and,
hobby.
we don't think too
I
hard
don't know. I'll
about
be
it.
doing shit for
So
fun.
with
That
in
doesn't
mind,
ruin
let's
my
just
body,
imagine
low key.
for a second how scary it would be for these giants to stomp into the battlefield, spew fire everywhere, burning everything around them. You can't see anything through the smoke other than their piercing red eyes closing in on you.
Genuinely
crushing
fucking
anything in their
terrifying, bro.
way.
Genuinely
Yeah,
terrifying.
salamanders are the best. Sucks to be a heretic, you scumbag.
You
More
piece
pertinent
of
with salamanders
filth.
is that they're physically bigger than the average marine. They have high tolerances to extreme heat and radiation, and they have an above-average regeneration ability. And I wonder if that
Ooh, we got
regeneration thing was written
dude, I
because
love
in
regen.
real life salamanders can regenerate parts of themselves, or if it was just
Regeneration is one of my favorite superpowers, or like one of my favorite like fantasy abilities. Sick as hell. It's just so useful.
a generic durability thing. But the salamander gene
Plus, it lets you
and all
rip your arms
sunflares
off and
flamers,
shit.
There are a few flaws in it. Along with the aforementioned defective melanochrome organ, salamanders also apparently have slower reflex times. Nothing super noticeable, and they're still superhumanly fast, but it is notably slower than other Astartes. Another weakness you could say if you're a dickhead, cough, Perturabo, cough, Curse, cough, almost every 40k character.
Bro,
is that
set him up with the
salamanders have an
shocker fit.
affinity for a strange
The
concept
shocker
known
face,
as
I mean.
basic empathy, and they try to defend mankind at any cost. It's hinted at, but it's still unclear if this strange quirk is connected to their gene seed or not. But that final point is why I believe the salamanders to be the perfect marine. I have always subscribed to the perspective that the Emperor valued
Hey,
humanity
Texter, what's
above
going on,
all
buddy?
else,
How you
and
doing?
the insane lengths he went to were always in the interest of protecting humanity and guiding them to prosperity. Even though he was very flawed and made some seemingly nonsensical
I'm good,
decisions to
man. A
further
little
his
under the
goals,
weather, but I'm
Emperor saw
good.
humanity as number one. He's literally me. Even something as
He just like
innocuous
me
as the
for real.
Imperium skull motif furthers this idea. The human form in itself is beautiful and pure, even in its decayed state. The
Aw,
Emperor created his transhumans
that's almost
in order
romantic.
to lead humanity to their rightful dominion of the galaxy. The Thunder Warriors, the Marines, the Custodes, and even the Primarchs, actually, especially the Primarchs, were just tools,
Especially
means
the
to achieve his
Primies.
ultimate goal. So, with that in mind, the Salamanders fully embody the purpose of the Astartes. They
Hope
are
you feel better.
stalwart
Thank you,
defenders of
Taxter.
humanity to the
I'm gonna get some.
nth degree.
I'm gonna get some Dino
Murder
Nuggets
Face
after this and
McQueen might be
probably
a more
take a
deadly
fat nap.
soldier, but if he doesn't care if he kills every single human in order to quote unquote save a city, he's missing his true purpose. Salamanders,
Are you
on
gonna
the
play
other
Pokemon
hand, they will
Champions?
do
Is that out?
anything necessary to save humanity, almost
Did
to a
that drop?
fault. In addition, they don't look down on humanity, nor do they condemn them. Much like how Vulcan respects his sons and views himself as a protector and teacher rather than a superior, the Salamanders respect base humankind. And I better not see the stupid argument that this means the Salamanders aren't grim dark and the setting is dead.
Bro, he's just not a dick. That's it. I do Legos, engineer, cooking, and working on a solar project. Damn, bro, got 13 hobbies. Hey, Angelo. Vulcan as Templar, despite being very nice, people remember he's a Primarch and built for killing.
The setting as a whole isn't grim dark. There needs to be light to accentuate the darkness, so having a faction like the Salamanders perform noble actions while constantly taking heavy losses to hopelessly protect a doomed empire is a whole lot.
I don't know shit about shit on VGC.
Murder acts,
see you later, Taxter. Thanks for swinging by, buddy.
And then stomping a baby.
Oh my god!
Every character is an angry jerk.
Didn't even kick the baby. Had to fucking stomp him.
It just means that the norm for the setting is that everybody's a jerk. But yeah, that's the Salamanders. I love these dudes, and they hit all of my check marks for the best Space Marine chapter. I love characters in fictions that constantly get their ass kicked, but they stay determined and they stick to their values no matter what.
Bro, is that Indiana Jones?
Dragons are
Does he do that?
What can I say? So I hope you enjoyed
this episode.
Is
he getting pieced up? I only seen like one of those movies.
Chapters, so stay tuned for that. And comment below some cool salamander moments or just what your favorite chapter is. Solandon would also prove my original point, so don't bring her up either.
Solandon? I don't know, man. I actually think Solandon's not too bad of a choice.
Friends. Today, we're going to talk about, honestly, one of the best villain legions in the entire series. So
baddies.
Turn your brains off, grab your axe, prepare your world appetite, and go crazy.
Turn that shit off.
Today, we're talking about the World Eaters.
Oh!
The World Eaters of the 12th Legion and...
Hold on. We've heard about the World Eaters. They sound pretty badass. I'm excited for this. I am excited for this one.
Sons of Angron. After turning traitor, the World Eaters became the Legion of Khorne, God of War. But
you're Chaos Space Marines?
Dad, the 12th Legion was one of the most, if not the most aggressive and brutal legions of the Unification Wars. Their bloodlust and savage efficiency made them excellent shock troops and earned them the name of the Emperor's Warhounds. Despite their eagerness
the Emperor's
and
Warhounds. Oh,
perhaps
brother.
Because of their eagerness and brutality, they were used sparingly in the early Unification.
The chainsaw axe is so good, though.
Finally allowed
even though it's
in
killing
full
randos.
On a little world called Cerberus. The people of Cerberus started a rebellion, and unfortunately, this isn't Star Wars, so the rebels aren't the main characters. So, with most other legions across
they're about to
the
get
galaxy,
stomped
the
out,
Warhounds
man.
were summoned to the world. And in just 5 hours, the entire rebellion was brutally murdered by the Warhounds.
Oh my god!
The Warhounds would continue to be used as shock troops and murder death balls, and they would also become infamous for their brutality and reckless abandon. The Warhounds.
You guys need to breathe. You guys gotta chill out.
This would often lead to high casualties on both sides, as the Warhounds would put themselves in dangerous positions and also rack up more team kills than a Helldiver with an arc gun.
Ooh, we're just talking about Helldivers too. We just talked about that, man. Mind meld.
Anyways, while the Warhounds were out having fun, brutally murdering everything, Angron was not having fun, brutally murdering everything. Angron had landed on the world of Nuceria as a wee little baby, and as a wee little baby, he somehow murdered a squad of Eldar, which impressed the Nucerian slavers so much when they found him that they made him a gladiator for the
Eldarians are so fucking trash.
arenas. In the arenas, Baby Ron proved himself, and the
art doesn't have to be perfect as long as you're having a good time. All art is worthy of existing. Straight up, all art is worthy of existing. Doesn't matter if it's perfect or not. All art is worth existing.
Surgical jazz, but since he was a magic space baby, they were largely unable to. But, luckily for them, apparently not even a Primarch is able to resist the awesome power of Cranon Brain Make Dum Dum style. More accurately, it would be Nail in Brain Make Dum Dum style, as Angron had the butcher nails implanted in his noggin.
Oh my god!
A piece of ancient Nucerian tech that basically lobotomized the subject and made them extremely angry, only able to think about being angry and only deriving anger from only
Just
deriving
told him
anger
it.
from
He
angry
just turned him into a
What I meant to
berserker.
say was they could only derive pleasure from brutally murdering things or being angry. And thus, after getting the nails put in, Angron turned to the camera and he said,
Kind of looks like he's got
"I
cornrows.
am Angry Ron." And so, after getting the nails put in,
Whoa.
Angron would become even more deadly, and he became the greatest gladiator of the pits and would eventually lead a gladiator rebellion. The gladiators killed their slavers, razed their cities, and eventually became known as the Eaters of Cities. Unfortunately
The
for Angron,
Eater
though,
of
at the final
Cities.
battle, he was rescued by the Emperor. Now, to any rational person, this might seem like a good thing, but
Took
this
him out of the
rescue
war,
led
man.
to all of Angron's besties getting killed by the overlords.
Oh.
Plus, Angron was so murder-kill-brain at this point, he didn't care for his life and only wanted to either free his friends or die in glorious combat. Also, though, people criticize the Emperor for saving Angron, and while I agree that the Emperor didn't do the best he could, I don't think it's nearly as bad as people make it out to be. Angron and pals were literally starving and dying from the cold mountains, so
Oh, they
Angron
were on their
basically
way
had no
out.
chance of winning. And on
They
the
were on
flip
their way
side,
out
if the
anyways,
Emperor
man.
did go down and help Angron with his little battle, it's very likely that Angron would still resent the Emperor due to stealing his glory or honor or some other dumb thing, kind of similar to Mortarion. And
Angron's
if
just
and
very
Pal somehow
angry.
did magically win, lobotomy victims with nails in their brains aren't exactly known for their administrational prowess, so... But with that being said, the Emperor could have at least said sorry to Angry Ronald.
Sorry, Ronald.
Also keep in mind, Angron literally had brain damage, so I'm sure he would have been mad either way. Anyways, Angron resented the Emperor. He never talked to him beyond what was necessary. He nenever considered the other Primarchs his brothers.
I genuinely feel bad for Angron. Dude got lobotomized and turned into a berserker. I genuinely feel bad for Angron. What's up, Axel? How's it going, buddy?
Or even friends, and he
Oh,
hated
fucking
the War Dogs
asshole.
Legion since they weren't like his old friend group. So, once reunited with his sons, the Warhounds, they were super happy to see their angry dad. But, big plot twist incoming, Angron was angry, and he killed any Legionnaire that tried
Oh
to
my
give Geralt
god.
a hug.
Holy
Angron
shit.
being angry, who would have guessed? The only person who was able to talk to Angron without getting killed was the legendary Karn. After Angron kicked the shit out of him for a while, Karn somehow convinced Angron to lead the Warhounds as he refused to fight back, and he convinced Angron that having an army of space marines who idolize you is pretty cool actually, and
He got
could probably
through
kill,
to his
like, a
small
whole lot of
brain.
dudes. So, Angron begrudgingly took command of the Legion, and he would rename the Warhounds the World Eaters to honor his lost friends.
Aw.
Which also, fun fact, the iconic bunny-eared things also came from Nusarian gladiatorial tradition, as the most bloodthirsty and insane gladiators would wear a headdress similar to this. But anyways, despite the parental abuse,
I wonder if anybody like headbutted somebody with those, or like ran at them with their head down and just fucking gored them. And just gored them like a bull.
World Eater Legion idolized their Primarch.
A little fucked up to say, but I'm curious.
Messiah, which also, another aside,
Hard as hell.
War Messiah is honestly an underrated 40k title. It's just metal as hell. Anyways, though, the Legionnaires believed Angron to be the perfect warrior, and they aspired to be just like him. Angron would go on to prove that, perfect warrior or not, he was most certainly not the perfect leader. And in fact, he might even be the perfect worst commander of all time.
Considering he's ripping his people apart.
Warhound traditions and replaced it with the brutal gladiatorial customs of Nusaria. In addition, he would order his sons to implant the butcher's nails. Like
oh my god!
Pals did once before. Unfortunately, though, Angron was no brain surgeon, and apparently neither were any of his staff, because the operation had a very modest 0% rate at first. That's right, 0. Everybody died. But after killing a bunch
oh
of
my god!
he finally
also, to answer your question, fight back, yes.
Learning how to non-lethally stick a bunch of nails in your brain when Karn was the first Legionnaire to survive the operation. Despite all this,
Karn is simply built different, dude.
And was still an asshole to them because they weren't cool like his old pals were. And he would make them complete planetary conquests in 31 hours because that was a length
Oh my
of
God.
Newtonian day, and it was how long it took him and his pals to take over a city. Which, if you're paying attention, there's a little issue there. He gave his sons the near impossible quota of taking over an entire world because it was cool when him and his friends took over a single city that one time. So, when the World Eaters inevitably failed,
I think he probably feels like shit.
Ranks. In this case, decimate as in minus a tenth. However, this isn't a total
minus a tenth
being stupid. It's a case of him being a dick. He knew that it was a stupid time limit, but he wanted every excuse he could possibly get to kill the sons that were forced upon him.
I wonder if you removed the berserker nails. I wonder if you took the nails out, if he would either, well, he's got wicked brain damage, so he'd probably become a fucking vegetable. But I wonder if he'd be able to continue to exist.
What a guy. He also abandoned his sons for 2 years to find some fight milk and death sticks, but giving his sons 2 years without him was probably one of the nicer things he did for them, so yippee, I guess.
Yippee!
Anyway, so the combination of the World Eaters' literally brain-dead tactics, reckless fighting style, and brutal leadership meant that the apothecaries had to use experimental and dangerous tech on World Eater aspirants to keep their numbers manageable. However, this brutality did make the World Eaters some of the best, if not the best melee combatants in the
dude,
era,
catchphrase locked in. Catchphrase 100% locked in.
This brutality, eventually Angron was banished to the fringes of the galaxy by the Emperor due to his constant team killing and
the nails are what kept him alive. Oh, he'd just be cooked.
Considering the Imperium's track record is saying a lot. But banishing Angron away from an empire he hates to a place where he can murder even harder with less supervision is like sending a fat kid to Candyland jail, famous for their incredible candy bars. And so, this would prove to be yet another mistake in the game of handling Angron, as when Horus decided a heresy, he was easily able to sway Angron to his cause. And
I'm surprised Angron listened at all.
And greetings to you too, Angron. I came all this way to introduce you to the magnificent power of... Okay, yeah, fine. You convinced me. Let's go kill the Emperor now.
Fine. I'm down for more murder.
So now as the evil, diabolical traitor legion, the World Eaters, well, they basically did the same shit that they did before.
Just at the Emperor.
Being angry and such, yada yada. Except this time, they were able to...
Emperor tried to look for ways to take it out? Gotcha.
They participated in the
didn't really work
massacre, called their loyalist World Eaters, then they killed some more. Angron got turned into a demon prince while fighting Gilliman, killed some more dudes, killed some more dudes on Terra, and they had an...
What do you mean he became a demon prince?
Way through. After getting beat on Terra, though, the traitors mostly splintered and Angron mostly disappeared once more. Sometime later, though, the World Eaters would come across the planet now known as Scalathrax. And on this world,
hard ass name, dude. Come on.
The two legions fought over.
You can really turn any conversation into a World War II or like a World War I lecture.
And eventually, after a lot of fighting, the two legions would be forced to momentarily...
History connects weird.
Due to the extreme cold that was even too much for Astartes to handle, so they took a little snack break to prepare to fight again. Which also, maybe the wife-beater pattern Astartes armor wasn't the best idea, fellas, just saying.
Bro, what? The wife-beater armor is crazy.
Extremely angry, of course, that his brothers were sitting inside, not dying, instead of dying outside. So, he set a fire in their ass to rekindle the battle. Oh, wait, he literally did this?
Oh my god!
With the flamer, huh?
He burned them alive.
Yeah, he literally
get out there and die or die here.
To inspire them to get back into the battle. And it worked. They fought the Emperor's children as well as each other. And they won.
Really?
Nothing at all.
Oh.
Both sides took heavy casualties and gained basically nothing. But this brazen move earned Karn his the Betrayer moniker and
Hard.
also forever broke his legion. So now, in the present time, the World Eaters have only become angrier, more angry, and more prone to anger.
I don't know
Thanks to
how
the
that's
Butcher's Nails,
possible.
the World Eaters can only feel pleasure in battle and can only feel peace in death. They roam the galaxy, destroying and killing anything in their path. They've also ditched their cool blue and white skins.
Guys are like fucking
for a
human
red skin
tyrannids.
to honor
Jesus.
their god, and so that they don't have to do laundry anymore. That part's real. They're so dedicated to
What?
the gamer grind that they hardly clean themselves since they're too busy killing things and wanting to kill things. And this is usually
Bro, the
about where I talk
meanest
about the chapter's
stink
fighting
ass
style and
dude.
stuff, but
Holy.
it should be really quite
Yeah, I
clear.
can turn it up
The
some
World
more.
Leaders love nothing more than getting into the thick of it and thinning it. And that's to say, killing literally everything in sight, often with the chain axe, but even more often they don't really care as long as they're spilling blood.
Yeah, that should be
And
better
also,
now.
interestingly enough, the World Eaters actually do retain their intellect despite the nails. which many
Really?
people seem to not know or forget, probably because they usually
I
act
didn't
like
expect
morons.
that.
But
I didn't expect that
anyways,
shit at
they
all.
are relatively as smart as other Marines. It's just that
He
their
has
minds are
a
so
kill
clouded
counter
with
on his
anger
helmet.
that they
That's so
can't or
fucking
won't choose
sick.
any tactic beyond
Billions
run in and
now.
kill thing. So they basically have murder ADHD, or MADHD, as I knew.
But
Anyways, though, throughout this video, it may have seemed like I don't like the World Eaters, but that would be wrong. I actually like them quite a bit. But unlike a lot of people, I don't actually like them for the tragedy of the Legion or because I think Angron is such a sympathetic guy. I actually think Angron's kind of a dumb asshole most
literally
of the time.
a demon.
But I just think that the World Eaters are a perfect villain legion. Big, red, angry fellas who destroy everything.
Phil says
inside.
anything
It's
I
just
want to
such a
challenge
perfect
myself.
heel
Do
in the
it!
world of 40K.
Challenge
Even just
yourself
the
every
imagery
day.
of a corn berserker and their bold red swinging their humongo axes is really damn cool. And
True.
Demon Angron perfectly fits the archetypical demon look. Yeah, it's sad and tragic that Angron got the nails and it gave him a case of the mad, but like at every single turn, he does the dumbest or jerkiest thing possible. He is the worst case of a self-destructive fella who perpetuates his trauma to those who admire him.
At
Yes,
least
sad
it's
that he was
because of
constantly having his
the
agency
brain
taken away
damage.
from him, but the few times he did have agency,
Still his fault, but at least he had wicked brain damage. At least you could at least have the conversation of, yeah, he's had all his agency stolen from him, and he also has the brain damage nails in there. It's not quite his fault, but he did still do it.
To become even more of a slave than ever by siding with chaos. Plus, he retained his intelligence and stuff even if he had the anger nails, so he was still cautiously choosing to do the things that he did. Trauma is not a valid excuse to the horrible things that Angron did. The real tragedy of Angron is that he lost the will to not be a stupid asshole. Or maybe I just haven't read enough Angron
Oh, like say a
stories.
random
If
topic?
any Angron stands have any big recommendations, please comment them for me to check out.
Google.com.
It's just that the more books I read about Angron, the less I like him, which is kind of weird because usually in 40K, the more I read about a faction or character, the more I like him. So
Now it's just this guy
Angron's a very
fucking
special
stinks.
little boy in that regard. But anyways, that's the World Eaters. Again, I think they're a really excellent villain faction. Even their dumb, stupid brain tactics are cool. Their Megatron-pilled mindset of
Their
destroy
Megatron-pilled
everything stupid style
mindset.
is really fun to see. And on a deeper level, the struggle of the Butcher's Nails is pretty compelling in some cases. Even though I don't like Angron much, I still think his story
Jerk
is
ass.
interesting and Karn is also very cool. But let me know what you think about the World Eaters and why I'm wrong and how Angron is actually the nicest, most sympathetic guy in the entire world. Yippee!
Bro, I
Or
don't
let me
know how
which
you could ever
World
make
Eater
that
rage you
excuse.
have that I didn't mention Lotaris
I don't know how
Tauren
you could
until
ever
now.
make that excuse.
World
Holy.
Eaters, yet they've never eaten a world. How peculiar.
Yeah,
they're no
sounds like a
unicorn, that's
larper to
for
me.
sure.
Whale, come back,
Friends,
blood.
today
We're
talking
actually
about
almost
one
at the end of the
most,
video.
if not the most badass chapters of Space Marines
Dumb brain say
ever.
hit hard
That's
thing
right.
hard.
Today we're talking about the Black Templars.
Very
The Black
clean and very
Templars are,
hyper.
in a way, the most 40K Space Marines. Ultramarines may be the poster boys, but when you really think about the traits that people attribute to the setting, the Black Templars really embody these to the
So they're the grimmest dark of the grim dark faction. The grimmest dark in the grim dark universe.
Max, incredible warriors, extreme religious fervor, eternal war, and extremely badass all around. That's the
Extreme!
Black Templars, baby. The Black Templars are a second founding successor of the Imperial Fist and were one of the first successor chapters ever founded. And these guys' origins lie with one of the greatest, if not the greatest Space Marines of all time, and one of the most badass, if not the most badass
Lay it
dudes
on me.
in all of 40K.
Lay it on me.
Super Ultra Chat Sigismund. Woo!
Woo! Yippee!
But anyways, Sigismund was the greatest son of Dorn and the Imperial Fist's first captain. Most already know, but
They're the
Sigismund
Grimace
was an
faction.
absolute insano. He became the youngest of the Imperial Fist's elite Templars and would become the first captain after facing 200 of his fellow Templars
Holy
in a
shit.
row. The 200th combatant in this combat trial was Appius the First Dreadnought.
The first Dreadnought.
This crazy guy won a duel with a Contemptor Dreadnought. Badass. And so, after demonstrating his worth, Sigismund was
After
made
he
first
somehow
captain and
lived.
was just an overall badass throughout the Great Crusade. Then, you know the drill. Horus does his heresy, kills some birds and lizards, blah blah. Anyways,
Wah,
after
wah,
the
wah.
Isfahan massacre, Rogel Dorn
Oh, I'm Horus. My entire life is a lie. Wah, wah, wah.
requests that Sigismund lead the Imperial Fist Retribution Fleet. This would
The Marines
usually
that
be
helped the
great
Inquisitor
honor that
take
Sigismund
Titus
would
in
take
space.
with-
Oh! The Black Templars are the ones that helped the Inquisitor take Titus in Space Marine 1, so what I got is, fuck them.
Without question. However,
How dare you do that
Sigismund
to
spoke
Danny
a
Titus?
remembrancer Euphrates
Unbelievable.
Keeler, and she foretold of two fates that stood before Sigismund.
Oh, you
Either
got
he
it,
would
Fight
die a
Back?
glorious death in
Lay
the
it on me,
void
dude.
and be forgotten to time, or he could fight an eternal war and help his father on an inevitable defense of Terra. So, Sigismund asked his father not to lead the fleet, but he didn't disclose why. Trusting his favorite son, though, Dorn appointed another to lead the fleet. Then, later on at the Siege of Terra, Sigismund finally told Dorn why he didn't go with the Retribution fleet, and this enraged the Primarch. Dorn took Sigismund's actions as not only cowardly, but antithetical to all that the Space Marines and Primarchs were.
Damn.
To Dorn, they were mere tools for the Emperor's will and the good of the Imperium.
Poor
In
Siggy,
addition,
man.
Sigismund put superstition, the word of a prophecy, above reason and duty. Even if the
Poor
prophecy
Siggy,
was
he's off his
true,
rocker.
Sigismund had no right to make that choice. Wait, you wasted my Dorn dollars on a stupid fortune teller?
Oh. Oh my god.
And even though this prophecy
animation.
did come true, and the Retribution fleet fared a lot better under the command of Alexis Pollux, and Sigismund contributed to the Siege of Terra a lot better as the Emperor's champion than some space corps, at the time, Dorn was under the impression that the Retribution fleet was completely destroyed, so he thought that Sigismund not going led to his brothers dying instead of him. So, all this and the fact
I
that
don't-
it was
I
his
don't-
most
I didn't hear
trusted
anything about something
favorite
being
son
kinda
was
gay.
just too much
Maybe
for
I missed
Dorn,
it.
and he disowned Sigismund, which gave Sigismund even more drive to prove himself and serve the Imperium. And prove himself he did. Sigismund went into
Ooh,
overdrive.
the US
and was somehow
Navy.
even more of a badass than he was prior. And despite being disowned, he still commanded the Fist as to not break morale from within. But
Damn,
anyways,
aw.
at the Siege of Terra, Sigismund perhaps reached peak badassery. This madman tried fighting Fulgrim, he fought a warp-roided up Karn, and
Oh my
killed
God.
basically everything else he came across.
And he
Badass.
lived?
And eventually, Sigismund would receive the Black Sword from the Emperor and was appointed the Emperor's champion.
Oh,
Adorned,
shit.
pun intended, in black armor, Sigismund at this point was essentially an avatar of the Emperor's wrath. From all that had happened, he
Started
was
from
basically
the
dead
bottom.
inside, cold and disillusioned as he realized that peace was impossible and there was no hope for the Imperium.
Aw,
All
man.
he could do was fulfill his
Oh,
ultimate purpose
aw, man,
and
he
make
got
the
grimdarked.
traitors hurt. Sigismund went on an absolute
Hey,
rampage
Gojo, how's
as
it
he
going,
went
buddy?
around hunting Chaos Champions and killing all the traitors that paved the way to said champions. Most notably, he killed the warp-infused Karn this time around, and Karn even remarked how his former friend had lost his passion in humanity and was now just a murder machine fueled by duty.
Damn.
And then, later on,
By
in a
his day
pivotal
one,
moment, Sigismund joined Keeler in a prayer to empower the Emperor and reactivate the Astronomicon so that Gilliman could bring much-needed reinforcements. Then, after the siege had concluded, Sigismund knew that the war was not over, and he hunted down Abaddon and the other traitors. He was also made first High Marshal of the Black
I actually
Templars
feel
after
really
the
fucking
Codex
bad for this
Astartes
guy.
broke the legions into chapters.
I feel really
Here,
bad for
he would
Siggy.
go on to lead the most zealous and faithful Fist in their eternal crusade. The Templars bore Sigismund's
And to think, this guy, this fucker, really, oh man, it's genuinely so sad because he's completely lost his mind. He has no mind of his own. He's just fully emperor pilled. Yeah, peace isn't real. It's impossible. God damn, dude.
Imperial Fist Templars colors and heraldry, and to prove his undying
Do you know
faith
how
and loyalty,
invaded the U.S.
Sigismund
Navy?
declared
Japan
an
invaded
eternal
Pearl Harbor,
crusade
which
in
made the
order for
U.S.
his
join
chapter
World
to
War II.
destroy
Oh,
all
true.
of the Emperor's enemies. And this crusade continues to the
Got his
present
ass.
setting as all High Marshals have
Bro, I thought this was a Keyblade for a second. I looked down, I'm like, there's no fucking way he threw in a Keyblade over here.
followed Sigismund's path and quest for vengeance. Then, later on, centuries after the Siege of Terra, when everyone else thought the heretical legion's dead, Sigismund and his Templars still believed them to be a threat, and they hunted them down to the Eye of Terror, where he would have his final duel against
I'll
Abaddon
chase
the
you to the
Despoiler
ends of the
on Acadia
universe!
in the Despoiler's first Black Crusade. The old Sigismund fearlessly faced Abaddon and allowed Abaddon to land a killing blow in exchange for Sigismund plunging his black blade deep into Abaddon's
Literally
heart.
threw his life away.
Impaled, Abaddon tore the legend in half, and even in half, Sigismund fought on, using his last breath to tell Abaddon that Abaddon would eventually die as Horus did, soulless, honorless, weeping, and ashamed.
God
But
damn.
even with their founder dead, the Black Templars would continue Sigismund's legacy, and 10,000 years
Oh, they got the
later,
Black
the
Blade
Templars
now.
are still kicking ass and waging the Eternal Crusade. In the present time, the Black Templars are one of the most, if not the
most zealous
and
chapter.
unrelenting Space Marine chapters. They are not only one of the most elite chapters, but they're also one of the most numerous. The Templars don't adhere to Gilliman's Codex Astartes and have many more Marines than the 1,000 of Codex-compliant chapters.
Really?
In addition to not following the Codex, the Templars also hardly follow Imperial leadership. Despite their goals and religion mostly aligning with the High Lords of Terra, the Black Templars are extremely independent. They don't take orders from anyone except their own High Marshal, and other Imperial forces can only
They
request
can get
their
away
aid.
with that?
And ultimately, the Black Templars choose their battles and do whatever they believe is best for the Emperor and Imperium of Man. This, along with their defiance of the Codex Astartes, has some Inquisitors suspicious of the chapter.
Man,
of course,
get
it's
'em outta
harder
here.
to find a
Fuck the
non-suspicious
Inquisitors.
Inquisitor than a secular Black Templar, but anyways, they avoid conflict with the Inquisition thanks to their exemplary track record and the fact that their undying loyalty is painfully apparent. Plus, basically,
It doesn't matter. The Inquisitors will find a way to be little shitheads and pin something that has absolutely nothing to do with them on them.
no Inquisitor would be dumb enough to challenge such a powerful chapter.
How did I do? I think you killed
they
it.
also have no home
Think you
world,
killed
as
it. Fight
being
back.
A fleet-based chapter is more befitting of their never-ending crusade. Their famous crusade fleets are huge, consisting of many battle barges and
Huge, dude.
support craft.
Massive.
With their High Marshal commanding them from their flagship, the Eternal Crusader. The Eternal Crusader is a huge modified battle barge that houses all of their relics as well as a bunch of chapels, of course. But expanding on their crusade fleets, it's rare for the entire chapter to be fighting together, and more often than not, the fleet is broken up into a number of crusades across the galaxy, led by marshals appointed by the High Marshal. On their crusades, they go world to world, crushing all enemies of the Emperor and building chapter keeps on conquered worlds. These fortresses are meant to glorify the Emperor and ensure the
brother.
world remains loyal.
That's the Spanish Inquisition.
In addition, this is the primary way that the chapter recruits new aspirants. Which, speaking of, Black Templar recruits are made up of the bravest and most willing children of the
Oh
most
my god,
hardcore
more
worlds
child
of the Imperium.
soldiers!
Since they select aspirants from a ton of different worlds, the Black Templars have a lot more flexibility in getting the best
Just
recruits.
infinite child
Just
soldiers
like
in
how
this
those
universe, holy
bastard
shit.
private schools buy the best athletes across the states to feel superior to public high schools in football. But anyways,
I wonder
once
if that's a real
selected,
thing.
aspirants are thoroughly inspected to ensure that they are pure and free of mutation and/or chaos taint. If deemed worthy, the aspirant is made a neophyte and must sever themselves from their past life.
Oh man, they fuck up their whole cut.
They're now wholly dedicated to serving the Emperor. They are no longer human, rather they are an extension of the Emperor's divine will and are forever duty
Inquisition
bound,
can
as
try the Black
Sigismund was
Templars, but that
before
shit would
them.
never work.
And unlike other chapters, the Black Templars don't have scout companies. Rather, neophytes are made squires to Black Templar initiates who fight alongside them in Crusader squads and teach them the chapter culture and art of combat. The neophytes are trained and augmented until they're finally awarded their own suit of armor and made initiates themselves. And expanding on Crusader squads, these are the backbones of Black Templar fighting companies and consist of Templar initiates and their neophytes. Sometimes they'll even be led by a sword brother.
A sword
Speaking
brother.
The Sword Brethren are the most elite warriors of the Black Templars. Originating from the Imperial Fist's Templar Brethren, these elite warriors
I love the crown of Caesar that they've had on some of these Black Templars. I really like that design choice. It's good as fuck.
continue their traditions of martial prowess and indomitable might in the Black Templars. Those who prove themselves great heroes within the chapter are made sword brethren and no longer need to trade neophytes. They have access to the best gear and weapons and are the most honored.
One of the loopholes of the Codex is that a chapter can only get more than 1,000 Marines if they're in a crusade. And these guys are literally always on a crusade.
The chapter. They can also use Terminator armor, baby. Woo!
Woo!
But even above sword brethren, there's one more step of absolute badass, and that is the Emperor's Champion. These dudes are the absolute most hardcore Marines in the
Bro, they got the Black Blade
chapter, and there's an Emperor's Champion for each Black Templar crusade. These dudes model themselves off Sigismund and are total badass, crazy insanos on the battlefield who are imbued with a divine hatred to kill extra hard. Deriving from Sigismund's pre-battle ritual he learned as a wee little orphan, the Black Templars pray before battle, and one very special Templar will receive a vision from the Emperor just as Sigismund did, and it will tell them of their divine duty. They confess their visions to their chaplains and are interrogated. And then
interrogated,
the sacred armor of faith and the black sword and are let loose as the #1 killer. These are the Templars' greatest warriors. They are guided by the Emperor's will.
Black Templars have been on a crusade since they became a chapter. 10,000. Oh, dude, back in 30K. Yeah. So the full. Oh my God. Holy shit, they've got legion numbers.
In hunting down the champions of the enemy as Sigismund did on Terra. But they also will eviscerate anyone on the way, just as Sigismund did on Terra. And beyond that, the Emperor's champions are inspirational figures who even further embolden the zeal of their battle brothers. As such, if an Emperor's champion is to fall in battle, the Templars see this as a bad omen and the battle is believed to be all but lost. If they truly do lose the battle,
at that point,
they must launch a penitent crusade to recover the armor of faith and the black sword at all costs in order to atone for their failures. Anyways though, in battle the Black Templars often fight like Sigismund did, and they prefer decisive close-quarters swordsmanship over ranged warfare. They find that close-quarters combat is not only more honorable and glorious, but it also allows them to ensure the total destruction of their abhorrent foes. Which, in the setting of 40k, is quite literally true, as personal melee combat is more effective at killing the forces of the warp than ranged firepower. They are wholly unrelenting and vow to crush any foe no matter the cost and no matter the odds.
Honestly, I respect that. I respect that sort of relentlessness. I can appreciate that.
Death of their battle brothers only serves to fuel their fervor, and to demoralize a Black Templar is near impossible. Their two primary doctrines are the death from above and an armored spearhead. Death from above is a rapid shock tactic in which orbital bombardments, drop pod assaults, and thunderhawk strikes are utilized to quickly dismantle enemy
just fucking drop meteors on them,
kill commanders, and completely demoralize their opposition. And for the more stubborn heretics, the armored spearhead is a crushing machine of bikes, land speeders, and heavy armor meant to break the enemy's weak points and annihilate them with sheer unrelenting force.
God damn.
But then finally, as for their chapter culture, They're fucking insanos. Now, that's a highly abridged way to put it, but more
Crazy insane or
comprehensively,
insane crazy?
these dudes are extreme crazy religious nuttos. They completely worship the Emperor as a god and really embody the religious Space Knight aspect of the Space Marines. And
Oh, it's because of the
totally
heat that the
badass.
glue got fucked
Their
up.
sole purpose in life is to glorify the Emperor through divine conquest. They are nothing more than warriors to vanquish the heinous foes of the Emperor, relating to their dedication to their duty of purging the enemies of the Emperor and fighting till the very.
Dude, this is why it's giving Keyblade, because they've got the chains and then they've got the little star at the bottom. That's why it keeps giving Keyblade to me. When I saw this, it finally clicked in my brain. Also, holy shit, he's literally got a corpse. He's literally got a skeleton in the gallows on his back, hard as hell. Dorn had 3 types of sons: the normal ones, Imperial Fists, the Compassion and Sad ones, the Crimson Fist, and the weird ones, the Black Templars.
End. The Black Templars chain their weapons to themselves, both to symbolize how they're inherently connected to their weapons and are weapons themselves, but also to ensure that they're never without their weaponry to always be ready to kill shit. Oh, and they also wear skeletons and stuff, which really adds to their aesthetic. They also do this to honor their dead, but sometimes they'll adorn the remains of the heretics to intimidate others.
Dude, this is basically a giant cross. He's literally bearing a cross right now.
Heretics. Anyways, though, due to their adherence to the Emperor's will, the Templars especially hate Psykers since the Emperor banned them in the Council of Nicaea. So, they have no librarians and often work to hunt the witches that plague the galaxy. And this next part is a little bit shaky in lore, but sometimes the Black Templars will treat the Navigators with a great deal of respect as they were pardoned in the Nicaea Edict, plus the Templars believed these particular Psykers to be touched by the Emperor himself. And other times,
the fucking
they'll just
exception to the
begrudgingly work with
rule.
the Navigators who have been intensively examined and had their purity proven. I personally prefer the former, as it makes a lot more sense to me for a fleet-based chapter to work well with Navigators. Plus, it aligns with the Emperor's decree and demonstrates the inherent hypocrisies of the Imperium. But GW's flip-flop between them a few times, and it seems like they're favoring the latter now. In fact, they're even doubling down on it seems. Anyways, though.
Yeah, you can definitely recommend some ideas. Definitely.
More on their culture, the Templars are extremely fanatical, and when they aren't killing the heretic, mutant, and Xeno, they spread the Emperor's will by enlightening the ignorant. They value purity and devotion above all else, and have scoured entire worlds that they deem corrupted.
These motherfuckers
However,
are so
unlike
unhinged.
someone like the Marines Malevolent, they aren't gonna go around killing civilians for fun. The Templars fight for the Emperor first and foremost, and the Emperor's self-appointed duty was to protect humanity in his own way. So, like the Emperor, the Templars are willing to commit horrible atrocities if they believe them to be necessary. But they hold no malice towards the faithful and the compliant. High Marshal Helbrecht even famously said that the strength of the Imperium lies in its faithful people, and they've been known to inspire the people of the Imperium to take up arms and fight alongside the
this is what patriotism looks like. this is what dogma looks like.
chapter against the heretical. All things considered, and in general, the Black
Dio, can you throw that in the chat? That I am, bro. Honestly, I'm gonna crash. I'm really sorry that my energy has gotten so low over like the past like half an hour or so, bro. Yeah, throw that in the chat, please, because I'm gonna fucking crash after this video. I'm not even getting my dino nuggies anymore. Sad.
Templars wouldn't be the worst chapter to save your planet. I'd be much more worried about the Iron Hands or, God forbid, the Grey Knights. But again, this is if you're a faithful loyalist. If you're a traitor, phew-wee! Let's just say the Black Templars won't be giving you any juice boxes. And finally, curiously, I've seen many people say that the Templars are the Fist chapter to be the least like Dorn, and I couldn't disagree more. Yeah, sure, on the surface, fanatical Crusaders are a far cry from the
we can do links now.
Primarch, but deep.
Usually links are a no-go, but you can definitely throw the link in chat right now. I'm cool with that.
Down to their core, the Templars and Dorn are very much aligned. Dorn was a dude defined by his duty. He was hyper-focused on being a tool of the Emperor, extremely valued truth and purity, and he literally went on a penitent crusade in black armor where he went insano style on some traitors. Now, take the Templars, who at their core are Marines hyper devoted to the God Emperor as they believe it to be the best way to prove their loyalty and fulfill their ultimate duty. They seek to purge the galaxy
Welcome
of the
back,
impure,
Corvus.
and they love going on crazy ass crusades. The Black Templars are definitely Sons of Dorn and embody his traits very well, in my opinion. But anyways, that's the Black Templars.
Oh wow, we're at the end of the video. Holy shit. World War II documentary or space documentary? No, I don't think it sounds dumb at all.
Templars. They were never my favorite chapter, but I can't deny that they're one of the most badass things in all of 40k, and I'll always appreciate them.
I try. Okay, so here's the thing. Here's the thing, right? I know we have like 30 seconds left of this video. I have a weird relationship with React content. I do React content here and there, even though, you know, primarily we do like gaming and stuff. Dude, I really like certain React streamers, or like certain what do you call them? React tubers? I don't fucking know. But like I try to actually have a value add instead of like just sitting here and like watching the video, which I feel like since my energy is dissipated, that's kind of been happening a little bit. But like, nah, man, I like doing React content as long as I can actually add something, which is why we've been doing the 40k ones, because I'm actually enjoying it. And I have commentary ready to go off the fucking dome. Return to Armageddon trailer. This is the Return to Armageddon video.
Plus,
we're about to crash after this one.
The Templars are the best by a long shot. I also really love the idea of the Emperor's Champion. He's just such a badass unit. Also, their model line is some of the best Primaris models ever. They look super badass.
Bro, this one right here, like the one bearing the cross, awesome. The one with the heretic skeleton on the banner, hard as hell. I really like the miniatures that have some like some verticality. Stuff like the oh my god, stuff like the god, I'm so bad with names. The leader of the Space Wolves, like his miniature where he's standing on top of those rocks with the two wolves on his sides. Oh man, they're so good. They're so fucking cool.
Anyways, though, let me know what you think of the video in the comments below, and whether or not you like the Black Templars or the Crimson Fist
Joy, happy,
I tend to
joy.
swing between the two depending on what I'm in the mood for, but they're both really cool. Oh shit, I never mentioned Grimaldus. Wowee, that video
oh no,
sure was
not
mega,
Grimaldus!
Well, I hope you enjoyed those
that shit was
3
mega
or
as
so
hell.
hours of pure KrakDuk injected straight into your ear holes.
Yep.
Thank you for watching.
Right in my
veins.
veins.
Please be sure to check out the original videos if you really liked them. It helps me determine which topics best resonated with you guys. Anyways, though, thank you for
Chat, please go check out KrakDuk. This has been, bro, these mega videos are good as fuck. the mega video, good as fuck. And chat, I am paying attention to the stuff that you guys are dropping in the chat. It's important, honestly. Even if it's like after the stream is over, which it's about to be. But please drop it in the chat, because I love recommendations. They're good as hell. I have no idea what to put on while we do a little baby yap. A little tiny baby yap. Oh, it's a little loud. Oh, it's a little loud. It's a little loud, Pocket Monster. But chat, this was so fucking fun. This is this a 5-hour long stream? What the fuck? It's almost 5 hours long. This is one of the longer streams that we've done, period. But I had a lot of fun. We learned a lot. Holy shit, did we learn a lot. Straight directed in our ear holes. Holy shit, man. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with me, and thank you guys. See you later, Yuta. Catch you next time. We're gonna be live again on Friday with either with a TCG stream, or why am I planking so hard? I make the fucking schedule. I plan everything. How am I so forgetful? It'll either be some Digimon TCG or it'll be Digimon World Re-Digitized Decode, the Japan exclusive 3DS game that Nintendo never ported because it probably wouldn't have been that successful at that point in time because Digimon wasn't popping off as crazy as it is right now and in the early 90s/early 2000s. The trailer? How long is the trailer? How long is the trailer? Because I'm about to fucking crash, brother. Did you also watch the KrakDuk Imperial Guard mega video? No. Maybe next time. Maybe next time we'll do it. Roughly how long is the trailer, Dio? Is it pretty short? Because it's pretty short. We'll knock that out at the end. We'll knock that out. It's the Return to Armageddon stream. Hold on. Return to Armageddon trailer. I'm spelling it wrong. Yeah. Return to Armageddon. Oh, it's an animation. This is it, yeah? Oh, it's like 3 minutes. That's fine. That's cool. Oh, hold on. Let's turn this shit back up.
We're ready.
I love the monocle.
Soldiers of the Imperial Guard.
God damn.
Decades, we have defended this world.
Oh, it's the jungle.
Some of you were
I know that.
born here and know only war. Some of you have grown old upon these
Is that a spaz shotgun?
Some of you were brought from off-world, shipped here to die. I thank every one of you. But look at what's become of our world.
It's annihilated. It's horrible.
Horizon to horizon, cities cloaked in ash and dust, all industry in ruin. The next wave of greenskins will soon reach our world.
Yeah, no, this is incredible. This is stunning.
Which we've never seen. We're expected to die in duty, to hold the line. We cannot. There is no victory to be had here.
Oh, man.
To die in the mud of a world that was lost long ago.
Holy shit, dude. This is exactly what I wanted, by the way. This is exactly what I wanted. I wanted to be in the eyes of the fucking... I wanted eyes on the ground. This is exactly what I wanted.
Make for the evacuation transports. Get off world if you are able. Run for your...
Oh, no! Oh, they got him. Oh, they got my mans. Morale, absolutely annihilated. Doesn't exist anymore.
There will be no evacuation. There will be no cowardice. There will be no defeat.
Is this man's with a dent in his head?
Is our city.
There's also a follow-up Armageddon that shows the Blood Angels. Ooh.
Soldiers of Armageddon. Make ready.
I think that is the guy with the fucking dent in his head. That moron. Oh, no, it's not. Oh, I'm talking shit about our goat. Oh, I'm so sorry. I take that back. I'm talking shit about our goat. I'm so sorry. I will fucking castrate myself in front of you. The Old Man of Armageddon returns. That's raw as hell. What the fuck? Like? Hold on. Is that the, is it this one? The Iron Will? Is this the follow-up? No. Is it? 13 days ago. It's the Yarick one? Yeah, it's Yarick. Oh, we're gonna hop right back into it when he got his fucking shit rocked.
We're ready.
Can I play Outlast? I've actually never played it. I am terrible with horror games.
Soldiers of the Imperial Guard.
Wait, is this not the one we just watched?
We have defended this world.
Wait, hold on. This is the one we just watched. Wait, what? But, oh, this is the 4K version. That's why. Is it this one? Probably should have watched the 4K one first, but, you know. Oh, there's the Blood Angels.
Armageddon, the war world. Its soil is worthless, salted by the blood and sweat of generations.
Bro, it just, oh my god, dude.
War is all that remains. It rises from the dust and echoes in the sky. A promise. A cacophony of endings.
What insanely good voice acting, by the way, in both trailers. Insanely good voice acting. Holy shit, dude. Look at that orc turret war machine thing. War!
Sanguinius' sons.
Dude, we get a HUD shot. Holy shit. All we need now is a broken helmet shot, and this is peak. As if it wasn't already. Ooh.
Our veins burn with his wrath.
I love a good HUD shot.
Twin hearts
I love it.
hammer with his rage. War is all that we know.
Oh, bro. It's the fucking, I forget the name, but it's the other one with the psyker powers. Oh my god, he got melted. Oh my god, that counts as a broken helmet shot, by the way. Even though we didn't see his eyes, it still counts.
This world must hold. There can be no retreat. There can be no mercy. There can be no peace. There is only war.
There is only war. War never changes. Oh, it's a whole Armageddon set. In the grim dark, hold on, we gotta go back. We gotta look at that. In the Warhammer 40,000 Armageddon. In the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war. God damn! Good stream. Good Warhammer, dude. Holy shit. Thank you guys so much again for hanging out with me. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much to all my chatters. Thank you so much to all my lurkers. Thank you to all my VOD watchers. I see you. I know you guys love the Warhammer VODs. I see you. Thank you too. Love you. I love you guys. No parasocial. Thank you guys so very much. You can see, I didn't peep the vampire fangs. Dude, I didn't see that. But I'll see you guys on Friday for something Digimon related. It'll either be TCG or it will be Digimon Story. Digimon. No, hold on. It's not Story. Digimon World. Redigitized Decode, the Japan exclusive 3DS game. Don't have anything else. What military branch would I join? Whichever one has the best cook program, so I don't have to go to war. I'll see you guys later. Bye. Janne. See you later. See you on Friday. And if I don't see you on Friday, I will perfectly accept that, but I will be a little sad, just a little bit. Bye. Have a good day, everybody. Make sure you have a nice snack. Call your loved ones, probably Air Force. There you go. Have a good snack. Hang out with your loved ones. Make sure you give yourself plenty of love and kindness and respect. Okay, bye. Janne. See you guys later. Thanks for hanging out. Bye.